Of course it is reliable. Please trust us. Zhuo said sincerely. Everybody knows the relationship between the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Reformists. In the beginning, it was thanks to the sponsorship of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors that the Reformists started their cause. One of the core concerns of the Reformists is also to help us seize the business interests that are supposed to be ours. We've helped the Reformists for a long time, and it is time for a harvest. Right now, Jin Yuyen, the General Deacon of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, is in charge of the finances of the new Imperium in the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders as a central leader of the Reformists. How can his promise not be reliable? Just rest assured. As long as you accept the warrant, your career will immediately soar to the sky. Is that so? Boss Bai held the dark red jade chip with his fingers and played with it again and again, but he never activated the jade chip to read the content inside. Instead, he looked at Zhuo Tianying with a sophisticated smile and said, I'm afraid that it can't be so simple, right? We've both been through too many dangers to not know that there is no such thing as free lunch. The Vice Admiral, Viscount, and Commander of the Imperium's army. What do you want in exchange for those fabulous titles? Great, Boss Bai. You are truly an outspoken man. Zhuo Tianying raised his thumb and coughed again. Then, he threw out the real terms in a low voice. Since Boss Bai is so straightforward, I'll stop beating around the bush. If you accept the warrant and become a glorious member of the new army, you will naturally have to listen to the command of the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders. I know that Boss Bai is a man who does not like restrictions and is used to freedom, but you have to take action with us at least on this one. Mysteries beamed out of Boss Bai's eyes as he asked casually, what kind of operation are we talking about? Defend the 7 Seas Grand Market, the largest free fair of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, which is also where our organization is headquartered, together with us in the 7 Seas Space Zone. Zhuo Tianying said solemnly, according to the latest intelligence, in order to cut the connection between the Reformists and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, and to cut the money and resources flowing from the edge of the Imperium to the heart incessantly, the 4 Kurfürst families have already gathered a coalition fleet, planning to clear the Reformists' forces at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Their primary target is naturally the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Space Pirates are interdependent. Once the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is destroyed, your space pirates will have no place for maintenance, supplies, and exchange of assets and information, and you will be executed by the 4 Kurfürst families one after another. Therefore, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors has been contacting the great men at the edge of the Imperium and preparing to fight a spectacular head-on battle to defend the 7 Seas Grand Market. Boss Bai, the Reformists, and the Kurfürsten are in a predicament at the center of the cosmos right now, but countless warlords and magnates from other worlds are still observing and hesitating. Those people are exactly the silent majority. Whoever wins their support is likely to win this war and then seize the entire Imperium, ruling over the Sea of Stars. If the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors can win the battle to defend the 7 Seas Grand Market, the weakness and inability of the Kurfürst families will be completely revealed. By then, not only will all the worlds at the periphery of the Imperium side with the Reformists, even the people within the territories of the Kurfürst families who crave for a reform will also rise up and turn the world upside down. The battle is of paramount importance for us. If Boss Bai can help us win this war, you will be a well-deserved great contributor to the reform. Do I need to tell you the fame, position, resources, and subordinates that will come with your achievement? That explains a lot. And here I was wondering why the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was asking for the help of so many pirate gangs so anxiously. So, the truth is that your nest is about to be occupied. Boss Bai said, what about the Reformists' own fleet? I was told that the Reformists boast 3 main troops right now: the Deep Sea University, the Astounding Thunder Fleet, and the Imperial Guards. They are also working hard to sway the Expedition Army in the newly conquered area. Once the Expedition Army changes to the Reformist side, they will be capable of a head-to-head battle against the Kurfürsten's fleets, right? Why are the fleets of the Reformists not doing anything? Are the space pirates like us cannon fodder for you? Xuetianying thought to himself that, despite his arrogance, the sleazy-looking man was rather sober when it came to the critical things. But that was within his expectation. If the man did not have such soberness, he wouldn't have become the most brilliant space pirate at the edge of the Imperium in recent years. With even more sincerity on his face, Xuetianying said, "The specific military deployments are top secrets that I am not privileged to know. But I know that this is a critical battle for the reformists, and the best deep-sea fleet, the astounding Thunder Fleet, and the Imperial Guards will not stand by. However, the universe is a vast place, and even the largest fleet is but a grain of sand. It will certainly be great if we can talk more men into joining the side of brightness and justice. Perhaps when the mantis is hunting the cicada, a sparrow is lurking behind to take the mantis. What if the elites of the reformists appear at their hometowns when the coalition fleets of the Four Kurfürsten attack the Seven Seas Grand Market? How about it, Boss Bai? Almost 40 pirate gangs have accepted the warrants and agreed to side with the reformists and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to resist the evil army of the Kurfürsten. Also, they all admire you very much and agreed that as long as you also accept the warrant, they will accept your command in the battle to come. This is a rarely seen opportunity and the greatest glory for any space pirate," Xuetianying exclaimed in excitement, as if he were hoping to replace Boss Bai as the leader of the alliance of space pirates. Boss Bai's breath became apparently hot. Several red spots burst out on his face that looked like orange peel. His throat was rolling non-stop while he swallowed hard. "I am not a man of vanity, He finally changed his attitude and said, "Or rather, I think more highly of the practical things than vanity. Things like Viscount, Vice Admiral, Commander, or Alliance Leader are too far away. Let's just talk about the benefits in front of us. Deacon Zhua, about the things you promised when you invited me to come to the Blue Sky Market. The things are all in the dock waiting for Boss Bai's men to pick up." Xuetianying knew that the guy had finally bitten the hook. He chuckled to himself and pulled the curtain of the office. Through a clear window, it could be seen that there was a huge dock outside that extended all the way to the boundless space. The parking places, like the branches of a tree, attracted bizarrely shaped and aggressive starships. Tremendous heavy tractors and spiritual puppets were busy shipping and unloadings like ants and bees. 20 rapid stealth warships of the latest model, 5,000 standard crystal suits of the Imperium's army, and 10 heavy carriers worth of crystals, fuel, and ammunitions. Xuetianying waved his hands and declared generously, "This is the welcome gift that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors offers to Boss Bai, no, for Vice Admiral Bai. Not that I'm bragging about us, but we are never short of money when we have controlled the business lifelines at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Even if there is any magical equipment we can't produce, we can smuggle them out from the territories of the Four Kurfürst families. Look at those starships and crystal suits. They are still hot. We are only short of people to control them. The good men who roam the sea of stars like Boss Bai. Looking at the brand new starships and the boxes of crystals and cannons, Boss Bai finally grinned in satisfaction. Good, good, good. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors, sincerity, is so touching that I'm almost in tears. Overjoyed, Xuetianying asked, "So, has Boss Bai agreed to lead the many space pirates?" "Of course I have. Why wouldn't I?" Baring his sharp teeth, Boss Bai said slowly, "As a matter of fact, I agreed a long time ago." "Ha!" Xuetianying was slightly dazed as he perceived extreme danger from Boss Bai's smile. Before he figured out what was going on, deafening explosions had happened outside. Boom! 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 Quite a few starships in the dock had exploded uncannily, and the furious flames immediately spread into the Blue Sky Market. Intense smoke was everywhere, swallowing people's lives mercilessly like rampant black beasts. Hundreds of starships, like crocodiles lurking in a swamp, finally lunged out of the dark and arrived at the Blue Sky Market. They opened their bloody mouths and spurted out a storm of barrages, sabotaging the defensive positions of the Blue Sky Market ruthlessly. "Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming!" Ear-splitting alarms echoed in and out of the Blue Sky Market. "Ha! Seeing that the blue sky market that he had worked on for decades was reduced to debris in the blink of an eye, Xuetianying was shocked first and then grabbed by fury. If he still did not realize what was going on, he wouldn't have been qualified to be a deacon of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Boss Bai, you are out of your mind to attack the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. As the manager of one of the largest free fairs of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, Xuetianying had the combat ability of the nascent soul stage too. Despite his fury, his nerves and his muscles were not affected at all. While he kicked at Boss Bai's chest, a bluish, poisoned dagger ejected from the tip of his foot, and a dark gold brilliance flowed all over his body, constituting a crystal suit that covered him. However, the crystal suit that he had been trained with so many times that he could put on in half a second was disrupted by Boss Bai when the helmet and the breastplate were about to be closed. Xuetianying did not even notice how Boss Bai blinked from the poisonous dagger on his foot at all when his throat was already pinched by a pair of burning pincers. The enemy shook slightly, and the crystal suit that had yet to be put on fell apart like a snake's skin. How is it possible? Xuetianying was scared out of his wits. He was already an expert in the nascent soul stage, but the enemy had captured him even without a crystal suit. Who was this Boss Bai exactly? And what level was he actually at? Hee hee. Boss Bai sneered non-stop. The aggressiveness as if he could swallow a tiger alive popped up on his ugly, rat-like face as he picked up Xuetianying, the expert in the nascent soul stage, with only one hand and smashed him to the floor heavily. Boom! Not counting his level, Xuetianying was still a muscular man almost 2 meters tall with a weight of almost 150 kilograms. Yet, he had been pressed into the floor by Boss Bai, who was short and skinny. Stones were splashing everywhere, and a human-shaped dent appeared on the ground. Xuetianying's internal organs were almost entirely shattered because of the smash. He was more confused than ever too. According to the intelligence, Boss Bai was in the nascent soul stage and on par with him at best. It was also the most important reason why he had the courage to meet with a brutal man like Boss Bai alone. The intelligence work of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was most effective in the entire Imperium. They had summarized Boss Bai's combat ability by analyzing all of Boss Bai's battles, including his performance when he was pushed into corners by the Imperium's army. How on earth could he have been so terrifying? Was it possible that this Boss Bai never tried his best when he was beleaguered by the Imperium's army and his life was at risk time and time again? How could there be such a monster? Also, where were the assassins he had kept outside? He had arranged for 50 tough assassins to hide next to the office, who could have charged out any moment and teach Boss Bai a lesson about the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors capability. Where the hell were those guys? You small-minded dealers really need to change your pettiness. Even your warrants are so stingy. Boss Bai pressed Xuetianying tightly to the ground and spat next to his head, before he chuckled and said, "A garrison commander of a minor sector, a vice admiral of the army, and a fucking viscount. Viscount? Are you trying to recruit me or insult me? Is the name of Boss Bai only worth a viscount for you? Here, the 4 Kurfirston are obviously much more sincere than you. The rewards they are offering are the sector master of a whole world, a lieutenant general of the army, and an earl of the Imperium. Do you hear me? An earl. Also, they have offered me 10 main force warships in advance, whose firepower is 5 times fiercer than the rapid attack warships that you give me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Any man would have been tempted after they saw it. How do you want me to choose? Huh. Xuetianying was so shocked that his soul was almost frozen. Finding it hard to breathe, he shrieked, "Boss Bai, you have taken sides with those illegitimate Kurfirston. Their legitimacy is the least of my concerns. We are all space pirates making a living between the edges of the blades. Isn't it only natural for us to work for those who are stronger and promise better rewards? The 4 Kurfirston are far more powerful than the reformists and your Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors in the first place. They've given us more money and greater titles. Something would be wrong with my head if I chose you hopeless idiots over them only to be beheaded together with you after you fail. Wouldn't it?" Boss Bai strangled his neck harder and harder while he said with a smile, "Right, I almost forgot to tell you. Didn't you mean to start an alliance of dozens of pirate gangs? Your trouble is unnecessary. We've already done it under the witness of the special envoy of the Kurfirstan. Thanks to the trust of my dear friends, they have elected me as their leader. I am now the commander of the National Protection Army. This commander is certainly much more awesome than the commander that you offered to me. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. His face gray, Xuetianying was rendered speechless. There was no telling whether it was because of Boss Bai's choking or because of his fury, but the expert in the nascent soul stage was almost cramping and foaming. Just look at all the pirate gangs outside. Do you think that they've been attracted here by your terms to pledge loyalty to you? You can't be more idiotic. Boss Bai continued, let me tell you, the 29 pirate gangs have already formed a blood alliance known as the National Protection Army, which serves and swears loyalty to the government. We are now the legitimate army of the government right now. The conquest of the blue sky market today is just an appetizer. The Seven Seas Grand Market, the nest of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, is our real target. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The Seven Seas Grand Market, the allegedly wealthiest place at the edge of the Imperium, where many treasures that could not be found even in the capital could be found. Robbing the Seven Seas Grand Market is almost the ultimate dream of every space pirate. We are all thieves and murderous bandits who would feel itchy at night if we did not rob anyone during the day, and you want us to defend the Seven Seas Grand Market? With all due respect, what's wrong with the reformists and the small merchants like you? Xuetianying finally couldn't hold it back any longer. A mouthful of foams mixed with blood was spurted out, and his face turned from pale to gray. They had truly opened the door for the burglars. Stupid. They were truly stupid. Or rather, they far underestimated the shamelessness and greediness of those space pirates. But there was no time to regret right now. The flames and explosions outside were the best punishment for their naivety. As one of the largest free fares of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the blue sky market naturally had the most thorough defense. Also, since it was the time of war, the guards of the market had been increased to the limit. Space torpedoes and all kinds of serial defense arrays were deployed in the stone belts outside. It was extremely difficult for the Kurfirstan's fleets to conquer the iron can that had been armed to teeth from outside. They would have to pay a terrible price. However, the blue sky market was a place for business, and it could not reject the pirate gangs who often stopped by for maintenance and exchange of information and goods. This time, in order to recruit the great pirate heads including Boss Bai, hundreds of warships of the space pirates had been allowed to park in the blue sky market. 1,000 small warships, half-armed business starships, and comprehensive supply ships were anchored outside too. Who could have thought that those space pirates would attack at the same time? Right when the space pirates sabotaged the blue sky market, churning the defense into holes from inside to outside, a more terrifying enemy appeared from the vast place. It was the regular army with the emblem of the Imperium and the symbols of the 4 Kurfürst families. Cooperating with the pirate gangs, the regular army dug through the belt defenses outside of the blue sky market by force and arrived over the head of the panicked members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It was truly a disaster. When a storm of firepower was rained down, blatantly destroying the firing points on the ground and the warships of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors that had yet to take off, the short battle came to an end. In the standard of small merchants, the warriors of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were certainly loyal and brave enough. Perhaps it was because they knew clearly that they would still be killed even if they surrendered. Perhaps they had been space pirates themselves, and they knew how ferocious pirate gangs were and how cruel their outcome would be if they fell to the hands of the space pirates. So they simply fought on until their last breath. The space pirates were the most cunning guys who valued themselves more than anything. Naturally, they stayed away from the rabid dogs. The Kurfürstan's army, on the other hand, was determined to bite the hard bone that was the blue sky market, which would be a wonderful overture for the battle in the Seven Seas Grand Market to come. As they attacked without caring about the sacrifices, they blew up the last resisting fortress half a day later after losing 100 starships. The blue sky market had fallen. The ravenous space pirates wandered about in the blue sky market, blowing up the gates of the warehouses with their storm bolters and searching for assets with their bloodshot eyes. The free fares were the ultimate dreams for all space pirates, but since the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was wealthy and powerful before, and they needed the free fares for sales and supplies, it had always been inappropriate for them to attack. Now that they were backed by the four Kurfürsten, their wish was finally fulfilled. They naturally wasted no time sabotaging, looting, and enjoying themselves. Boss Bai, on the other hand, dragged Zhuotianing, who was devastated and had been tied up by electromagnetic whips, to the one dock of the blue sky market that was still burning. A daunting starship that looked like a giant whale with one horn had arrived from the sky and landed here. A middle-aged man, wearing a pure white cape, with a face as smooth as that of a woman and filled with pride and indifference, was waiting rather in impatience. He looked at the fire and mess in the blue sky market in disgust while he wiped his nose that had nothing dirty at all with a gold-lined handkerchief, as if it were a great insult for him to breathe the same air with the space pirates. "My lord!" Seeing that the man was waiting, Boss Bai hurried to approach him, his arrogance when he was faced with Zhuotianing a moment ago entirely gone. In a sycophantic smile, he fell on one of his knees and looked at the man's foot. "Greetings, my lord. Thanks to my lord's meticulous planning, we have captured the head of the rebels in the blue sky market successfully. Please look, my lord. This is Zhuotianing." Boss Bai tossed Zhuotianing to the ground as if he were a bag of garbage. Zhuotianing rolled on the ground to the feet of this lord. He was immediately refreshed when he saw who the man was. Losing his calmness, he shouted, "Li Wuji." Li Wuji was an old acquaintance or an old opponent for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. As the hereditary Marquis Yongchun, he was one of the powerful persons in the Li family with a rather pure bloodline. Also, Li Wuji had been engaged in the intelligence work of the four Kurfürst families. He had been striking, sabotaging, and bribing the intelligence network of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. In the past decades, too many spies of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had been captured, tortured, and killed by Li Wuji. Naturally, a lot of people had also betrayed the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and joined the four Kurfürst families under coercion, causing great damage to the development of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. He did not expect that Li Wuji had supervised the recruitment of Boss Bai and other space pirates as well as the conquest of the blue sky market. Zhuotianing swallowed hard, his eyes dimming, and he lost all hope. Li Wuji extended his foot and kicked Zhuotianing in a relatively clean part on his body in order to see his face clearly. After recognizing him, he snorted without giving approval or disapproval. A personal guard immediately moved forward and kneeled on the ground respectfully, wiping the tip of Li Wuji's foot with a giant handkerchief. It was almost like his delicate, sharp-pointed boot had been tarnished by Zhuotianing's clothes. Li Wuji accepted the service of his guard fully at ease. Glancing at Boss Bai, who was still on one of his knees and who seemed loyal and dutiful, he said casually, "Rise. You've done a good job this time." "Thank you, my lord." Boss Bai rose in a rather sleazy way, with his small eyes rolling quickly. He rubbed his hands, as if he were greatly delighted. He looked like a totally different person from the great bandit who drank juice in Zhuotianing's office with his legs akimbo a moment ago. Of the many rebels of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, this Zhuotianing is not among the most important ones, but he is still something. It wasn't easy to catch him. Expressionlessly, Li Wuji said in a high-pitched voice, "We couldn't have caught this thief in time if you hadn't snuck into the blue sky market. If we can send him back before the new emperor is crowned, it will be a fairly fabulous gift. Commander Bai, you have made great contributions." "I daren't say that," Boss Bai declared passionately. "It was all thanks to my lord's planning and your marvelous fleet that those scoundrels were suppressed. I barely did anything. Even though I have made any minor contribution, I do not have any courage to ask for rewards, and I only hope that the things that I did before can be pardoned. About that." Boss Bai rubbed his hands, as if he did not quite know how to phrase it, fearing that the four Kurfürst families would punish him for what he did in the past. Amused, Li Wuji glanced at Boss Bai's shoulder. The guard nearby immediately understood. Throwing away the handkerchief that was used to clean his boot, The guard took out a new one that was big, soft, and fragrant and covered Boss Bai's shoulder with it. With the handkerchief in the middle, Li Wuji patted Boss Bai's shoulder neither too heavily nor too lightly and said in encouragement, "Have you ever heard that even the gods will condone the mistakes that young people make? I like young people best, particularly those who are both smart and loyal. You have shown your loyalty in the conquest of the blue sky market this time. Are the absurdities you did in your younger days really a big deal? Of course, there are indeed many dissidents within the family who have been speaking ill of the space pirates. Also, your robbery of the coalition auction of the 4 Kurfürst families was truly quite huge and pissed off a lot of people in the families. But so what? Only the capable guys are able to achieve something that huge. If you were an unknown, useless man, you wouldn't have been qualified to be the leader of dozens of pirate gangs and the commander of the National Protection Army, would you? Therefore, I have already told all the dissidents that you, Boss Bai, Commander Bai, are recruited by me in person, which means that you are my man. I have vouched for you that you have recognized your wrongdoings and changed into a different person. Whoever goes against you will be insulting me. Tell me about it. Is there anything that you should be worried about? Thank you, my lord." Moved to tears, Boss Bai fell on his knees again. My loyalty for my lord is certainly unquestionable. I will always follow my lord's instructions in the future. As long as my lord wants it, I will simply march forward with my eyes closed even if a mountain of blades and an ocean of fire are ahead of me. So much as I waver for a single moment, Boss Bai shall be cursed in the Imperium for all eternity. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Wuji burst into laughter. Rest assured. When I recruited you, I promised you that I would offer you a great future. Why would I put you in danger? However, well, so many pirate gangs have been gathered here under your command, and half of my starships have to stay here for maintenance due to the heavy losses in the assault just now. They will be under your command after they are repaired too. So many of the most advanced starships and bravest warriors have been given to you. I'm sure that you know what I want in return. I only hope that you can distinguish yourself or even play a vital role in the conquest of the Seven Seas Grand Market later. If you can achieve that, even greater wealth and glories will be waiting for you. The 4th quadrant is the hometown of God of War Lei Qinghu. Years ago, he fought his way out of this place through real battles in person too. But he is old now. It's time to let the new generation fleet commanders emerge. From a pirate to a general, and from a general to a lord, such examples are not rare in the history of the Imperium. Who knows whether or not you are going to be the next? Rest assured, my lord. Hot steam spurted out of Boss Bai's nostrils. His face was red, and veins were protruding on his forehead. I will die to return my lord's appreciation. Okay. Li Wuji nodded his head in satisfaction. He was about to pat Boss Bai's shoulder again, but his hands stopped in the midair. Slightly frowning, he glanced at his personal guard. His personal guard, as if slapped hard by an electromagnetic whip, almost jumped to his feet in fear. He hurried to take away the second handkerchief and replaced it with a third clean, new one. Observing carefully to make sure that there was no dust or sweat on the handkerchief, Li Wuji finally patted Boss Bai's shoulder again. A prodigal who returns is more precious than gold. Young man, work hard. Remember that you are a glorious lieutenant general of the regular army right now. As long as you serve the country dutifully, I will certainly take care of all the other things for you. There's no need to worry about anything. All right, the mess in the blue sky market will be left to you to clean it up. I am leaving now for other duties. Let's meet again in the Battle of Seven Seas to come. My lord. Boss Bai hesitated for a moment. Glancing at the huge, one-horned warship behind Li Wuji, he said, I do have another request. I wonder, is it possible that my lord could stay here for another half-day? Oh! Li Wuji retreated his feet that stepped forward. Why? The blue sky market has been occupied by the space pirates. No, the National Protection Army. In the next second, I'm planning to hold a grand celebration dinner. Although it is a celebration dinner, it is meant to awe the disobedient heads of space pirates and make them completely obey me. Boss Bai said earnestly. My lord, you should know that those space pirates are all brutal and rebellious. Even though they all agreed that I should be the commander of the National Protection Army, on the surface, a lot of them actually do not want to obey me and even want to replace me. While I have earned a tiny bit of fame in space during the past few years, I am not deeply rooted after all and may not be able to compete with the seniors who have been infamous for decades. If I cannot suppress them hard, it will be inconvenient to command them in the future. Therefore, while my lord is still here, if you could join our celebration dinner and endorse me to intimidate those seasoned thieves, it will be easier for me to mobilize and command them. Li Wuji slightly frowned. Huh? My lord, Boss Bai continued. The Battle of Seven Seas is underway. My National Protection Army will be an unexpected army in the battle. What matters most in a surprising attack is commanding and administration. If the pirate gangs cannot be united, the surprising attack will not be as effective as planned. Even though I am really determined to die for my lord, I would not be able to return your appreciation if those seasoned thieves do not obey me. His words convinced Li Wuji. Fine. The third-level lord who was loyal to the four Kurfürst families nodded his head and said after a moment of consideration, I'll stay for another half-day to back you up. Half a day later, on the major square of the Blue Sky Market, the scents of meat and wine were soaring to the sky. The brutal bandits from dozens of pirate gangs, mostly in bizarre clothes with scars all over their faces, had been gathered. Donned in the fancy garment they just stole from the warehouses and holding the alluring whores in their arms, they drank and ate and roared to their heart's content. Of course, theoretically speaking, those hideous fellows were no longer notorious space pirates but the National Protection Army, a regular army acknowledged by the Council of Elders. Haha! This is truly a gratifying battle and also a gratifying loot. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is truly affluent. Even the Blue Sky Market, which only ranks in the top 5, has so many treasures. I truly wonder what the Seven Seas Grand Market, which ranks top, looks like. Hehe. You'll have an opportunity to check it out in a few days. When the day comes, we will loot the hell out of it exactly like we did today. What loot? Remember, we are a legitimate army of the government now. Haha. We are not space pirates in a robbery, but government soldiers settling a rebellion. Naturally, we will need to confiscate the belongings of the rebels after they are settled. The space pirates were all drunk, but Boss Bai was still toasting them while carrying a giant tank of wine. The space pirates were all experienced, high-leveled immortal cultivators who were highly wary when they were sober. They would not be drunk even if they drank 1,000 cups of regular alcohol. Also, they often forbade themselves from getting drunk and kept themselves 100% sober every second. But today was different. What Boss Bai offered today was the wine mixed with powerful excitants and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could paralyze the nerves and the soul of the high-level experts. Everybody on the spot was aware of that. Even Li Wuji had given connivance. Drinking and getting drunk was not because they were drunkards. It was only a demonstration of power. I am the commander of the National Protection Army and the leader of the Alliance of Space Pirates. When I offer you wine, what I want to see is how you make a fool of yourself after you get drunk. Will you drink it and get drunk? If you don't, you will be showing no respect for me, violating my order, and not regarding me as a commander and your boss, won't you? If you do not drink any wine and never get drunk, how can I trust that you will completely follow my command and carry out my orders without any hesitation on the battlefield in the future? There was not much trust among the space pirates. They were merely gathered together because the Kurfürst families were powerful and gave abundant rewards. Letting Boss Bai be the commander of the jumbled National Protection Army was also meant for him to take the bullet for everyone when things didn't go well. The space pirates never hesitated to shift sides. While the Kurfürsten did look stronger for now, what if something went wrong and the reformists really defeated the Kurfürsten in the end? Later, when the reformists assigned blames, the commander of the National Protection Army would naturally be the first to be executed. For those heads of space pirates who had raged the Sea of Stars for decades, none truly agreed with Boss Bai's leadership. However, Li Wuji, a legitimate noble of the Imperium and a powerful person of the Kurfürst families, was standing right behind Boss Bai. Further away, tremendous starships of the Imperium were also watching. With that in mind, when Boss Bai toasted them with giant bowls, it was impossible for them to turn down the kindness. Couldn't be helped. For the sake of Li Wuji and so many starships, they had to be drunk today. Brothers, the blue sky market now completely belongs to the space pirates. No, the National Protection Army. There can't be a starship of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the reformists in the millions of kilometers around. Also, we have controlled all the space zones nearby that are suitable for space jumps. Even a feature would be burnt up immediately after it is teleported. So just rest assured. This place is absolutely safe. You can put down all your concerns and enjoy the dinner. Whoever is still awake after the dinner can slap me in the face. If you think that the dinner is not enjoyable enough for you, and if you don't slap me in the face, it will mean that you are not showing any fucking respect for Boss Bai. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Boss Bai was the first to get drunk and soon revealed his real appearance of a scoundrel who did not know who he was at all. He seemed rather restrained and batted the alloy tank of wine hard with the steel bowl, barely able to speak clearly. His clothing was almost that of a textbook parvenu. The battle in the blue sky market was just over, and the temperature was still high despite manual adjustment. However, he was wearing a red leather coat that he stole from the warehouse as well as a chimney-like hat that weighed almost 10 kilograms. At the top of the hat was a colorful, glittering marrow crystal that was glowing like a searchlight. He couldn't have seemed more extravagant. It was a shame that the priceless leather coat and the hat were designed for the muscular men more than 2 meters tall living on the frigid planets. Boss Bai, on the other hand, was a skinny, emaciated shorty. When he was covered in such a huge coat, he was like a kid who had stolen the clothes of the adults. It was needless to say that the big hat was falling all the time and covering his face, turning into a headgear that did not have holes for the eyes and the mouth. As a result, he was forced to poke the hat with his fingers now and then in order to keep it steady. He did not leave the impression that he was a magnificent man at all, and even the most uneducated space pirate couldn't help but think that he was a monkey in the clothes of a human. That was not all of it. In order to stuff the coat and the hat, Boss Bai had also inserted a lot of rarely seen cloths into his coat. The things were great decorations, but they were of little use when he simply stuffed them into his arms. He did not give himself away yet when he gave the inauguration speech of the commander of the National Protection Army, but things gradually went wrong as he toasted the space pirates table by table. His face was redder and redder, and his movement was greater and greater. As a result, the cloths were either dropped to the ground or dragged behind him, making him look like a red-skinned mouse that had grown out variegated tails. A few guys from the Big Bai pirate gang had noticed it, but they did not have the courage to remind their boss. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they could only follow Boss Bai while holding the cloths that had accidentally fallen. The scene was so hilarious that even the most experienced and heartless bandit would have burst into laughter. As for the giant cosmos rings on his fingers, they were probably just stolen from the warehouses, and Boss Bai was so busy to show himself off that he did not have time to crack the retrieval code. It was needless to mention the trivia, such as his pockets that were brimming with crystals, with a few dropping to the ground after every step he made forward. Most of the space pirates were too greedy to care about their image, but even they felt that the superstar Boss Bai, who miraculously rose to fame in the past 2 years, was too humiliating. It also proved the opinion of many seasoned thieves on him. He certainly had his capabilities, but he was too arrogant and ostentatious. Such people were like firecrackers who would fall as fast as they rose. So he was the perfect choice for them to use as a shield. He could be the commander of the National Protection Army if he wanted to. After all, if the coalition army of the nobles won, they would earn benefits by the way. By then, if the few experienced space pirates joined their hands, would it be a problem at all to make the arrogant little boy a figurehead? Shooting the back of his head on the battlefield and carving up his Big Bai pirate gang wouldn't be too hard either. Should the coalition army of nobles fail and the reformists won, they would immediately rectify their behavior by tying up the commander of the National Protection Army and sending him to the guillotine of the reformists. By estimation, the followers like them who were forced to rebel but who had a battlefield uprising later would not be punished severely. The seasoned thieves had both fought and collaborated in the past decades. As both enemies and friends, they knew each other too well to say it out and understood what each other was thinking only with eye contact. For a moment, all of them were wearing mocking and weird smiles. Of course, the smiles quickly disappeared and would never be discovered by Boss Bai. Since the man was so hot-headed and thought that he was the king of the world, just let them adulate him and exalt him to even higher places. Therefore, the atmosphere of the dinner couldn't have been warmer. Captain Zhao, do you remember the last job we did together with your Tiger Devil Pirate gang? Ha 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 ha. It felt so good. So good. I was thinking back then when we could ever do a job again together. Today, the opportunity has finally come. We are about to work together to settle the rebels in the Seven Seas Grand Market. And I, Boss Bai, am your commander now. Come on, bottoms up. I know that you have a great alcohol tolerance. This keg is all yours. When the day comes, I will let your Tiger Devil Pirate gang march in first. The sexiest women will all belong to you. All of them. Captain Sun, we wouldn't have known each other without the fight, right? I'm truly sorry for the business in the Black River Space Zone last time, where you lost so many hands. However, for the space pirates, business is business and friends are friends. Boss Bai almost admires the unparalleled fame of Ghost Blade. That's enough talking. These 3 cups are to show respect for you and to apologize for my offense last time. After this, we will be brothers. If you are still not satisfied, just vent your anger in the Seven Seas Grand Market with us. Master Qian, you are a well-respected senior in the circle of space pirates, and you started the business more than 100 years ago, right? It must have been a tough journey. When you began your career, I was still using diapers. Haha. Ha 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 ha. The commander of the National Protection Army was supposed to be a place for a renowned senior like you, and it shouldn't have been my turn at all. But I was told that you were having health issues because of previous injuries and that you offered to give the place away. The way I see it, you look rather vigorous. What injuries can possibly hurt you, the Ocean Saber? Come on. This is the best medical wine, Tiger Collapse, which is made of the marrows of dozens of ferocious animals. Although the alcohol is tough and you will be drunk for the night, it will be the best treatment to warm up the bones, boost the spiritual energy, and repair the damaged body. Come on, I'll pour the wine for the senior in person. Senior, please. Brothers, may I have your attention? Boss Bai staggered and toasted everyone at the dinner. Naturally, he talked more than he drank, but he had poured buckets of wine into the throats of the space pirates. The lesser space pirates dare not disobey him, while the powerful space pirates, intending to build up his arrogance, also drank plenty of wine to show respect for him. As a result, even the most tough-looking and quick-witted thieves were more or less drunk now. Right then, Boss Bai suddenly jumped to the top of a wine bucket and raised his cup high like a drunk bear. I have a question for everyone. Whose men do you think we are right now? The space pirates looked at each other in bewilderment. Some shouted that they were the men of the Imperium's army and the Four Kurfürsten. Yes, we are, of course, the men of the army and the Four Kurfürsten. However, looking around, Boss Bai suddenly bulged his eyes and shouted aloud, Space pirates are the most disgusting wolves and the greediest swine in the eyes of the regular nobles. None of them would bother to look at us unless it was absolutely necessary. It was all thanks to Marquis Yongchuan's negotiation and mediation that the 4 Kurfürst families finally accepted us. Are humans any different from jackals if they are ungrateful? So remember clearly now. Just leave the Imperium and the 4 families behind. We are first and foremost men of the Marquis Yongchun. We are the Lord's loyal subordinates. Whoever the Lord tells us to attack, we will attack. Whoever the Lord asks us to bite, we will bite. That is exactly the National Protection Army. If you can't do that, don't blame me for cutting him into pieces. Come on. Let's give our Lord a toast to show our respect. No. 1 cup is far from enough to express our admiration and gratitude for our Lord. 1 bucket. 1 bucket for everyone. Fill it up. Fill it up. Here's to the Lord. After hearing that, the space pirates were obliged to drink now. While his words were vulgar, he did have a point. Space pirates were nothing but chamber pots and cleaning cloths for the nobles, who were only giving them the name National Protection Army in order to strike the reformists. But thieves were always thieves. Who knew whether or not they would be the next after the reformists were indeed annihilated someday, and they would be kicked away like the filthy, stinky chamber pot. Therefore, if they could win the support of the powerful persons in the four families, say, Li Wuji who had come to recruit him in person, it would certainly be for the best. On the other hand, for Li Wuji, if he had a bunch of strong and obedient space pirates at his disposal, it would be quite beneficial for him to expand his influence in the four families and the Council of Elders. Now that both parties needed each other, they were obviously full of sincerity. Led by Boss Bai, the captains of all the pirate gangs, as well as the lone bandits, raised their wine buckets high and poured the liquids in. The amber-colored wine poured down like a waterfall. Thankfully, as immortal cultivators, they were capable of controlling their internal organs and vaporizing the water. Otherwise, their stomachs would have been broken when the buckets of wine were filled into them. But as a result, when the water was vaporized, the nutritional tonics in the wine was diluted faster too, making them drunk even more quickly. Seeing that the heads of space pirates were all blushing because of drinking, and the atmosphere was rather heated, Li Wuji slightly nodded his head to show satisfaction. With his misophobia, he would certainly not drink the same way as those pirates, but since so many people were toasting him at the same time, it would be inappropriate to not do anything. Therefore, he took out his personal cup and drank a cup of wine, which immediately raised a round of cheers. Naturally, Boss Bai's voice was the loudest and most excited of all. In the next, seeing that everybody had chugged a whole bucket of hard liquor, Boss Bai smiled and said, "The Battle of Seven Seas is about to come. This is the end of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors but the first battle of the National Protection Army, which will be the beginning of our journey to the top of all the troops in the Imperium. Let's drink another bucket of wine to celebrate the triumph of the battle in advance." Both the space pirates and the regular soldiers were most superstitious before great battles. Many things were best left unsaid, but now that Boss Bai had proposed to celebrate the triumph in advance, they naturally had to drink the second bucket of wine. Otherwise, it would have been a curse that they would fail or die in the battle. Immediately, a lot of soldiers of the Big Bai pirate gang carried hundreds of buckets of hard liquor over. After the seals and the covers were removed, it turned out to be translucent ambers and gems inside the buckets. When the heaters were aimed at the ambers and gems and shined on them for a while, they were immediately unfrozen into fragrant wine. Then, a few metal balls that could adjust temperature were thrown into every bucket, setting the temperature of the wine to the best level. It felt like the wine could crawl into their mouths on its own without them drinking as long as they raised their heads. "Come on! Let's drink up and fight bravely on the battlefield. We are not to humiliate our lord." Boss Bai batted the bucket hard and shouted. He was already staggering, his tongue blurred, and he could barely raise the wine bucket now. While he was unable to raise the bucket, other people certainly could not follow his example, because Li Wuji and other nobles were watching them coldly. All the space pirates knew that the dinner was, in fact, a test for them to see if the disobedient space pirates were docile and loyal. Then what else could they say? They'd finally found a chance to join the four families. Besides, the blue sky market had been looted by them, meaning that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists hated their guts right now. They had no choice except to be loyal right now. So, just drink it up. Therefore, the second bucket of wine was poured in. But this time, many people were drinking obviously more slowly than previously. Their bellies were rising, and they were surrounded in mists, as if they were in the middle of a sauna bath. After they finally poured the hard liquors with tremendous drugs that were specifically refined for the immortal cultivators into their stomachs, the wretched Boss Bai, out of their expectation, exclaimed again, "Everyone, everyone, I was told that our new emperor will ascend to the throne after the rebels of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors are annihilated. While we are all unrefined folks, since we are National Protection Army, we certainly cannot forget our loyalty to His Majesty. It is not a tradition to toast only twice. The third bucket of wine is to our future emperor. May the Imperium of true human beings thrive and unite the sea of stars. All the heads of space pirates looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling a headache. Although they had committed tremendous murders and other crimes, they barely touched hard liquors, which were essentially powerful aesthetics. Since they barely drank anything, it was particularly troublesome when they did get drunk. Now that they were drinking such a great quantity of wine, which was also a mix of multiple different kinds of hard liquors, they felt that furious flames were burning their internal organs and flowing into their brains along the veins and nerves, corroding and paralyzing their souls. If they were to activate their strength, they could naturally resolve the alcohol with their cultivation. However, how could they sit cross-legged and press out the alcohol right in front of Boss Bai and Li Wuji? Many people were already seeing colorful stripes or even stars before their eyes. Now that Boss Bai announced a third round of toasts, they all cursed in their hearts that the pretentious boy was too boring. But now that Boss Bai had said that it was for the future emperor, there was no excuse for them to avoid drinking now. They had already toasted for Li Wuji with a bucket of wine. If they were to refuse to toast His Majesty, not just Boss Bai, even Li Wuji would not agree. When the toast was for Li Wuji, you drank it, but when it was for the future His Majesty, you refused to drink. Then, was this a national protection army? Or Li Wuji's private troop? Li Wuji certainly knew better than leaving such a weakness for other people to criticize him. Hardly had Boss Bai concluded his sentence when Li Wuji strode forward and raised his cup, not caring if the space pirates at the dinner were hesitant. Exactly. The reformists and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors are just ants trying to shake a tree in front of the might of His Majesty. When His Majesty ascends to the throne, the Iron Army of the Imperium will immediately crumble over all the heinous rebels. Come on, everyone. Here's to His Majesty and the Imperium. He was holding a cup, but what the soldiers of the Big Bai pirate gang carried over this time were buckets that were even larger than the previous 2 rounds. It was also perfectly reasonable. His Majesty was apparently much higher than a Marquis Yongchun. Naturally, the buckets of wine to toast His Majesty should be larger than those for the Marquis Yongchun. The competition within the 4 Kurfürst families was also very intense. It was always the most sensitive period when a new emperor claimed the crown. One moment of carelessness, and even the smallest mistake could become other people's weapons. Even though they had lost the capital, they hadn't lost their great tradition of inner fights. One of the reasons why Li Wuji did not want to socialize with the rude space pirates more than he needed to was that their lack of manners would add to his trouble. But out of his expectation, what Boss Bai did was rather flawless. He couldn't help but nod his head in approval. The heads of the space pirates, however, looked awful. Some of the cautious thieves even grew wary. To be honest, it was not unusual to attack the enemy under the excuse of meetings or dinners. But things were different this time. The battle between the 4 families and the reformists was fierce. The space pirates, which were large in number, were an important leverage and would tip the scales whichever side they were to join. They might get removed when they were not needed anymore, but that time had not come yet. So, Li Wuji should be recruiting them sincerely. Boss Bai, as the mastermind, had pissed off the business alliance of 10,000 sectors with the attack on the blue sky market. He certainly had no reason to betray Li Wuji and the 4 families and swallow them at such an absolutely inappropriate timing. Even though Boss Bai had expanded a lot, they had 29 pirate gangs gathered here, and Li Wuji's regular army was also observing coldly. One Big Bai pirate gang was no match for them from any perspective. However insane Boss Bai was, he couldn't be hoping to swallow 29 pirate gangs as well as a fleet of the Kurfürsten on his own. Could he? All the heads of space pirates thought again and again, only to find no suspicious points. So, they believed that the by-surnamed boy was only showing off now that things had gotten his way, and it was best to just wait and watch. Raising their necks, they poured the 3rd bucket of wine into their stomachs, before they all cheered. "We appreciate the Lord and His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live the Imperium." Boss Bai also held the bucket and drank it hard. But he was too drunk to keep the bucket in his arms. So, he simply tossed it to the ground into pieces, with the wine splashing like blood. "We are all life and death brothers after the 3 buckets of wine. Whoever is disloyal to the Imperium or to his brothers shall be torn into shreds that will turn into rats mauling and biting each other, experiencing the pain more miserable than hell. He was completely drunk and began to talk nonsense. Commander Bai, this is enough. Looking at him coldly, Li Wuji said, No, it's not enough. Boss Bai waved his hands uncontrollably and said, Ha 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 ha. Today is the happiest day of my life. Can you imagine that? He almost waved his hands that were stained with wine to Li Wuji's face. Immediately coming back to himself, he was covered in a cold sweat. Li Wuji stepped back, his eyebrows almost rising, as he glared at him angrily. Commander Bai, this is truly enough. I think the atmosphere is heated enough, and other people have shown enough respect for you as their commander. Yes, of course. His lips shivering and his face reddened, Boss Bai said, while the odor of wine spurted out of his mouth, I'm just too happy and want to serve my lord too much. Li Wuji took another step back to dodge the odor of wine from Boss Bai's mouth. Covering his nose with a handkerchief, he glanced at his guard. His guard went forward and announced, Please enjoy yourselves at the dinner. Our lord has to leave in advance for other duties. By the time the Seven Seas Grand Market is conquered, our lord will hold a party again and entertain the generals here. Goodbye, my lord. Boss Bai crossed his hands and bowed deeply, bidding farewell to Li Wuji together with the space pirates. But as it happened, probably because he had drunk too much wine, or probably he was too excited to digest it for a moment, his stomach roared when he bowed, and he burped so loud that he was almost vomiting the wine out. Li Wuji was so shocked that his entire face was darkened. He hurried to leave with his nose covered. The other heads of space privates wanted to laugh but did not have the courage to. Seeing how Boss Bai was making a fool of himself, they threw away the anger that they were forced to drink 3 buckets of wine a moment ago, and they further believed that the smug guy couldn't have any scheme. Boss Bai made 2 acidulous burps and struggled to press the wine in his throat back to his stomach. Knowing that he had greatly humiliated himself and probably pissed off Li Wuji, he hurried to clean up his clothes, wipe the greasy sweat on his face, and chase after Li Wuji. My lord, my lord! Boss Bai chased after Li Wuji on the road to the number 1 dock. Commander Bai, is there anything else? Li Wuji turned around after hearing the calling. He said coldly, If there's nothing else, just go back and gather your troops. Like you said, it is not an easy task to unite so many pirate gangs. The Imperium has been treating you well. You have to serve the country dutifully to return the favor. Yes, yes, I'll certainly devote my life and soul to the country. Well, Boss Bai stammered, not knowing what he was saying at all. He said in embarrassment, Well, I was slightly drunk just now. I hope that my lord wouldn't. Li Wuji tried to hold his laughter back and put on a smile. This time, Boss Bai's leather coat had been stained with wine and oil. It was greasy and stinky and couldn't have looked more terrible. Li Wuji, with his misophobia, wouldn't pat his shoulder in person even if there were 10 handkerchiefs on it. His personal guard knew his master's temper very well. He simply stepped forward on behalf of Li Wuji and patted Boss Bai's shoulder. Commander Bai, everything about you is perfect, except that I didn't know that you had a drinking problem, Li Wuji said thoughtfully. I know that space pirates can be quite stressed when you make a living for yourselves, and if your nerves are tightened for too long, it is possible for you to get deranged. So, some of you like to soothe the nerves and the soul with special medical wines. It is also some sort of special training. However, a great war is coming near, and you have just recruited those disobedient guys, which needs you to be 100% sober. If you fail your mission because of drinking, even I wouldn't be able to save you. Of course. Boss Bai was suddenly refreshed. He held his chest high and declared, Rest assured, my lord, I will not touch any drop of alcohol from this moment on. If I ever do, please cut my tongue, my lord. I do not want your tongue. What I want is the Seven Seas Grand Market, as well as the lives of the rebels of the Reformists and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Li Wuji narrowed his eyes and gnashed. Then, he softened his voice and said solemnly, Commander Bai, don't ever think that I'm simply regarding the likes of space pirates as pawns and cannon fodder. At the very least, you are different from other people. If you were a pawn or cannon fodder, your life and death would be none of my concerns. Would I care if you drink at all? There would be no need for me to say any of this to you. However, I truly have high hopes for you and believe that you are more than a humble space pirate. Or rather, you have only joined the circle of space pirates soon, and it is still possible to rescue you. Come on, there are no other space pirates here. Let's just be honest with each other. Do you think the 4 Kurfürst family's recruitment of the space pirates is sincere? Is it possible that they will get rid of the space pirates after they are no longer needed? Boss Bai was slightly dazed, as if he were caught unprepared by Li Wuji's subtle questions. Not knowing what to say for now, he sweated even harder. Well, about that, I truly don't know. Well, it's not my place to say. You don't know, or you don't want to know? With a smile, Li Wuji said unhurriedly. In fact, you should know that the space pirates who have been in the business for decades are already rotten to the bones. Even though they are under the banner of a legitimate army, they still can't stand restraints. After enough endurance, they will commit wrongdoings again because of the unchangeable nature. Therefore, the cooperation with those people is only temporary. One day, the National Protection Army will be further regrouped to clean the mark of space pirates in the past. That's when it will be reborn into a real regular army. Just now, you said that you were my men, but are the space pirates really qualified to be my men? But you, Commander Bai, Boss Bai, are the only exception. I truly look forward to your future, and I'm raising you as a trusted subordinate. I will also invest in the regrouped National Protection Army in the future without caring about the cost and help you build an unprecedented deep sky fleet that roams 100 worlds invincibly. In short, I have no doubt that you should be one of the toughest fleet commanders in the Imperium in the next 100 years, but not a clandestine space pirate. Now, you should understand how important you are. Young man, a great future is ahead of you. Just try to seize it. Boss Bai seemed to be greatly shocked, as if he did not expect that Li Wuji would be so straightforward or think so highly of him. Every wrinkle on his lips and his face was shivering, until he was shedding tears in silence in the end. My lord, you have given me so much appreciation that you are almost another parent for me, Boss Bai cried. Although it was my parents who gave me my life is solely yours now, my lord. It's been many years since my birth parents passed away, and I've been making a living in space on my own for all those years. Nobody taught me any life lesson. Also, because of the environment, I was forced to embark on the wrong path in helplessness. Actually, I regret very much that I became a despicable space pirate. My lord has given me a new life. You have raised me so considerately without bothering my humble background. I really don't know what to say right now. My lord, I do have another request. If it is too outrageous, please just consider it my drunk talk. The request is, well, I've been lonely for a long time since my birth parents died, but my lord's kindness for me makes me feel the parental warmth again. Then, it somehow occurs to me how great it would be if my lord adopts me. Well, I know it is inappropriate, too inappropriate. My lord's identity is too honorable for you to adopt someone like me as a son. However, considering my lord's age, you are actually in the generation of my grandfather. I'm told that your sons are all strong and well-acknowledged pillars of the country. How fortunate would I be if I could be adopted by one of them and be my lord's foster grandson? Slightly shocked, Li Wuji observed Boss Bai carefully. Somewhat embarrassed under his eyes, Boss Bai chuckled and lowered his head. You are really? Li Wuji thought for a long time, only to come up with no word to describe Boss Bai. He simply waved his hands and said, let's talk about it after the Battle of Seven Seas Grand Market is over and the rebels of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors are taken care of. Since you are loyal enough, it is not entirely unnegotiable. Thank you, my lord. Overjoyed, Boss Bai kneeled again. But this time he was not falling on one of his knees, but two. Li Wuji was quick enough to step away. His personal guard also supported Boss Bai to prevent Boss Bai from kneeling. Don't do that. You are a general of the Imperium after all, and you'd better have the corresponding demeanor. Li Wuji couldn't hold it back anymore. Pointing at Boss Bai's leather coat, he said, Also, hurry to change your clothes. Haven't the regular uniforms and the battle uniforms of the Imperium been distributed to you? A regular soldier should be like a regular soldier. Yes, my lord is right. Boss Bai immediately began to take off his clothes, as if he were determined to be naked before Li Wuji. Li Wuji sighed and couldn't take it anymore. He hurried to go. Wait, my lord, please wait. Boss Bai chased after him while taking off his clothes. Are you not done yet? Li Wuji had run out of patience. He said gloomily, Nothing important. But please be careful on your way. Boss Bai said pitifully, You have left half of the fleet here and are leaving with only the other half. I hope nothing will go wrong. Li Wuji sniffed and said, The guards of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors have been destroyed in the ports of the Blue Sky Market without any survivors. The rest of their fleets are marching to the Seven Seas Grand Market crazily, ready to focus and defend their nest. As for the other fleets of the reformists, they are cleaning up the mess in the capital and have no time to deal with us for now, don't they? What can possibly go wrong? Realizing that he had misspoken, Boss Bai said, blushing, I just want to remind my lord to be wary of the cultivators. The cultivators? Li Wuji stopped his foot that was about to step away. It's been a long time since I heard them. Why is this place harassed by the cultivators? Yes, it is. Boss Bai said solemnly. The cultivators are even more brutal and horrible than space pirates. They do not have any personal desires or weaknesses, which means that it is impossible to negotiate with or recruit them. There is no telling what they think, but they seem unafraid of failure or death. It had been many years since any cultivators caused trouble in this area, but they began to raise turmoil again recently. Their general soldiers are not a big deal, just a few farmers and miners who have stolen some chainswords and storm bolters. But their leader, Fist King Lei Zhonglia, is really a tough one. Oh! Seeing the hate on Boss Bai's face, Li Wuji somehow grew interested. Why have you fought him? Is he very tricky to deal with? We are all making a living at the edge of the Imperium. If the cultivators get more, the space pirates will have less. Naturally, there are frictions. Thinking for a moment, Boss Bai said, Most of the cultivators are not exactly tricky, but they can be more persistent and better at running than us. We space pirates do not have many supply and maintenance points in the vast space. After all, most of the cities are scared of us. Before, apart from the free fares under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, there were only several ports of space pirates where we could be anchored. If we missed the supply points and encountered a space storm, we would be dead for sure. Those cultivators, on the other hand, seemed particularly good at activating the ordinary people. They could also hide themselves among the ordinary people. In every resource planet or every mine, no matter to whom those places belonged, they could always find a way out or melt themselves into the local people. In the past 20 years, the Imperium had an expedition first and then a rebellion later. While the space pirates were developing, the cultivators were developing too, even faster than the space pirates in a lot of places. That's really unbelievable. I've considered it for a long time, and I think that an ancient saying summarizes it quite well. Those who are barefooted are not scared of those who are wearing shoes, and those who are powerful are scared of those who are dogged. Compared to the government army and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, all the space pirates are barefooted. We have nothing but our worthless lives, and the battles are always in our favor no matter how they are fought. Those wretched cultivators, on the other hand, are even more destitute and unafraid of death than us. We are all traveling in space to earn money and make a living. Since there are not many profits, we are often reluctant to attack the cultivators, but those poor wretches often assault us when we have just done a big job, with our arsenals empty and our trophy warehouses full. Once they succeed, they will immediately move on to the resource planets and distribute the stuff they stole from us to the local miners and farmers. As you can see, my lord, after those people get benefits from the cultivators, they will naturally side with the cultivators and give them information. They will help treat the wounded and fabricate identities, and they will even ask the youngsters in their families who cannot live on anymore to join the team of the cultivators, the damn Starlight. The space pirates always highlight a timely evacuation when an attack fails. How can we march to the resource planets to annihilate the cultivators? We can only sit and watch them buying people over with the stuff that we looted through all the trouble. What's the outcome? We take all the blame and they have all the benefits. Yet, there is no way that we can settle the scores with them. It's truly maddening. Li Wuji nodded his head and sighed. Yes, while the cultivators are just minor trouble compared to the Covenant Alliance and the rebelling reformists, they have been active for 1,000 years since the fall of the Star Ocean Republic. During the 1,000 years, the minor trouble was never completely resolved, and it would be revived after every decade. It is undeniable that the cultivators do have high expertise in deceptions. Since even the government army has failed to extinguish them, it is only natural that you can't either. Right, let's talk about that Fist King Lei Zhonglia. I've vaguely heard about the name before when I was in the Li family. He is an expert in the organization of the cultivators who only rose recently. Isn't he? How good is he compared to you? The Fist King is very strong. I fought him several times. Neither of us was a winner. When Lei Zhonglia was mentioned, Boss Bai immediately grew solemn. Considering for a long time, he said, "However, the deepest impression that the man left on me is not his combat ability. If we are talking about combat ability, so many experts were sent by the 4 Kurfürst families when they hunted me, but none of them could do anything about me, could they? But this Fist King Lei Zhonglia is also a specialist of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus besides fighting. He is best at hacking the control system of the hostile starships, thereby interfering with and taking over the whole starship. When my Big By pirate gang encountered the cultivators' fleet of Starlight, Fist King Lei Zhonglia could hack my command system and mess up my previously delicate battle formation while he fought with me. Damn it! Why is he nicknamed Fist King when he is obviously a specialist of crystal processors? How shameless! That was truly the most humiliating thing ever since I began my career. I intended to keep it a secret forever, but since my lord has been treating me so well, would I even deserve to be a human being if I kept anything from my lord? All in all, I suffered a notable setback from Fist King Lei Zhonglia, and it was quite fortunate of me to have returned in one piece. I was among the lucky dogs. I was told that quite the local garrisons of quite a few sectors had also encountered the cultivators' fleet led by Fist King Lei Zhonglia, and many of their starships had been hacked and stolen. Under his leadership, the crushed members of Starlight, who fled to this place in a panic, have been redeveloped and revived, and it took only less than 1 year. I'm thinking that since the war between the 4 Kurfürst families and the reformists is coming near, the cultivators are unlikely to sit by and watch but will certainly jump out and stir trouble. Now that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors tried to recruit us, who knows whether or not they would recruit Starlight. That's why I asked my lord to be careful on the way. Ha! Considering for a long time, Li Wuji slightly nodded his head. The information is very important for our next step in our operation. Commander Bai, it is very considerate of you. Having been complimented by his master, Boss Bai smiled as delightedly as a blooming flower. My lord is both strong and blessed. Even though you do encounter that Fist King Lei Zhonglia, my lord will certainly crumble him into pieces. It was unnecessary for me to say anything. No, whoever the enemy is, one can't be too careful in dealing with them. It's better to be safe than sorry. Li Wuji looked at Boss Bai with great satisfaction. You're quite right on this one. It was indeed necessary to report it to me. If you have any other intelligence in the future, just contact me via the private communication channel that I gave to you. Remember, that is a channel only you know. Of all the space pirates, it is your voice that I want to hear. Understood. Boss Bai smiled in ecstasy. I will certainly live up to my lord's trust and appreciation. Very good. Now go back and restrain your troops. If they are too greedy and wild, they will have no combat ability at all. Li Wuji waved his hands. I've stayed long enough in the blue sky market. If you have anything else, just contact me through the secret letter. Of course. Farewell, my lord. Boss Bai saluted in an unprofessional way first, before he bowed to the ground, his pointy and skinny bottom poking backward. By the time Li Wuji boarded on Eternal Spring, his flagship, Boss Bai was still in the dock of the blue sky market like a black little nail. Having returned to his personal chamber on his flagship, Li Wuji did not have any smile or trust on his face anymore as he observed Boss Bai through dozens of surveillance cameras. Through the feedback of the dozens of surveillance cameras, Boss Bai's every movement and every change of expression during the past half-day were scanned and analyzed carefully 100 times. My lord, the sound waves of every word this Boss Bai said just now, as well as his facial changes and other biophysical changes, including heartbeat and blood flow, have been analyzed in detail just now. There shouldn't be a problem. A young, handsome adjutant who looked similar to Li Wuji stepped forward and brought him a cup of green tea first before he inputted a comprehensive analysis report into Li Wuji's portable crystal processor. He said boldly, "However, I'm still not fond of him." The adjutant who had the privilege to enter Li Wuji's personal chamber freely was naturally not a random person. He was the biological son of another powerful person in the family and sort of a nephew for Li Wuji. It was a tradition that the powerful persons in the family struck an alliance. They would entrust their biological sons to each other for tutelage in exchange for a more valid alliance and deeper trust so that they would be condensed into an inseparable community of interests. Therefore, the adjutant could be counted as a half-true disciple for Li Wuji. Plus the noble identity of his father, he did not need to be too careful about how he talked. The Bai guy is certainly not a likable man. When I saw him, I thought of a rat grinding its teeth in the gutter. His eyes closed. Li Wuji took over the refreshing perfume that the adjutant handed over and smeared it on the sides of his nose, soothing the disgust of dealing with the stinky space pirates. However, I didn't recruit him for his personal charisma. Even a rat has a rat's usage, doesn't it? He is a treacherous scoundrel. The adjutant retrieved a few pictures where Boss Bai dragged Zhuo to walk. Then he said, "Please take a look, my lord. How arrogant the Bai guy was when he was faced with Zhou Tianying, and how adulatory and shameless he was before you. He even wanted my lord to adopt him? That's truly daydreaming. How can the noble blood of the Li family be tarnished by that kind of people? He is a space pirate. If he is not a shameless scoundrel, are you expecting him to be someone chaste?" Li Wuji was still not bothered. He even laughed in amusement. Despite the clumsiness, he was still pledging loyalty to me. Don't bother about the small details. Your analysis of micro-expressions and biophysical parameters should support that too. Except for his brazenness and desire for power, his face does not imply any other scheme, right? I've seen too many such people. He may be insane and crazy when he is a space pirate, but he is just waiting to sell himself for a good price. I just don't understand. The adjutant stared at Boss Bai in the picture gloomily. At this moment, the fleet that Li Wuji brought had taken off and left the blue sky market. But until the last starship left, Boss Bai had been standing there to see them off. Boss Bai's spiteful behavior made the adjutant uncomfortable. The pure adulation and shamelessness was something that a noble descendant like him couldn't understand. Why do we have to recruit those scumbags? A rat and a scumbag can also be useful under the right circumstances. Li Wuji continued to teach his adjutant, who was also a half-disciple for him. Space pirates gather and disperse unpredictably, yet they can cause great sabotages. They are like annoying flies that hum next to your ears all day and can be a great distraction. If you try to hunt those rats and scumbags, you may not be able to catch all of them, but as long as they begin to resent you, they will jump out and seek revenge from you in the next 10 years. There is a chance. Think about it. If such people are recruited by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, who invest tremendous resources to arm and upgrade them, what great trouble will they grow into? Therefore, the National Protection Army we established is not expected to have a great performance. It will be worth it as long as they are not inclined to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists. Besides, those scoundrels are adept at certain things that the regular army is not good at or unable to do due to their identity. If we use them well, they can be an army that catches everyone unprepared in both the war between the four Kurfürst families and the reformists right now and the competition within the families for me and your father to rise to higher places. Trading their loyalty with the resources of the family is always a great bargain, no matter how questionable the loyalty is. One more thing. It's true that I think highly of this Bai guy. He seems different from regular space pirates. How is the investigation on his identity going? There's no result yet. The adjutant shook his head. His identity is truly mysterious. I've searched the official file databases of dozens of sectors, but none of them contain the information of such an expert. It's almost like he jumped out of nowhere. Is that so? That's quite understandable, Li Wuji said. The peripheral worlds of the Imperium have always been messy and disordered. Even the strongest family of immortal cultivators may be demolished, with everybody killed, in the blink of an eye. Those who luckily survived will also escape further into the space without leaving any information, as if the family had never existed. However, I have studied many of his battle cases and found the hint of the regular army in his tactical style, which indicates that he is probably associated with the army. Perhaps his father was a serviceman? All in all, he is neither from the family of space pirates nor with the rebelling reformists, and he should naturally be on our side. Boss By can't be his real name, and his hideous face right now must have been carefully devised too. But it doesn't matter. Up until so far, I can't find any reason why he would betray me. Standing on our side is his best choice. He can't be crazy enough to piss off the reformists and the four families at the same time, can he? Ha 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 ha. You do have a point, my lord, the adjutant said. Whoever he was in the past, now that he has cooperated with us and raised the blue sky market, he has declared war on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, and he can only take our side to be my lord's dog now. Yes, that's quite right. But I'm not putting 100% trust in him either, Li Wuji said. I've left a few spies in the 29 pirate gangs that make up the National Protection Army. On the other hand, the half-fleet that I entrusted to the Bai Guy's disposal will supervise him. Should he have any anomaly in the conquest of the Seven Seas Grand Market, the half-fleet and the spies in the pirate gangs will teach him a good lesson about loyalty. My plan is absolutely flawless. What's there to be worried about? The adjutant nodded his head and filled Li Wuji's cup with hot water. Right? Sipping the hot tea, Li Wuji suddenly said, How's the intelligence work on the cultivators going? The cultivators have caused quite a fuss in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. A lot of information has come from various channels. Even the Bai Guy told me a lot just now. Even a minor trouble can be quite tricky when it happens at a critical moment. The cultivators' fleet attacked 7 military warehouses in the Red Fat Space Zone and disappeared after plundering tremendous assets. The adjutant said, We don't know whether they are upgrading their warships with our military assets, preparing for another big job, or it is an even worse possibility that they have truly been recruited by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. In my opinion, the regular cultivators are not a big deal at all, just a bunch of worthless mobsters. But that Fist King Xianxia is truly an extremely dangerous person, even more dangerous than this shameless boss Bai. That's right. Fist King Xianxia escaped from the land of sins of the martial meritocrats sector. Getting to the bottom of it, wasn't the dead man Li Lingfeng to be blamed for everything? Li Wuji said after a long sigh. That pair of siblings is really interesting. The brother founded the land of sins and started the slaughter stream, only to broadcast the magnificent killing spree of the cultivators to all the people of the Imperium. Not only was it a great humiliation for all the immortal cultivators, but he also let the crushed members of Starlight run loose. As a result, the tides of cultivators have been breaking out nationwide in the past year. Even many immortal cultivators found their beliefs collapsed after watching the great collapse of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The sister, on the other hand, is even more incredible. She has changed from the queen of the Imperium to the leader of the reformists and the temporary archon of the Imperium, about to swallow her family back. The Li family has truly suffered a lot. Otherwise, it would have been unnecessary for us to recruit all those flies, bugs, and rats. Are those siblings the heaven's punishment for the Li family? The topic was too sensitive. Even though Li Lingfeng had died and Li Linghai had rebelled, Li Wuji could comment on them. But his adjutant, as a junior, did not have the courage to. He simply chuckled in acknowledgement. All right, just go now. Let the captain perform a space jump after sailing to the designated steady area. I'm going to take a nap. There will be no need to wake me up. Li Wuji adjusted his chair, transforming it from a hard seat to a soft gel-like bed, before he lied down. His adjutant quietly cleaned up the tea utensils and left the room. Since he was on his own flagship, Li Wuji relaxed quickly and forgot the discomfort he had when he was dealing with the space pirates. But when he was half asleep, he was dwelling in new annoyance again. It was not exactly about the cultivators. Even though the cultivators did have a leader like Fist King Lei Zhonglia, they would be no trouble in front of the powerful Imperium even if they were 10 times stronger. His concerns were not even the Reformists or the Covenant Alliance. After all, the Reformists were too shallow and short of soldiers. They might have seized the capital, but so what? In the past 100 years, after the rise of the 4 Kurfürst families, the heart of the Imperium had been beating more and more slowly in the first place. The symbolic significance of the capital's fall was much greater than the actual significance. Of course, the Imperial Terminus sector where the capital was at was a unique, convenient intersection of space jumps. Losing it would increase the trouble for the Kurfürst families to communicate or gather their fleets. But there was nothing too severe. As for the Covenant Alliance, it had been crippled in the Great Expedition in the past 2 decades, and it was an even lesser problem. What Li Wuji was worried about was still the internal relationship of the 4 families. The 4 families were both friends and foes. Before every new emperor ascended to the throne, a storm of blood had always been raised regarding the choice of the new emperor. Queen Li Linghai had been through such competitions in person. That was why she was bold enough to kill Emperor Xinwu atrociously. It hit the critical part of the 4 families. It was exactly Li Linghai's goal to let the 4 families fight over the choice of the new emperor, which was an open, undisguised scheme. But Li Wuji discovered, to his sadness, that even though they knew it was a scheme, they had no choice except to bite each other hard. If the 4 families could be united, the Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, the Space Pirates, and the Cultivators would have been annihilated a long time ago, and today's devastation would be spared. Li Wuji thought in pitifulness. It's a shame that nobody is really selfless. People of the 4 families understand it too well. Such national concerns only hovered for one moment in his head. When the idea that nobody is really selfless popped in his head, he began to focus all his attention on his future interests. The 29 pirate gangs had been recruited by him. If the Battle of 7 Seas went well, even more space pirates would join him, which would be a force not to be underestimated. If he could grasp them in his hands, the capital had been conquered by the Reformists, and there were a lot of vacancies in the Council of Elders after the casualties. Everybody wanted to move one step higher, and he seemed to have a great shot. While thinking, Li Wuji fell asleep. The microchips in the soft bed, sensing the changes of his biophysical parameters, switched to the sleep protection mode automatically. The gel became softer and gradually enveloped him, which could soothe the discomfort in the space jump later. Li Wuji had been through countless space jumps. Also, he had invested a huge amount of money on the modification of his personal chamber. The wall, the floor, and the ceiling had all been embedded with buffer and stabilization rune arrays. There would not be much shaking even during a space jump, and his thinking and his rest would not be disrupted. However, soon after he just entered his dream, perhaps only several seconds, a deafening explosion, as if the whole world had been turned upside down, shocked him out of his soft bed of gels. Li Wuji's pupils constricted violently as he sensed fatal cracks on both the starship and himself. It seemed that an invisible, uncanny force was tearing apart the entire starship and all the crew members in the most brutal way, trying to rip them into 4-dimensional fragments. Li Wuji seemed to have been caught in a weird nightmare. The wall around and the famous paintings hanging on it were suddenly stretched to somewhere far, far away, as if they were 10,000 meters from him, before they were suddenly bounced back to his face, almost whizzing into his eyes. He extended his hands, only to discover that his hands were like blossoming flowers. Everything, from the fat and the veins to the nerves and the bones, was clearly visible, but he could not sense the slightest pain. The fundamental law of the 3-dimensional world had been completely violated. The deafening explosion just now was more than sound waves too, and it was flowing, roaring, and corroding his soul that was exposed outside of his brain in glamorous colors. It took Li Wuji a long time before he finally gathered a tiny bit of thinking ability and realized his status. His flagship Eternal Spring and him were in a certain state of transition or superimposition when it was breaking into the four-dimensional space for a space jump. However, the space jump did not succeed, and his starship or even his fleet had been bounced back mercilessly. It was almost like a high-speed train running into an iron wall. No, it was even worse than that. It was because they were not bounced back because of the problems of the space jump units or other faults, but because the wormholes that they ripped were blown apart by bombardments, and they were thrown back to where they came. They were assaulted by the enemy in the middle of a space jump. It was the most dreadful nightmare that no starship commander wanted to experience. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions congregated into a flood raging inside every pathway on the starship, collapsing and swallowing everything on its way. The crystal suits, the space shuttles, the arsenals, and the panicked immortal cultivators. As a powerful person of the four Kurfürst families, Li Wuji had a fleet that was equipped with the most advanced and high-quality starships. The defense of his flagship Eternal Spring was only slightly lower than that of the general starship of the family. It was an out-and-out super warship. Under normal circumstances, one Eternal Spring was enough to deal with a dozen hostile starships without losing when it was not with a fleet. It could even resist the fierce firepower of a space fortress the hard way and fire back at the enemy. However, it was a whole different case when a starship entered the space jump state. No matter how sturdy the alloy armor, how strong the spiritual shield, and how thick the interferential magnetic field was in the three-dimensional world, it was absolutely meaningless for a starship that had been unfolded in the four-dimension. When unfolded in the four-dimension, all their internal parts would be exposed. How could the armor on their bodies help at all, however solid it was? When the enemy lurking in the dark suddenly dropped the disguise and launched the fiercest firepower at the fleet that was in the middle of a jump, it was not an ambush or a war but a sheer slaughter. Eternal Spring and its owner, Li Wuji, were finally bounced back to the three-dimensional state. But the damage caused by the intense explosions and the severe interferences were irreversible. Li Wuji stared at his hands in a daze. During the process when he was bounced from the four-dimensional state to the three-dimensional state, space ripples had been flying freely inside the starship like blades without thickness and, other than reaping the lives of too many immortal cultivators outside, cut his 3 fingers and half of his ear. The blood was spurting crazily, staining the delicate woolen carpet on the floor into a mess. He was both disgusted and in pain. His case was among the better ones. His personal chamber had the best protection. So, the rampage of space ripples did not cause much damage. He couldn't imagine what a terrifying picture it would be outside, particularly near the engine compartment and the space jump units. How did it happen? His face pale and covered in a cold sweat, Li Wuji was completely lost. Even the dumbest starship commander knew that, while space jump was the most important technology for mankind to conquer the universe, it was also the most vulnerable, defenseless moment for every starship and every passenger on board and the most likely moment for the enemy to attack. Therefore, a space jump should only be performed in the most steady area after ensuring that no enemy was around. If possible, it would be better to ensure that they would be met by their own people at the destination of the jump, and they had large space gates for navigation. Only by doing so could the space jump be riskless. Even though the commander on Li Wuji's fleet was not the most famous general in the Imperium, he was still from a noble background and was a professional with decades of training and 100 years of commanding experience. The jump point he had chosen was the traditional, steadiest point in space near the blue sky market. Every 9 out of 10 starships that passed the blue sky market would choose to jump from here. Nothing had ever gone wrong. All the warships in the blue sky market that belonged to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had been destroyed or disarmed. It was absolutely impossible for them to take off and attack Li Wuji and his fleet. Was it done by the space pirates? Absolutely impossible. All the pirate warships were docked in the blue sky market obediently under the watch of the other half of his fleet closely. Li Wuji did not receive any report of the anomaly at all. A third force that was neither the space pirates nor the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had suddenly jumped out to attack them? That was too preposterous. The universe was too vast, and the distance was too far. Technically speaking, nobody could suddenly jump out at all. Li Wuji's starship could have detected the waves of the rushing starships within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If a fleet had been coming at them aggressively from millions of kilometers away or even further, his commander, being neither blind nor deaf, couldn't have neglected it at all or decided to perform a space jump under such circumstances in order to kill themselves. Could he? After all the impossibilities were ruled out, there was only one explanation that was most ridiculous and horrifying was left. Li Wuji suddenly felt that his mouth was dry, and his heart had sunken into a bottomless canyon. The only possibility was that there was indeed a hostile fleet, one that did not come at them aggressively from millions of kilometers away but had been ambushing right next to them all the time. To be more exact, they had been ambushing in the steady space that was most suitable for space jumps near the blue sky market. Turning off the power units, retreating the spiritual shields, maintaining radio silence, and even lowering the artificial gravity and air circulation inside the starships to the minimum, they tried not to spread out the slightest spiritual wave. If there was indeed such a silent fleet, which had stayed in the state of rocks and garbage for the past few days or even longer, it was indeed possible that they could have avoided the scanning of Li Wuji's fleet under the cover of the stone belts outside of the blue sky market. However, how can there possibly be such an insane tactic? Li Wuji let out a scream of incomprehension. In order to carry out such a tactic, the enemy must have arrived here a few days in advance to set up the ambush, and to not release many spiritual waves. The living environment on the starships must have been extremely harsh. Chances were that the temperature was below zero, and the air was stinky. Everybody had to wear their crystal suits and live through the few days in sufferings with the self-circulating respirators as tough as iron. The mysterious, silent fleet was like an assassin who hid inside a swamp, holding the breath, the pores, and even the heartbeat, just in order to wait for an opportunity to cut the enemy's throat. Li Wuji discovered painfully that he seemed to have fallen into a fatal trap. The mysterious enemy with such willpower and such a high control over the fleet was certainly not waiting for any random business group or pirate gang. The only prey that was worth their price was him, Li Wuji. My lord! My lord! His adjutant's desperate screams echoed from outside the door. Before Li Wuji answered, his adjutant, covered in blood and snot, had already barged in. Li Wuji looked around and picked the flowery scarf on the table. Grabbing the adjutant's collar with the scarf as a blockage, he shrieked, "Don't panic! What exactly has happened?" A mysterious fleet that came out of nowhere launched an assault at us while we were carrying out the space jump. The adjutant cried, "Doomed! Our fleet is doomed. Most of the starships have been deformed by the space ripples and lost the abilities to attack, defend, or move. The remaining starships have also lost their commandership and become loose sand." Idiot! Had it not been the blood and snot on his adjutant's face, Li Wuji would have slapped him hard. What do you mean by saying, they have lost their commandership? What are the captains doing? Hurry and raise the spiritual shields and gather the starships that are still mobile. Even a skinny camel is still larger than a horse. My fleet is among the best at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Even though we've been attacked halfway through the space jump, who can be certain to swallow all my starships? It's impossible to raise the spiritual shield or send any message to other starships. The adjutant replied, almost crying, "Our control system and even the entire battle network have been compromised and sabotaged by the enemy." What? Feeling that his head was dizzy, Li Wuji shouted at the loudest of his voice, "How is it possible? Eternal Spring has state-of-the-art technologies in cyber warfare. After we set sail and the dynamic defense system is activated, the password for every interface is changed more than 100 times every second. Who could have hacked our battle network so quickly? It was not hacked just now," his adjutant wailed. When docked in the blue sky market for maintenance and fuel refill, Eternal Spring was once connected to the database of the blue sky market to collect the business secrets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Billions of entries of information were copied. Somebody must have snuck in at that time and left a backdoor in our system. By the time we had a space jump and the mainframe crystal processor of the starship was most vulnerable, the enemy kicked on the back door and broke in like ferocious wolves. You. Li Wuji felt that the world was swirling before his eyes in his fury. He finally slapped the adjutant in the face brutally despite the filth. Idiot, somebody left a backdoor on the mainframe crystal processor of the flagship and even the battle network of the entire fleet, and you had no response at all? Were you all dead? Also, even when we were anchored, it would still take a long time for the enemy to compromise our dozens of layers of defense, right? How could the enemy have achieved that? You're quite right, my lord, the adjutant said gloomily. At that time, the blue sky market was just conquered by us. Fires and explosions were still occasionally happening in the warehouses. As a result, the network system inside the market was unstable, and intense waves were happening every few minutes. Sometimes the chaotic pulses from the explosions would affect our starships too. They are all the regular phenomena when a port is conquered. We never thought much of it back then. But now that we think of it again, that was probably when the enemy snuck in under the cover of the interferences and the pulses. As for the time, well, we did not plan to stay for long in the blue sky market, which might have given the enemy an opportunity, but later, my lord was invited to the celebration dinner by the by guy. A lot of time was delayed. On your way back to the starship, my lord was stalled by the by guy again, who ranted on so many things like asking to be your foster son, reminding you to be wary of Fist King Xianxia. A lot of time was wasted again. Perhaps it was during that time. Li Wuji's eyeballs protruded out of his eye sockets slowly, like the eggs being squeezed out of the birth canal, as he stared at his adjutant. His adjutant had been too focused on talking eloquently to help his master analyze the current situation. It was not until this moment that he finally noticed his master's murderous eyes. Flabbergasted, he hurried to stop and looked at his master pitifully. Get lost! Li Wuji bellowed and shoved his adjutant before he ran out of his personal chamber to the bridge. Whatever it takes, gather the soldiers that are still able to move. Let's retreat to the blue sky market with the unreachable starships as our cover. Drastic changes must have happened in the blue sky market right now. We have to return immediately and suppress the by guy and then resist the newly emerging mysterious enemy based on the defense system at the edge of the blue sky market. This is the only way. If Boss Bai seizes the other half of our fleet in the blue sky market and controls the whole defense system of the blue sky market, we will be doomed for good. Li Wuji shrieked as he rushed away, not even noticing that one of his boots was missing. Before him, the previously straight pathway had been twisted into a broken screw. Shockingly, huge cracks were everywhere on the wall. Almost all the tubes and cables had been broken, either spurting out high-pressure air currents or unleashing spluttering sparks. Now and then, he saw the most terrible picture. A lot of immortal cultivators and the wall were melted into an inseparable whole, and metal particles had filled their internal organs. They had died the most miserable death. They were all the consequences of the failed space jump. When the crew members and the wall were dismembered, ready to pass the four-dimensional space, they suffered a heavy strike, which blew them together in the four-dimensional state like a tornado. After they were bounced back to the three-dimensional space again, they were already a tragedy. It was also the first time that Li Wuji had ever seen such horror in person. The scene was no worse than the cruelest torture for an unsullied noble like him. He tried his best not to throw up on his way to the bridge. It was a pity that the bridge of eternal spring was also mired in flames. Everything was a mess. The crystal processors and the seats of the crew were lying on the ground, and the small explosions never stopped. The leadership, who should be controlling the starship and commanding the fleet, had mostly put on their crystal suits and were fighting the rogue fires and the balls of lightning with the foam extinguishers. Li Wuji calmed himself down and meant to discuss it with the captain. But to his surprise, the captain was standing before the mainframe crystal processor in a daze, staring at the main operation menu on the light beam in hopelessness and desperation. Li Wuji looked at where the captain's shivering eyes were looking, only to discover that the main operation menu of his flagship was empty. All the data and information had been shattered into glittering stars, and the stars were gradually condensed into a gigantic swirl, revolving slowly. Very soon, at the center of the swirl, which looked like a black hole, an iron fist slowly rose. The iron fist was filled with the virile and barbaric blast. Rivets, screws, and rust were all over its surface, and steams that looked like white dragons were jetting from the joints. The sound of it squeaking after being filled up by fury was almost audible. Then, from the top of the picture, a crown made of gears fell down on the fist in a bam. The iron fist wearing the crown of gears silently watched the immortal cultivators who were in a mess. Fist King! The adjutant lost his cool and shouted behind Li Wuji, "It's Fist King Lei Zhonglia!" Li Wuji's heart that had been falling in the valley was finally grabbed by that iron fist. 5 minutes earlier, in the blue sky market, neither the space pirates nor the half-fleet that Li Wuji left behind for supervision foresaw the slaughter among the broken stars 5 minutes later. Li Wuji's departure was actually quite a relief on the rude and disobedient space pirates, like the employees whose stern boss had just left. Everybody revealed their real appearance, screaming and shouting, pushing the joy of the party to the apex. Even the seasoned marauders who had roamed the Sea of Stars for 100 years had never looted such a famous, prosperous city at the edge of the Imperium like the blue sky market before. Whenever they came here for supplies and rest, they had to follow the management of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and needed to behave themselves even if they were visiting the brothels. Today, after the conquest of the blue sky market, the myriad of treasures in the warehouses were indeed great eye-openers for them, making them forget everything else. The titles such as colonels or lieutenants of the Imperium further added to their confidence and courage, giving them the illusion that nobody would dare to ask for trouble since the four families were on their back. It was needless to mention the leaders of the smaller pirate gangs, who had long abandoned their alert and wariness after the 3 buckets of hard liquor. In the meantime, while Boss Bai had an unattractive look and only just began his career, he seemed to have been a space pirate ever since he was in his mother's womb, and he knew what the space pirates thought and liked perfectly. Not only was everything that he said exactly what other people had in mind, but even the performances that he had arranged were also particularly spectacular too. Also, he had mediated between quite a few pirate gangs who had been holding grudges against one another for a long time, winning the cheers of everyone at the party and slightly altering the space pirates' impression of him. Boss Bai is truly trying to be the commander of this National Protection Army. He is free to do whatever he wants. After all, we won't lose anything. We now work for the 4 Kurfürst families. Who is bold enough to challenge us here? Even if any of them wants to challenge us, look, half of Marquis Yongchuan's fleet is still here, commanded by Li Yuanjun, the Lord's trusted general. Even a madman wouldn't attack us at such a moment. So, let's just indulge us for half a day. The transformation from space pirates to a legitimate army does call for celebration. Thinking as such, they never said no to the drinks that Boss Bai's soldiers brought over. The wine of this round was made of dozens of fresh fruits and tasted more like cool juice than wine. According to Boss Bai, the alcohol percentage of the wine was very low, and nobody would get drunk. It was most suitable to refresh their stomachs that had just been burnt by the hard liquor. While everybody was talking and laughing, nobody cared if it was right. But as it happened, after they drank the cool fruit wine, the dizziness just now was indeed much better, and they found themselves drinking more and more of it uncontrollably. When the leaders of the pirate gangs were having a celebration dinner at the central square, the space pirates under their lead were certainly not idle either. Accompanied by the soldiers of the Big Bai pirate gang, they gambled and drank and had great fun at the edge. Boss Bai also meant to integrate the many pirate gangs with the celebration dinner. Hinted by him, the soldiers of the Big Bai pirate gang gathered the members of other pirate gangs with the excuses of drinking games and dispersed them, leading them to different corners in the market. As a result, it was true that the soldiers of the pirate gangs made a lot of new friends, but their old buddies who were in their own gang were all lost. As time went by, the party was more and more heated and uncontrollable. Even the officers and soldiers that Li Wuji left in the blue sky market were moved by such an atmosphere and had a great time under the service of the members of the Big Bai pirate gang. Proud of their identity, they naturally did not join the carnival of the space pirates, but they did not reject the delicious wine and the cuisines offered by Boss Bai either. Perhaps there was only one person in the entire blue sky market who retained the basic clearness. He was Li Yuanjin, a vice admiral of the Imperium and the commander of the half-fleet that Li Wuji had left behind. Li Yuanjin was Li Wuji's cousin in the family and one of his trusted subordinates. Now that he had been left to supervise, his steadiness and his loyalty were certainly unquestionable. Although all the enemies had been suppressed or imprisoned, and not a single force within millions of kilometers was strong enough to threaten them, the excessive revelry where nobody had the slightest restraint still made the well-trained, regular warrior naturally disgusted and wary. "Commander Bai, this is about enough." Li Yuanjin finally found Boss Bai. Bulging his brown eyes, he said coldly, "The blue sky market is still unstable. Chances are that some people of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists are still lurking in the dark. Also, our starships are all seriously damaged and in dire need of maintenance and refill of fuel and ammunitions. Should we call it a day?" Yes, General Li is right. Although the man had a lower military rank and was nominally under his command, Boss Bai did not dare to be cocky at all before the real trusted subordinate of Marquis Yangchun. He treated Li Yuanjin exactly the same way he treated Li Wuji. Rubbing his hands, he said humbly, "You must excuse me, General Li. This is the first time that I have ever been a commander of this National Protection Army. Besides, space pirates are all unrestrained and uncontrollable in nature. Now that they are having a great time at the party, it's not easy for me to stop it." Li Yuanjin sniffed in dissatisfaction, not showing any respect to Boss Bai, the commander and his nominal superior. "Rest assured, General Li, I am certainly not an ignorant child." Boss Bai continued with a smile. "Although the Lord asked General Li to follow my command, how can I, a stealthy thief, possibly command General Li, a battle-tested general? I'll be completely at a loss in a real battlefield where thousands of starships are fighting magnificently, and I'll certainly have so many questions on which I need to ask for General Li's advice. When that day comes, I do hope that General Li would kindly enlighten me." "Of course," Li Yuanjin said unenthusiastically, "we are all loyal to our country. If there is any military issue, we certainly need to discuss it with each other. Nobody is enlightening anybody." Exactly. That's what I'm talking about," Boss Bai said. "In my opinion, let's not care about the difference between the commander and the deputy commander. If there is any military issue, we'll just discuss with each other on General Li's opinions. After all, you are the out-and-out regular army. Also, when General Li meets the Lord in the future, it would be great if you could speak well of me." "Of course." Li Yuanjin nodded his head without giving consent. "As long as Boss Bai works dutifully and proves your loyalty to the Lord and the four families, I will naturally report it truthfully to the Lord. Then, I'll thank General Li in advance." Boss Bai crossed his claws and bowed. Then, glancing around, he leaned close and said mysteriously, "General Li, why don't we let them party for a while longer? There won't be any trouble if we call it a day half an hour later. Can we talk somewhere else, General Li? I found some unusual treasures from a secret warehouse in the blue sky market, and I'm thinking that they may be an eye-opener for General Li too." "I don't think it is necessary." Li Yuanjin knew what the guy was up to, seeing the grimace on his face. But of course, a noble must have a noble's manners. How could he agree to it so quickly? Pondering for a moment, he said coldly, as if he were not interested at all, "The Li family has all the treasures in the universe. I don't think this small blue sky market has anything that I've never seen before. I have other military issues that I need to attend to, so I don't think that I will see them." Of course. Military issues are always the most important." Boss Bai rolled his eyes again, and then craned his pointy face over, saying stealthily in a low voice, "However, it is possible that what I found in the secret warehouse of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors is a heart-sinking stone of a high quality, but I don't know if it is authentic, and I'm thinking that I can use some extra help to determine it. It won't take much time." "A heart-sinking stone?" Li Yuanjin was slightly dazed. The features and value of the ultimate treasure immediately popped up in his head, and greediness flashed in his eyes. "Yes, At the edge of the fourth quadrant, there is a half-desolate world named Mystic Tortoise Sector. The fourth planet of the sector is not suitable for the survival of human beings due to the incomplete atmosphere and the high density of the planet itself. So, it has never been developed deeply, and only some primitive lives are struggling to live on it. Boss Bai said colloquially, but there is a wonder on the planet, which is the unsinkable ocean, that has an extremely high density and a percentage of heavy metal elements. Although it has ocean in its name, it is in fact a collection of dead lakes without water sources. The lakes are of such a high density that they are like melted metal. However, the lakes are extremely self-contradictory. When the light objects, such as feathers or paper, are put in the lake, they will immediately sink, but when the heavy objects like metals or stones are put on the surface, they will be rejected by the lake water and float on it. That is how the unsinkable ocean got its name. Because of the weirdness of the ocean, its ecological circle is entirely different from the regular oceans. There are some tiny creatures at the bottom of the lake. For thousands of years, the bugs, feeding on the heavy metals in the lake, have been procreating and dying. After their death, their dead bodies would not decay but turn into bones that are like stones and wood. When the bones are piled up, they grow from the bottom of the lakes like bizarre-shaped trees. The mechanism is somewhat similar to the corals in the general oceans. The peculiar trees at the bottom of the lakes that have grown for more than 30,000 years are known as unsinkable wood, and when the rind is peeled and the essence at the core is taken, it will be the heart-sinking stone. General Li, you should know that the heart-sinking stone is the most tranquil and peaceful treasure. Not only can it stabilize rune arrays and magnetic fields, but it can also soothe the violent brainwaves and get the trainers out of mental derangement, which makes it the best material for the trainers who are about to break into higher levels or to curb the messy thoughts. In the auctions of the four families, even a piece of heart-sinking stone, the size of a baby's finger, can be sold for millions of coins. Those larger in size and more effective can be 10 times more expensive. Li Yuanjin finally couldn't hold it back anymore. He blurted out, "How big exactly is this heart-sinking stone that you have discovered?" Boss Bai chuckled and made a follow-me gesture. "About that, General Li will know after you appreciate and play with it in person." Li Yuanjin's eyes became unsteady, and his nose flapped. He looked at the few guards with him. "The warriors with General Li can come with us," Boss Bai said with a smile. "I certainly have a few more gifts for the warriors here. I like the tough and macho warriors more than anything else." "Well, it won't matter to take a look at it." Li Yuanjin finally changed his attitude. Pointing at the messy celebration dinner and the drunk space pirates casually, he said, "While we appreciate the magical equipment, let your men clean up the mess here. This does not befit the manners of the regular army." Yes, we are cleaning it up." Boss Bai quickly brought Li Yuanjin away from the celebration dinner to a small warehouse not far away. A few members of the Big Bai pirate gang stepped forward and led Li Yuanjin's guards to a secret room nearby for their gifts. The warehouse was not far away from the garrison of Li Wuji's fleet. Li Yuanjin was a seasoned expert himself too. Too proud of himself, the noble strode into the warehouse without any suspicion. The warehouse, having been robbed by the space pirates, was in a total mess with ragged boxes and closets everywhere. But since it was a private deal between the two of them, there was not a third person on the spot. Boss Bai closed the door carefully and directed Li Yuanjin to a fragrant wooden box. Opening the box softly, he smiled and said, "Please take a look, General Li. This is the heart-sinking stone. Even if you never run into an accident, it will still be greatly beneficial to absorb the tranquilizing brilliance from it during the daily training." While talking, he stepped sideways and stood straight. Li Yuanjin narrowed his eyes and looked, only to discover that a necklace made of gray metals was floating and revolving slowly in the midair, emanating pure brilliance like moonlight that flowed slowly from his eyes to his heart like a brook. "Is this the heart-sinking stone?" Li Yuanjin was not in a high position in the Li family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been only a secondary general below Li Wuji. Although he had heard of such an ultimate treasure as the heart-sinking stone before, he had never seen one with his own eyes. He was immediately attracted by the beautiful and charming light, and he moved closer to the box without knowing it. just like the rumors had it, when he was bathed in the silver brilliance. His nerves and his veins seemed to be soaked in a warm spring, and he couldn't feel more comfortable and gratified. Even his soul seemed to be stretching out. It was truly the best treasure to calm and soothe the mind, with exactly the same effects as described in the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Li Yuanjun swallowed hard and couldn't help but retrieve the necklace of the heart-sinking stone from the anti-gravity rune arrays. Touching it softly in his palm, he sensed the smoothness and silkiness of the treasure while he pretended to be angry. Such an ultimate treasure should have been offered to the Lord when he was here a moment ago. Why did you never bring it out? Commander Bai, you were not loyal enough. Aya! Boss Bai slapped his thigh and defended himself. It was only because the treasure was not found until just now due to the turmoil. Besides, there are a lot of rarely seen heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the blue sky market. I naturally have selected dozens of gifts that are in perfect condition for the Lord. Although this necklace of the heart-sinking stone is great, there is a minor flaw on it, and it seems inappropriate to offer it to our noble Lord. Therefore, I'm thinking that General Li could play with it for a while first, or maybe I can ask General Li to help me find a capable craftsman to repair it. After all, with all the connections General Li has in the four families, you certainly know much more excellent refiners than I do. If it could truly be repaired, we'll see how we are going to deal with it. How does it sound, General Li? Li Yuanjun was overjoyed first but more or less upset when he heard that the necklace was flawed. But on the other hand, the delicate and precious necklace would have been an unbearable gift for him if it was devoid of any flaw. While appreciating the necklace in fascination, Li Yuanjun asked, "Where is the flaw? Why haven't I noticed it? It's just a tiny, tiny, tiny flaw, which actually doesn't hurt at all." With the most brilliant smile, Boss Bai rubbed his hands and leaned close. "Here, allow me to point out the flaw for General Li." Standing next to Li Yuanjun, Boss Bai extended one finger and pointed it at the necklace of the heart-sinking stone. Li Yuanjun suddenly had an extremely subtle sense of warning, as if his soul had just been stung by a mosquito. He felt that the brightness from the necklace of the heart-sinking stone was too gentle and hypnotizing, and the soothing effect on the soul was so strong that his soul was not being soothed but being paralyzed. The more he stared at the necklace of the heart-sinking stone, the more he felt that there was an immeasurable swirl inside the necklace, which absorbed his soul and senses and lowered his nerve reactions to the minimum. Also, the necklace felt too sticky, as if a certain layer of something was attached to it. When he touched the necklace with his fingers, the sticky stuff turned into tiny worms that crawled into his pores in a hurry and dashed all the way upward along the arm, as if their target was his heart. This is not the heart-sinking stone? It was not until the sticky feeling almost entered his heart that Li Yuanjun finally realized what was going on in his trance. The descriptions on the heart-sinking stone in the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures did not seem to include so many weird features. But it was too late. Due to the dual attacks of illusions and the lethal poisons, he couldn't constrict his pupils even if he wanted to. All that he could do was to watch Boss by extending his finger at him with a smile. Li Yuanjun's heart shrank hard, and he intended to evade Boss Bai's finger intuition ally. Watching the look on Boss Bai's face, he noticed that the head of space pirates had completely changed. Not only were the rat-like feelings entirely gone, but there was not even much satisfaction now that his cunning scheme had worked out. All that could be found on his wrinkled, pointy head was peace and casualness, giving the feeling that he was actually bored. Yes, bored. It seemed that for Boss Bai, a noble descendant such as Li Yuanjun did not deserve to be his opponent or even his prey at all. He was simply yawning while he did his uneventful, daily work at ease. His easiness made Li Yuanjun so intimidated as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He wanted to shout so loudly and desperately that all the soldiers outside would hear him. However, Boss Bai's finger that was aimed at the heart-sinking stone, like a dragon waving its tail, poked at his throat from an unbelievable angle. Crack! After a gentle touch, the strength already pierced through Li Yuanjun's neck like a helical drill, breaking the Adam's apple without any trouble. The bones and the blood blocked his vocal cord, and his screams were stuffed back to his chest. Lightning, did not even begin to describe the speed of his attack. Even if Li Yuanjun had not suffered the dual scourges of the illusions and the venom, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the astounding finger at all. Li Yuanjun was in such pain that veins were almost breaking out on his forehead. Out of his natural instincts, he was already controlling his right fingers to retrieve powerful magical equipment from his cosmos rings. He had realized that the boss Bao standing before him was certainly not a filthy rat that had crawled out of a gutter, but a terrifying monster that was too overwhelming for him to estimate at all. Even though he summoned his magical equipment, it might not be enough to kill the enemy, but there would at least be noises that would let the soldiers outside know that a shocking battle was going on inside the warehouse. But even such a tiny wish fell out in the excruciating pain. Boss Bai grabbed his right hand where the cosmos rings were worn and closed it unhurriedly. His right hand immediately turned from half-solid to a mess of fluids. All his bones and his flesh were crushed, although they were still enveloped by a tiny layer of skin. Li Yuanjun's tears were running out in pain. It was not entirely because of the pain but more of a biophysical reaction because of the extreme fear. Even so, he still gnashed his teeth to perform the final counterattack. Folding his right leg like a saber, he kicked Boss Bai's lower abdomen brutally. Bam! Having no time to respond, Boss Bai was hit precisely. Li Yuanjun was overjoyed. He was about to launch a flood of continuous counterattacks when he felt that the feedback of his knee was weird. It did not seem to have crashed into flesh and broken the bones, but instead, it seemed to have broken into a certain highly attractive gel, which dispersed all his spiritual energy into nothingness. Li Yuanjun was too shocked to react anymore. Boss Bai, on the other hand, did not give him even 0.01 seconds to react either. Sniffing, he kicked the guy back. Li Yuanjun felt that a full-speed starship had just crashed into his groins. His entire reproductive system had been reduced into broken cells and enkylema. It was a soul-stirring attack, literally soul-stirring. Li Yuanjun opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of plasma that was mixed with broken bones, which spurted out like a weird spring before he completely dried and collapsed like a balloon that had lost the air. Expressionlessly, with 30% boredom, Boss Bai twisted Li Yuanjun's neck by 180 degrees. Then, he stuck to the man's back and exerted his strength, giving the high and mighty noble a chance to see his own ass clearly. How dare! Li Yuanjun's eyes were protruding violently, and the veins that were deeply buried in his face were all breaking apart. He couldn't have looked more awful. The tough vitality of the immortal cultivators made him able to talk after he vomited the broken bones and flesh in his throat. But before he finished his sentence, Boss Bai had already opened his fingers and stabbed them deeply into the guy's face like burning iron sticks, crunching his entire skull. Boom! Violent white flames flooded out of Boss Bai's fingers and palms and pierced through Li Yuanjun's broken skull, destroying the brain tissues and the soul that was hidden inside. Very soon, the deputy leader of Li Wuji's fleet was burnt into ashes. Then, Boss Bai yawned so hard in his dullness that even his tears were almost squeezed out. While whistling the weird tunes of space pirates, he raised his wrist to check the time and the progress in other procedures. Then, right next to Li Yuanjun's ashes, he retrieved a human-shaped spiritual puppet from his cosmos ring. The spiritual puppet was of a similar height and size to Li Yuanjun. Boss Bai activated the spiritual puppet and pointed at the operation menu on the breastplate of the puppet quickly. An amazing scene happened. Gentle brilliance flowed out of the gaps of the spiritual puppet and completely enshrouded the puppet until it became a vivid, cubic skin. That was exactly Li Yuanjun's appearance. Under Boss Bai's remote control, the spiritual puppet that was pretending to be Li Yuanjun stood up and stepped forward rather rigidly. This was exactly a stand-in spiritual puppet, which was designed to increase the sense of participation during the remote meetings. If it was close or detected by spiritual energy, it would naturally be seen through easily. However, if it was only observed from far away, maybe it could fool other people at least for 10 to 20 minutes. Right then, door knocks echoed from outside. "Come in," Boss Bai said casually. The adulation, arrogance, and aggressiveness that had covered his face since days ago were entirely gone. Although he was still an emaciated, hideous man, His eyes were like the clearest mirror, absorbing all the stars in the universe before washing them with his own ambitions and reflecting them 10 times more brightly. His brilliant eyes and his hideous face were a major contrast, which further added to his captivating, idiosyncratic charisma. Even if he were a rat, he would be a superalloy rat that could bite a hole in the three-dimensional universe. If Li Wuji and the many leaders of space pirates had seen his current face earlier, they would die before they cooperated with such a boss spy. The gate of the warehouse was slightly opened, and 2 soldiers of the big by pirate gang strode in. No, they were not soldiers. They were the notorious pirates who had fought the Black Wind fleet the hard way with Boss Bai and jumped to the Imperium from the Federation to bring disasters to this land. Boss, the few guards have been taken care of. All the preparations are done too. The traps will be closed as soon as you command. The 2 seasoned bandits from the Star Glory Federation, however, couldn't hold back their excitement. What's the hurry? The stew is in the pot now, and it's not getting anywhere. Boss Bai glanced at them and said casually, "If you are excited by such a minor incident, wouldn't you have a heart attack when we loot the royal palace of the Imperium of True Human Beings, or the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum? There's no need to be anxious. Bring me my battle robe first." Taking a deep breath, one of the 2 space pirates from the Federation stepped forward and held a tacky, colorful shirt and a pair of beach pants with both hands, saying respectfully, "Boss, here's the battle robe." "All right." Boss Bai took off the leather coat and the messy clothes on his body and put on the fancy shirt and the short pants. Then he said, "And my boots. Boss, here are your battle boots." The other space pirate brought over a pair of blue and white flip-flops, ones that were commonly seen in the public bathhouses. After Boss Bai put on his clothes, he finally wiped his mouth with a smile of satisfaction. "Boss, should we bring you a cup of ice juice of tropical fruits and vegetables?" His 2 subordinates asked considerately. "No. Give me a cup of oolong tea. Make it strong." Boss Bai sniffed and said, "It is too unchallenging to deal with those morons. They are not even as good as the tough guys of the Black Wind Fleet." "How boring." "That's right." His subordinates grinned. He stepped out of the warehouse, with unpleasant noises echoing from his shoes non-stop. Looking at the blue sky market ahead of him where nobody knew that the god of death had arrived, he waved his hands and said, "There's nothing we can do now. Let's go and teach the idiots at the center of the cosmos a lesson about what real space pirates are." At this moment, the leadership of the other 28 pirate gangs apart from the Big By pirate gang were partying together. Many of them were stoned. Even those who were not drunk were also blushing and staggering, their basic wariness gone. They did not realize at all that the members of the Big By pirate gang were fewer and fewer. From the 100 docks and ports around the blue sky market, the Starships, which belonged to the Big By pirate gang and which seemed to be in dire need of maintenance due to the fierce battle just now, turned their turrets in silence and aimed the powerful cannons at the other pirate heads as well as the soldiers of Li Wuji's fleet. "Ha! Where are the people of the Big By pirate gang?" However inert they were, when the warriors of the Big By pirate gang gradually disappeared, leaving only the flag of a white mouse that was shaking its bottom, a lot of space pirates could still realize that something wasn't right. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they all felt sharp, icy cones stinging their spines. The liquor that they just poured in all turned into cold sweat, leaking out of the pores all over their bodies. Not good. Finally, some of the experienced pirates exclaimed desperately, "We're tricked! Disperse now!" It was a shame that they were exactly like Li Yuanjin just now, and it was too late when they realized they were tricked. At this moment, beyond the man-made atmosphere above the blue sky market and in the deep space, twisted waves were spreading out as the starships ripped each other apart. In the bleeding space, Li Wuji's fleet suffered the critical strike from Fist King Lei Zhonglia, and the first miserable firewall just burst out. At the central square in the blue sky market, destructive explosions broke out among the atrocious space pirates too. The first explosions did not come from the giant cannons on the docks and ports, but from the wine buckets everywhere around them. Most of the wine buckets had a hidden layer at the bottom where crystal bombs were hidden. Just now, when the soldiers of the Big By pirate gang carried those powder keg, right before their eyes openly. Nobody noticed anything wrong. Some of the larger buckets that were delivered in the last few rounds only had the deep red wine on the top layer, and the main body of the buckets was entirely filled with crystal bombs. After chugging 3 buckets of wine liquor with Boss Bai in the beginning, nobody was interested in the hard liquor anymore, and none of them ever tried to tear apart the wine buckets and see what was inside. All the buckets were rolling around the party randomly. Some were even used by the space pirates as tables or chairs. Who could have thought that those buckets were actually life-enders? At this moment, when all the wine buckets exploded at the same time, it was like 10,000 fireballs had crawled out of the ground, swallowing all the pirate heads. The first crystal bombs that had been detonated were mainly in 2 types. The first type was naturally the explosive bombs and incendiary bombs with a high damage. However, the more sordid ones were the interferential bombs that boasted extremely powerful sabotaging abilities. Once they were detonated, they could unfold an extremely violent, chaotic magnetic field in the space nearby, preventing most magical equipment, particularly the space magical equipment, from functioning. To be more specific, they could temporarily block the release and retrieval of the cosmos rings. Of course, many advanced cosmos rings with powerful performances could still operate steadily without being affected. But such advanced goods were clearly not something that those pirates could afford. Having come here for a celebration dinner, the pirate heads naturally had no reason to be fully armed. They had hidden all their crystal suits and attack magical equipment in the relatively common cosmos rings. The batch of interferential bombs that Boss Bai had arranged paralyzed their cosmos rings for 1 to 3 minutes. It was a fatal delay. Many pirate heads were blown apart in the first second, their limbs flying everywhere in the midair and burnt into ashes in the furious flames. Most pirate heads were already sozzled, and the circulation of spiritual energy was extremely slow. It was already remarkable if they still had half of their combat ability left. How could they resist such overwhelming flames? What was even more dreadful was that ominous thunders echoed from the sky before they put out the fire on them. The warships of the Big Bai pirate gang docked at the periphery of the Blue Sky Market had insanely aimed all their cannons at the central square of the Blue Sky Market, launching a merciless blanket bombardment again and again. The common cannons on the regular warships could easily have a caliber of 0.5 meter to 1 meter. The advanced cannons were even more astonishing. When tens of thousands of tons of bombs fell on the top of the many space pirates like a storm, their power was beyond imagination. It was an out-and-out cataclysm. They might have been melted into garbage even if they were wearing crystal suits, not to mention that they had no chance to retrieve their crystal suits at all, and could only resist it with their bodies of flesh and blood and the unsteady spiritual shields that were condensed in a haste. It was simply irresistible. Boom, 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 boom. The Big Bai pirate gang let out a firepower that was fiercer than in any battle they had before. One couldn't help but worry that the whole Blue Sky Market would be destroyed in the barrages. After several rounds of bombardments, the ground of the central square was lowered by 0.5 meter. There were no traces of the past left at all, and the only things that could be found were the overlapping craters. Many things that did not look like humans at all were writhing in fire among the craters, letting out screams from the surging smoke. Walla! 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 From the depths of the smoke, the sounds of clattering crystal suits came over, like the laughter of the god of death. With a smile of iron and blood, Boss Bai gradually emerged from the smoke. His left hand was placed on his back, and he was holding a cup of iced oolong tea in his right hand. He moved in the middle of fire and smoked with a pair of blue and white slippers, as if he were taking a walk in the gentle breeze after enjoying a delicious lunch. He couldn't have looked more easy and comfortable. Boss Bai! Boss Bai! In the central square that had almost been melted into a pool of magma, several space pirates in ragged clothes with a blackened skin, whose nerves had been ripped apart by the blasts, staggered at Boss Bai like ghosts seeking their revenge. Boss Bai did not even bother to look at them. Airwaves that were even more violent than the blasts of the barraging cannons surged out of his body, as if an invisible god of slaughter were rising to the sky and slapped down on behalf of his hands. He did not even move his little finger when the few pitiful wretches were pressed into meat pies. Brothers! Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath of the scorching and stinky air. Smiling, he declared, one word after another. Let's wash this place with blood. Beep, 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 beep. Countless warriors of the Big Bai pirate gang in heavy crystal suits with 5 times more ammunitions, who were not armed to their teeth but to their nose and hair, leaped out of the smoke and split apart to Boss Bai's 2 sides like iron torrents. They charged into the smoke ferociously, reaping the lives of the lucky survivors ruthlessly. The pirate heads, having suffered the series of traps and strikes, were already 90% dead. How could they have been a match for the federal space pirates who had been well prepared? To make things worse, they had the support of Boss Bai, an expert in the divinity transformation stage, who would go forward and slaughter anyone with the slightly more exuberant spiritual waves. Which pirate head could possibly escape from him? Why? One of the pirate heads, who was toasted by Boss Bai enthusiastically a moment ago, waved his burning arms and screamed in confusion. We have obviously surrendered to you and elected you as the commander of the National Protection Army. Why are you still killing all of us? Why? Hehe. Are you obeying me sincerely? Or are you pushing me out as a shield and a scapegoat? Boss Bai said with a smile. It's true that I'm very interested in your starships and the experienced, skillful sailors and artillerymen on them, but their bosses are of no use to me and will only add to my trouble. Besides, the National Protection Army? Fuck the National Protection Army. It's just the cannon fodder for the 4 families. I would rather be shitted on than be humiliated as such. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when he withdrew a burnt saber from a crater and slashed the pirate who was on fire into 2 pieces. Boss Bai. What is your cultivation? Another brutal-looking pirate charged over fearlessly and roared. I don't buy it. Are you not in the nascent soul stage? I haven't been in the nascent soul stage since 300 years ago. Boss Bai cut through the man's heart in one attack before crumbling his hair remotely. He then sighed at the mist of blood and said casually, You've lost your mind, Boss Bai. You've truly lost your mind. The 3rd pirate head, seeing that Boss Bai was tough enough to kill 2 of the most ferocious pirates more easily than squeezing 2 bugs, was too shocked to attack Boss Bai and get himself killed. He simply shouted to cover his fear, You pissed off the business alliance of 10,000 sectors by sweeping across the blue sky market for the 4 families first, and then you are swallowing us right in front of Marquis Xianxia. You are asking to be killed. You'd better consider the consequences, you. Captain Zhao, you're wrong about one thing. Boss Bai said as if it were not a big deal. I am not swallowing you right in front of Marquis Xianxia. I'm planning to devour Marquis Xianxia's fleet too. As a matter of fact, they are the main dish whereas you are just appetizers. If my purpose were to swallow the small fries like you, such trouble would have been highly unnecessary. You! The pirate head was dumbfounded by Boss Bai's craziness. You want to swallow Marquis Xianxia's fleet? You've pissed off 2 greatest forces in the Imperium of true human beings. There's no place in the entire universe for you right now. Are you planning to fight everyone at the same time? We are space pirates. Space pirates are born to fight everyone, the whole world, and the whole universe. Boss Bai sighed in confusion. You people are not even ready to do that, and yet you are mimicking other people to be space pirates? What do you want exactly? Shuddering, the pirate asked. What benefits would you get by infuriating the reformists and the 4 families? What can you possibly get? Freedom. Boss Bai stepped forward, slashed him apart, and smiled. Unparalleled freedom. In fact, the half-fleet that Li Wuji left in the blue sky market could have stopped Boss Bai from the massacre, with at least a 5% chance. They were too proud of themselves to join the carnival of the space pirates. Naturally, they drank far less wine, and they were still rather vigilant and organized. If they had realized what was going on, they could have caused great trouble to the Big Bai pirate gang, which was, in fact, terribly outnumbered. However, they were stalled by another bunch of ferocious lunatics, who were the members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists that were unfortunately captured in the battle previously. The important captives, such as the deacons of the business alliance and Zhuo, the market manager, were naturally tied up and delivered to Li Wuji's starship, ready to be escorted to the 4 families' territory. But for the general warriors and members of the Business Alliance and the reformists, it was neither necessary nor possible to bring all of them away. Resources were highly precious in space voyages. Every one additional person on board would mean more fuel consumption during space jumps. Their daily needs could be quite costly too. Even if they were to enter the hibernation state, they would still consume freezing drugs. After all, the most important culprits had been taken away, so the unimportant captives were simply locked in the blue sky market, to be either executed or sold to mines and farms as slaves. In such a way, they could yield more value and more or less make up the cost to capture them. The captives were caged not far away from Li Wuji's half-fleet, which was also perfectly reasonable, because it would be easier for them to watch over the captives. However, when the space pirates were partying passionately, and when Li Wuji's soldiers were tipsy and letting down their wariness, undercurrents were flowing among the captives. Let's fight them. I was told that we are the first rebels that have been caught in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. We will certainly be killed to set an example for other people. Let's fight them. I was told that when the new emperor ascends to the throne, he will cut us apart and offer our blood to his royal robe. No, we can't live to see the new emperor being crowned. I was told that we will be executed as offerings to the flag before the coalition fleet of the Four Kurfürsten attack the Seven Seas Grand Market. It won't be long. The anxious roars of the captives congregated into a torrent of fury. However, even if they intended to fight anyone, they couldn't do so when they were imprisoned. Every one of them was carrying manacles and shackles weighing dozens of kilograms, which would release extremely powerful electric arcs when pulled by force. The bars on their cage had been connected to high-voltage electricity too, and bluish sparks were spluttering non-stop. Outside, tough-looking space pirates and regular soldiers were defending the place at the same time and would summon Li Wuji's fleet if anything went wrong. Theoretically, the defense was flawless. It was also the reason why the space pirates and the regular soldiers were relaxed and enjoying themselves. However, even the strongest fortress could be breached from within, particularly when some sleazy rats had snuck in when the fortress was built. When the captives were all panicked and helpless, an astonishing change suddenly took place. The few pirates from the Big by Pirate gang who were watching over them outside of the prison floated to the back of the regular soldiers like white ghosts, covering their mouths, cutting their throats, and stabbing the poisoned daggers into their chests by the way. A lot of people of unknown identities walked in with dozens of cosmos rings and a few boxes of magical equipment. Opening the doors of the prison cells, they threw the keys to the manacles and shackles to the captives. Fellow cultivators, don't panic. We're all spies that General Deacon Jin Yuyen sent to the Big by Pirate gang for fear that the by-surname scoundrel would betray us. As it turns out, he is truly a treacherous man. After taking so many benefits from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, he has sold us to the enemy so quickly. Right now, Boss Spy has possibly grasped the list of the spies. We have nowhere to run to now. So, let's simply go big with the brothers here before we die. Brothers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and reformists, we are all supposed to be hopeless. One moment of hesitation, we may even end up more miserable than death. What's there to think about? Let's do it. If you kill one person, it will be worth your life. If you kill two, you will be making a profit. Walla, walla, walla. The captives were freed, and the chains words, vibration sabers, and storm bolters were distributed to the hands that were shuddering in fury. To be honest, the mysterious person's claim that they were spies that Jin Yuyen sent to Boss Spy had obvious loopholes. However, the loopholes could have only been noticed with enough time in a peaceful environment, where one could be focused on thinking. But right now, the captives were already dead for sure and had nothing to lose now. Now that the leadership such as Tianying had been taken away by Li Wuji, the remaining captives were mostly middle and low-level members who did not have enough information or wisdom. When they were about to be killed, somebody had offered them a chance for the last attempt. How could they calm themselves down to think? Let's go. Kill them all. The captives congregated into a violent tide and leaped out of the prison cells, charging at the closest garrison of Li Wuji's fleet under the leadership of the few spies. 10 seconds ago, The cannonballs from the starships in the ports just passed by their heads and landed on the garrison of the regular army in ear-splitting shrieks, which was almost a perfect coordination of soldiers and cannons that Boss Bai had practiced for hundreds of years. It must be admitted that although Li Yuanjin was not famous in the Imperium's army and had been killed by Boss Bai in one attack, he was truly an experienced general. Even the temporary garrison of his troops had been constructed among a few underground fortresses and firing points that were in the blue sky market in the beginning. Even the defense arrays had been repaired. Watchtowers had been deployed too. Therefore, the first round of barrages from the Big Bai pirate gang dealt limited damage to the garrison of the regular army. They did not end as miserably as the space pirates in the central square. The regular army who escaped into the underground fortresses in time maintained most of their combat ability. The attack that the captives launched at them without armor couldn't destroy them at all. The best it could achieve was to create some minor interferences. Of course, due to the lack of leadership from Li Yuanjin, the minor interferences might escalate into the turmoil of half to 1 hour. For Boss Bai, the turmoil of 1 hour was enough. While Li Wuji's fleet was stalled by the captives, Boss Bai destroyed all the pirate heads who participated in the celebration dinner. Having no time to wipe the bloodstains on his crystal suit, he had pointed his saber at the middle and low-level sailors of the 28 pirate gangs that were 10 times larger than the Big Bai pirate gang. Everybody listen up. By the order of the Lord, General Li Yuanjin and I will regroup the National Protection Army together. Boss Bai waved his saber aggressively and walked together with the spiritual puppet that had been disguised into the appearance of Li Yuanjin as he spoke to the dumbfounded and panicked space pirates. The Lord and I have been treating you fairly and sincerely meaning to recruit you into the glorious army of the Imperium. However, a few voracious and treacherous men were bold enough to keep their connection with the rebels and even instigate the captives to rise up, hoping to kick me out of my place. Those shameless scoundrels have been suppressed by General Li and I together. Here are their heads. If you are devoted to the country, lay down your magical equipment and weapons obediently, squat where you are, and raise your hands. I know that this is none of your business, and you will not be punished. After the regrouping, your positions and your military ranks will be no lower than they are right now. There will also be tremendous awards tomorrow morning. Whoever is dogged enough to resist, just follow those dead pirates and eat crap in hell. Boss Bai's cries, as well as the bleeding, deformed heads, scared all the space pirates out of their wits. They felt that their bones had been softened. Nobody knew that a celebration dinner could end up like this. Why were the two parties fighting each other uncannily? However, it was anything but unusual for the regular army to perform bloody regrouping thunderously through iron and blood after they suppressed the bandits and the rebels. Boss Bai said that it was Li Wuji's intention, which was not entirely impossible. Even the bloodiest regrouping, or to be more straightforward, factional fight, often only involved the leadership of the pirate gangs. For the sailors, artillerymen, and other workers at the bottom level, they would not be greatly affected. After all, the starships had to be maneuvered by them, and they were the ones who did the actual work during the killing and looting outside. If they were all killed, the pirate gangs would only be empty shells, and Boss Bai would be a commander who could only command himself. Then, why would he bother to launch a factional fight at all? What Boss Bai said befitted the tradition of the Circle of Space Pirates. Many space pirates were 30% convinced the moment they heard it. As space pirates, they had long fed their loyalty and devotion to dogs, and they always followed whoever had bigger fists. It didn't matter if their bosses were slain by other people, because they could always seek a new boss who was stronger and tougher. What's the big deal? Besides, it was chaos right now. Their starships were waiting to be maintained in the docks, unorganized. The space pirates around them were mostly from other places, and they never knew the strangers until half a day ago. Also, they were mostly half-drunk and could barely grab their sabers. Even if they meant to avenge their bosses, how were they capable of it? Charging forward to slay Boss Bai first and then Li Wuji later? That was certainly a joke. Clang, clang. Many veterans who had been space pirates for decades, having been through a dozen factional fights and changed multiple bosses, immediately tossed their chainswords and storm bolters far away. Holding the wine containers, they squatted and smiled at the rookie space pirates who were less experienced. It's all right, it's all right. The bosses are fighting, which is none of our business. Everything will be fine as long as you squat and do not do anything. Naturally, not all the space pirates were as smart. Part of them, who were either fearless or brainless, went on a rampage and resisted. However, under the suppression of the thunderous might of the divinity transformation stage from Boss Bai, their resistance was obliterated without the least influence. Half an hour later, all the space pirates were disarmed, and the critical places of the blue sky market had all fallen to the hands of the Big Bai pirate gang. Li Wuji's half-fleet was the only resistance left, who was fighting based on the hidden fortresses and the firing points. Compared to the space pirates who were quick to shift sides, they were much more determined and had a higher combat ability. If they were to be entirely destroyed, the Big Bai pirate gang's insufficient soldiers would be greatly tested again. Boss Bai did not intend to completely annihilate those people either. The well-trained, experienced soldiers in the regular army had more sense of honor and discipline than the space pirates did. They were too great a treasure to be killed easily. Then, waving the hot blood on his saber, Boss Bai stared at the shaking stars deep inside the burning sky. The next battlefield will be space. Thousands of tides spurted out of the power rune arrays of his crystal suit, while Boss Bai turned into a streak of white brilliance and dashed at the battlefield in space. The fierce battle in the space battlefield was still going on. Eternal Spring, the flagship of Li Wuji's fleet, was surrounded by more than 10 rapid warships of the Cultivators. Like a buffalo besieged by hyenas, it marched to all directions crazily but failed to break out of the enemy's web of fire. In the meantime, the enemy simply poured fierce firepower into the starship through the damage on the body that was torn apart. The spiritual shield and the defense rune arrays of Eternal Spring had completely gone out of control. Every round of barrage would raise an astonishing explosion. Tremendous broken materials and even the limbs of the immortal cultivators were absorbed into the vacuum, spurting out like the blood of a behemoth. Suddenly, a cluster of dazzling brilliance burst out of the head of Eternal Spring, and a colossus that was as pure as jade jumped out of it. The honeycomb-type cannons on its shoulders blossomed like lotus flowers, letting out hundreds of streaks of brilliance spectacularly. Dozens of space shuttles and even one rapid warship on the cultivator side were blown up in a row, significantly reducing the pressure of Eternal Spring. The Colossus was exactly the Lotus Buddha, driven by Li Wuji in person. The arrival of the Colossus made the heated battlefield pause briefly, as everybody was deeply astounded by the flames of spiritual energy that he unleashed. Li Wuji's mood, however, did not turn better at all because of such a pause. As far as his eyes could reach, there was nothing but mayhem and goriness in the space battlefield. He felt that his head was dizzy, and he almost felt like vomiting blood and crying out aloud. The fleet that he had been working on for decades with all the resources of himself and even his allies had been doomed. Most of the starships had been squeezed apart or bounced back the moment they entered the fourth dimension. They had either been turned into cold iron coffins, where all the crew members were killed by the flying blades made of space ripples, or the gigantic, twisted baguettes where serial explosions were breaking out non-stop, and the crew members were darting out from the damage of the starships like miserable sparks. The main starships, such as Eternal Spring, which had a firmer structure and a higher defense ability, might have luckily survived the scourge of the four-dimensional storm, but when they devoted their extreme computational ability to the activation of the defense rune arrays and the damage control system, the back doors were wide open, and the cultivators' viruses marched in unstoppably. The wretched Fist King, Lei Zhonglia, through the back doors that were implanted in advance, had hacked in their battle network and completely paralyzed their commanding and coordination system. A modern war was a systematic war. A single starship or colossus was far from enough to decide the outcome of it. Commanding and communication was the top priority. In terms of comprehensive capability, the Cultivators' fleet, which was jumbled in the recent half-year through robbery and which was as poor as beggars, was absolutely no match for Li Wuji's fleet. However, they had chosen the perfect timing for the attack, and they had sabotaged the commanding and communication system in Li Wuji's fleet, isolating all the starships of the immortal cultivators that were still capable of fighting. As a result, they boasted absolute advantages in number, firepower, and mobility in the regional battlefields, thereby reversing the situation miraculously. Naturally, the miracle for the cultivators was undoubtedly the most ridiculous nightmare for the immortal cultivators. Seeing that his starships were being blown up by the cultivators one after another, leading to greater serial explosions, Li Wuji felt that his own heart was about to explode too. Damn it! I will not spare any of you. Not any. His eyes bloodshot and his hair in a mess, Li Wuji screamed inside the spiritual residence of his colossus. Soon, he locked onto the largest warship of the cultivators, which had the most intense spiritual waves, and marched at it in his colossus. It should be the flagship of the cultivators. Taking down the cultivators' flagship with the unparalleled combat ability of the colossus, as a neat decapitation strategy, was perhaps the only opportunity for him to reserve the outcome of the battle. Accelerated to the highest speed, the Lotus Buddha covered the thousands of kilometers in between within a breath. The emblems of the crowned fist on the two sides of the enemy's flagship were already clearly visible. Suddenly, the gate below the cultivator's flagship was slowly opened, and a cluster of things that looked like iron stars was released. With dazzling helical flames behind, it charged at Li Wuji without dodging. How dare you! The invisible mystic rays from the Lotus Buddha penetrated through the iron stars like a tide quickly but did not detect any intense spiritual waves. Knowing that the target was not a colossus, Li Wuji couldn't help but sneer. This is just a cluster of garbage, yet you are bold enough to stand in my colossus way? How can you stop me with this thing? 10 seconds? 20? Or half a minute? While he was talking, the iron stars had dashed to Li Wuji's front and were slowly stretched out in space, growing into an iron giant hundreds of meters tall. Although it was hundreds of meters tall, it was exactly like what Li Wuji said. All the cables, gears, and tubes were exposed to the vacuum, suggesting that it might have been jumbled up by wasted metals. It was essentially a human-shaped mountain of rubbish and did not seem to hold any combat ability. Are you, Fist King Lei Zhonglia? Li Wuji sneered. Ripples of spiritual energy in the shape of lotus flowers spread out of the arms of his colossus while he punched at the chest of the iron giant that was hundreds of meters tall. Big but worthless. Boom! The tides of spiritual energy raised by the Lotus Buddha left waves in the shape of lotus flowers on the chest of the iron giant, piercing through the stomach unstoppably. Even the limbs that were loosely connected seemed about to break apart. It seemed truly as worthless as Li Wuji declared. However, before Li Wuji let out a smile of mockery, the iron giant hundreds of meters tall had exploded on its own. Tremendous crystal bombs that were deeply buried in the chest were detonated, blowing out a highly unstable magnetic field that swallowed Li Wuji's Lotus Buddha like a bloody mouth. The colossus scanning and Li Wuji's senses were greatly disturbed, making him blind and deaf for 1 second. 1 second later, the vipers made of the remnants of the iron giant tied up the limbs of the Lotus Buddha. There were also dozens of small spiritual puppets, which had been lurking inside the iron giant sordidly and now spread after the explosion, crawling on the colossus and searching for the tiniest gap while the Lotus Buddha was overwhelmed. Z, 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 Z. The fingers of those tiny spiritual puppets could turn into any random delicate tools. The moment they located a gap on the colossus, they would immediately start cutting and digging, trying to break into the colossus and block the tubes of spiritual energy and fuel, or even to enter the spiritual residence and catch Li Wuji directly. Li Wuji had planned to perform the decapitation strategy on the cultivators. Little did he expect that Fist King Lei Zhonglia, who had an incredible life form, was also trying to crawl into his spiritual residence and perform the decapitation strategy on him. Hardly had he come back to himself from the serial explosions when he found dozens of annoying bugs on his colossus. Li Wuji was both exasperated and scared, realizing that he had been tricked by Fist King Lei Zhonglia. The iron giant hundreds of meters tall was not the Fist King's real body at all but just an exaggerated disguise. One of those small spiritual puppets was his actual self. Damn it! It's truly as expected of the shameless cultivators. Li Wuji bellowed while tides of spiritual energy were unleashed from the Lotus Buddha, trying to blow away or burn up the spiritual puppets that had crawled on his body. He was partly successful. A couple of spiritual puppets were indeed burnt up into garbage and blown far away. However, there were some other spiritual puppets that were made of unknown materials. Even the temperature of thousands of degrees was not enough to dysfunction them. After tearing apart the tiny cracks on the Colossus, they even extended sharp thorns from their mouths and stabbed in. Astronomical information immediately flooded into the Lotus Buddha's mainframe crystal processor, which attacked the firewall and fought with Li Wuji over the control of the Colossus. It was almost like the Fist King intended to occupy Li Wuji's Colossus for himself. Caught unprepared by the enemy's weirdest tactics, Li Wuji was at a loss about what to do. However, it took him only half a second before he realized what was going on. After a shriek, he controlled the crystal processor crazily and established new, temporary, and dynamic firewalls to block the Fist King's self-awareness, or soul, or aggressive program. Li Wuji's resistance was successful, for now. The main crystal processor of a Colossus was of too high a level for the Fist King to hack so quickly. But such resistance also drained all of the Colossus' computational ability, to the point that Li Wuji did not notice another Colossus that had appeared behind him without a sound. It was a bright gray, inconspicuous, and even somewhat weaselly Colossus, like a super-large iron mouse more than 20 meters tall. No, the Colossus that had arc-shaped blades on the elbows and the toes was more ferocious and aggressive than a mouse. It was more like a velociraptor that was agile, swift, and highly belligerent in the primeval age. The Colossus was exactly Boss Bai's mount, the kleptomaniac. The kleptomaniac was a Colossus that highlighted agility, swiftness, stealth, assassination, and other features and could almost be called the sleaziest Colossus in the entire universe. The sleaziness was even vastly different from Liao's battle style. No matter how Liao behaved in his daily life, or whether he could be somewhat cautious when it came to strategic choices, his style was always open and straightforward in the head-on clashes. The kleptomaniac, on the other hand, looked like an invisible whirl of air. But whenever the wind passed by, it would steal something from the target. The first time it passed the Lotus Buddha, the kleptomaniac stole one piece of the breastplate. The second time, it stole a power unit on the left rear of the enemy's torso. The third time, it even stole the entire left shank of the Lotus Buddha. In terms of combat ability, Boss Bai Xingjian, who had broken into the divinity transformation stage decades ago in the Star Glory Federation, and who had the battle experiences of 2 lives after the soul of pirate potentate Bai Xinghe was melted with the soul of supreme pirate Yan Xinjian, was far stronger than Li Wuji in the first place. Even if the two of them were in a duel, Li Wuji wouldn't have been a match for him. But of course, in a battle between 2 experts in the divinity transformation stage, Li Wuji could have always fled even if he couldn't defeat Boss Bai. However, there was still a Fist King here. The Fist King was not a human being. Fundamentally, he was a permanent battle puppet with auto-thinking and auto-fighting abilities. Although he was not entirely the same as the information lives such as Xiaoming and Wenwen, they were still quite similar. The Fist King's real self was not any of the spiritual puppets that were clinging to the Lotus Buddha right now. Instead, he was the collection of all the spiritual puppets. He had even crammed into the Lotus Buddha's database and operation system through the invasion of the spiritual puppets, significantly disturbing the Lotus Buddha's battle. It was some sort of possession of a machine on another machine. When the terrifying Boss Bai and the weird Fist King attacked Li Wuji together, the Marquis of the Imperium truly had nowhere to run to at all. For a moment, he was blown by tides of spiritual energy back and forth while the world was swirling around him. All the pores on his body were spurting out blood, staining the dustless spiritual residence into a mess. The operation menu on the virtual light beam inside the Colossus, however, spread out fuzzy ripples that minced all the data and instructions. His Colossus was quickly getting out of his control, as if a sharp blade had stabbed into his nerves that were connected to the Colossus, separating his soul from the Colossus brutally. Voila! Under the relentless attacks of the 2 experts, Li Wuji's defense completely collapsed. The limbs of the Lotus Buddha were wide open while it cramped crazily. The kleptomaniac took the opportunity to crouch into a giant iron ball and crashed into its chest heavily, both breaking into the bridge of eternal spring with a trail of sparks and lightning. The blast caused by the collision of two colossi was like 1,000 crystal bombs exploding at the same time. The bridge of eternal spring seemed to have just suffered a tornado and was completely paralyzed. Shwa! Shwa! The blades on the elbows of the kleptomaniac crossed and pierced into the Lotus Buddha's spiritual residence, narrowly passing Li Wuji's body. The sharp edge stimulated every nerve inside Li Wuji's body like a gloomy wind from hell. Part of the superalloy spiritual puppets that made up the Fist King's body also crawled into the spiritual residence through the wide-open breastplate of the Lotus Buddha. All kinds of blades and guns were rolled out of their bodies and aimed at Li Wuji's temples and chest, making a silent threat. Li Wuji had been dizzy under the blast. When he realized what was going on, he had lost all chances to fight back. He was angry, anxious, and ashamed. His head was blank for a long time, and he vomited aloud in the end. On the ground of the Blue Sky Market, the resistance of Li Wuji's half-fleet was still going on. The Big Bai pirate gang merely controlled the firing points around to prevent them from fleeing, but they did not show any intention of attacking the place. Now that the Big Bai pirate gang did not intend to attack, the remaining troop inside, which had just been bombarded by heavy cannons and lost touch with their leader Li Yuanjin, would certainly not leave their base recklessly either. They were still under the illusion that Li Wuji would notice something wrong and reinforce them with the intact fleet if they could persist for a while longer. However, their beautiful wish was shattered by the cruel reality. While they were in an impasse against the Big Bai pirate gang in the hidden fortresses and the firing points, a twisted, broken colossus flew in from the man-made atmosphere and stopped above them. It was exactly Li Wuji's colossus, the Lotus Buddha. The soldiers naturally recognized their master's colossus. Thinking that Li Wuji had returned to help them, they were about to cheer and counterattack when they noticed that something was not right. The colossus was blackened and ragged, as if it had just been savaged. Was it nearly as clean and unstained as Li Wuji usually kept it? What happened? How did our Lord's colossus fall into such a miserable state? The soldiers of the troop looked at each other in bewilderment, all feeling creepy. Surrender now! The remaining half-breastplate was kicked away from inside, and Boss Bai and the Fist King leaped out of the spiritual residence and stood above everyone magnificently. Between the two of them was the swollen, tied, and bleeding Li Wuji, who couldn't have looked more terrible. In a trance, Li Wuji was too devastated to face his soldiers, but the blades in Boss Bai and the Fist King's hands were crossed on his neck, forcing him to raise his head so that the soldiers could see his face clearly. Surrender now! Boss Bai shouted again. Your master has been caught by us alive. This man does not have the determination of the immortal cultivators at all. He did not dare to kill himself when he was offered an opportunity to. Are you going to serve and even die for such a man? I am unwilling to kill you because you are all the best specialists to maneuver starships. If I want, I can surround this place and summon all the starships here to bombard you for a good 5 hours. Who among you can survive or even keep your body intact? Surrender now. This is the third warning, and I will not repeat it for a fourth time. You will either surrender or die. Hardly had he finished his sentence when swirls spread out on the man-made atmosphere and daunting starships barged in, further adding to the weight of Boss Bai's announcement. What was pulled by a few small starships was exactly Eternal Spring, which had been crippled and lost basic mobility. The flagship was disabled, the commander was captured alive, the direct superior went missing, and the enemy had surrounded them. With the battle coming to this point, it was not disgraceful for any troop to choose to surrender. Even if it were a troop of the cultivators, it would have to surrender now. The regular army of the 4 Kurfürst families, especially the young officers, the ordinary soldiers, and the hominoid slaves in it, was unsteady in the first place because of the turmoil of the reformists. The only reason they resisted hard without retreating was that the enemies were humble and lowly space pirates. They were merely supported by the sense of honor. But right now, when they looked at the most humiliating appearance of Li Wuji, what were they dying for exactly? Clang! Clang! With complicated sighs, the soldiers dropped the weapons that were stained by sweat and blood in their hands, surrendering to Boss Bai and the Fist King. It was not until this moment that the regular space pirates in the other 28 pirate gangs, who had the greatest advantage in number, vaguely realized that something was not right. This can't be right. Didn't they say that Boss Bai had joined hands with Marquis Yongchun to regroup us? Why is Boss Bai fighting Marquis Yongchun's troop? The space pirates looked at each other in confusion, having no idea what was going on. It was one thing to be swallowed by Marquis Yongchun, who represented the 4 Kurfürst families, but it would be too absurd if they were only swallowed by Boss Bai and even forced to face the dual fury of the reformists and the 4 families together with him. Boss Bai, the treacherous, shameless, and insane Boss Bai. Many space pirates had finally realized what was going on. They wanted to pick up their weapons again, but it was too late. Their magical equipment and their crystal suits had long been taken away by the soldiers of the Big Bai pirate gang. They had also been asked to move to the lower places that did not have any cover. Their enemies were watching them coldly from the commanding heights and the firing points with obvious contempt. Besides, more and more starships were tearing apart the man-made atmosphere and breaking the gravity sphere of the blue sky market from the sky. They were parked above them like iron beasts. Many space pirates whose eyes were keen had recognized the emblem of the crowned fist on those starships. Realizing that it was the fleet of cultivators who had been unpredictably active in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium in the recent year, they couldn't help but feel greatly shocked. Boss Bai is joining hands with the cultivators and the terrible Fist King Lei Zhonglia. Such an understanding smashed the last backbone of the space pirates, who intended to resist like a 1,000-kilogram hammer. The starships of the cultivators' fleet were all stolen from the Imperium's army or even the space pirates. Some were even modified from armed mining starships or merchant starships. They were ragged and their tonnage and firepower were below average. But starships were starships after all. They were more than enough to deal with the ants that were scattered on the ground. One wrong move, and they'd lose the entire game. Realizing that they had stepped into the most vicious trap since the very beginning, those space pirates could only sigh and accept the ruling of Boss Bai and the Fist King with their eyes closed. Just like that, in less than 24 hours, the blue sky market, the comprehensive business and trade center with the most abundant resources, and the most advanced maintenance facilities with the best upgrade and supply abilities changed 3 masters in a row. At first, it belonged to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Then, it was the space pirates and the nobles' armies. Eventually, it fell to the hands of the federal space pirates and the cultivators. Hooray! 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 When the Big Bai pirate gang and the fleet of the cultivators successfully joined, and when the flag of White Mouse twisting its bottom, the flag of Starlight, and the flag of the crowned fist fluttered in the burning sky of the blue sky market together, all the space pirates from the Star Glory Federation and the cultivators of Starlight began to cheer from the bottom of their hearts. It was needless to say the central members of the Big Bai pirate gang. Although they had almost been invincible in the hundreds of fierce battles after they jumped to the Imperium from the Federation under the leadership of Boss Bai, and they had returned with loads of trophies every time, they had never conquered such a resourceful and sturdy city as the blue sky market before, nor had they ever crushed a whole fleet of the regular army. Such an unprecedented triumph was not only the glory of the space pirates but also the glory of the Federation from the edge of the cosmos. Even though they were humble space pirates who might have been in jail for decades in the Federation was their homeland after all, where their family and friends still stayed. The connection between them and the Federation could never be excised. The bumpkins from the edge of the cosmos, after barging into the splendid worlds at the center of the cosmos, were still having a great time and even turning the worlds upside down. In terms of technologies and advancement of civilization, the wealthy places at the center of the cosmos were naturally better, but when it came to brutality and toughness, it was certainly the vicious folks from the rough lands that were more fearsome. One day, the brutality of the federal space pirates would be known by everybody at the center of the cosmos, and the very first flash that illuminated their name would be the battle today, where the blue sky market was conquered, 28 pirate gangs were swallowed, and Li Wuji's entire fleet was crushed. Boss Bai did not lie to them at all. They had a good chance to be the freest people ever and the greatest space pirates in the universe. It was even more needless to say the cultivators from the Imperium. During the hundreds of years before today, they had been struggling on the brink of destruction, and it was already their best if they could make a voice in their fury. Even the magnificent uprisings in the mines and the farms often died as abruptly as they took place. They would easily be crushed when the regular army of the Imperium came to suppress them. Little had they ever dreamed that they could conquer a gigantic business and trade center or shatter an elite fleet of the regular army with their barrages. Even a marquis of the Imperium had been captured alive by them. More importantly, after the blue sky market was occupied, they had earned sufficient assets. The training resources in the trophies would be enough to help many of them to break into new levels and significantly improve their combat ability. The starships of the space pirates and the regular army that had been captured could also be maintained and upgraded with the facilities in the blue sky market, comprehensively upgrading their fleet that was as ragged as beggars right now. In such a way, the fire of cultivators that had been suppressed for 1,000 years had the hope of being reignited and spread out again. How could they not be cheering in euphoria? The whole blue sky market had turned into an ocean of joy. The federal space pirates and the cultivators of the Imperium, the weird combination, sang and danced merrily. Naturally, in light of what happened to the space pirates and the regular army of the Imperium, alcohol was certainly not an option. The victors could only wave their flags vehemently to let out their excitement and ecstasy. Below the wonderful flags, two partners that had been separated for a long time met again. They were exactly Han-Te and Lu Li, the young man and the girl from the Martial Meritocrat sector. The two fledgling and vigorous teenagers embraced each other tightly. The whole world seemed to have disappeared, and they were all there was. Han-Te, Lu Li. The two pairs of eyes that were staring at each other were both filled with tears. Reviewing their extraordinary experiences in the last half a year, they both felt that it was almost a dream. When Han-Te, Lu Li, Fist King Lei Zhonglia and Gao Dashan, the experienced captain from Starlight, were rescued from the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector by Liao, the Martial Meritocrat sector was still occupied by the immortal cultivators. Having no alternatives, Liao sacrificed himself to distract all the immortal cultivators, allowing whatever left of Starlight to run to the edge of the fourth quadrant at the edge of the Imperium to search for Boss Bai. Despite Liao's confident declaration, Han-Te and Lu Li did not have much faith in Boss Bai, the head of space pirates. They had heard a thing or two about space pirates and knew that they were all ferocious men who did not have any integrity or credit. Besides, even the strongest space pirates couldn't have been a match for the regular army of the immortal cultivators. This Boss Bai did not know them at all. How could he have accepted such a crushed team of cultivators recklessly, which would only be a burden for him? However, they had no choices back then and could only turn to the last resort. Through all difficulties, thanks to the leadership and protection of the Fist King, they finally arrived at the periphery of the Imperium and got in touch with Boss Bai by chance. Out of their expectation, after observing their tiny team up and down for a long time, Boss Bai did not turn them down and even gave them a piece of surprising advice. You, the cultivators, are too eye-catching. If you stay in the Big Bai pirate gang, it will be easy for the immortal cultivators to notice you, which will be troublesome for the both of us. However, for the sake that you are cultivators, I will not watch you die without doing anything. Here's the solution for you. My Big Bai pirate gang has sailed and raged in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium and developed to what it is today, all because of speed and professionalism. What I've been training with are the best soldiers, who use the latest warships that have the highest speed, fiercest firepower, and best equipment. However, we often captured a lot of obsolete, heavy starships when we looted the immortal cultivators' ports or attacked other pirate gangs. I would never take those burdens away, but it seemed a shame to just abandon them. As it happens, I've just done a few big jobs, and I have a lot of such old and awkward starships as well as weapons that are no better than garbage in my hands. If you do not despise them, I'll offer those gears to you for you to develop your fleet of cultivators. In the meantime, I can send a batch of tutors to you. They are all seasoned space pirates who have the most battle experiences. They will teach you how to establish and command a real fleet. What I'm saying is that the Big Bai pirate gang and the fleet of cultivators can play different roles in cooperation, one in the light and the other in the dark. Specifically speaking, I have a lot of intelligence regarding the pirate gangs that are on a job. But if I loot them too often, I may be hated by the people of my trade. So, it will be better if you attack them when they have just done a great business, with their arsenal empty and their warehouses full. Or rather, it wouldn't matter if I intercept their trophies myself as long as you take the blame afterward. All in all, we will simply observe our agreement. I will have the latest warships, whereas the other starships will be yours. The rest of the assets will be divided evenly. Consider it a favor from me to support the development of the cultivators in the Imperium. One other thing. On the vast resource planets and in the mines and farms at the periphery of the Imperium, tremendous precious intelligence and human resources are hidden. I'm hoping to work on those aspects, establish a few bases, and transform most people at the edge of the Imperium into my sympathizers and supporters, or at least people who are willing to do business with me. But it won't be appropriate for me to do that. Taller trees catch more wind. What exactly does a filthy space pirate want to do when he is winning the people's support? But it is most suitable for your starlight to do that because you have been doing that since the beginning. Most of the ordinary people have heard your name before and rather trust you. All in all, our two parties can pretend to be at loggerheads or even fight each other hard. But there is in fact a lot of room for cooperation and complementation between us. If we play our roles well, even if the regime of the Imperium is not changed, we can at least significantly expand our living space. How about it? Are you willing to do that? Now that Boss Bai had put it in such a way, what else could the desperate survivors of Starlight say? Of course they would do it. What happened later was exactly what Boss Bai predicted. At first, he offered a batch of outdated starships, which were still usable, to the survivors of Starlight. He then sent experienced space pirates to help train the soldiers of Starlight, teaching Starlight how to ambush, move, and loot other people when they were in trouble almost hand in hand. He also worked together with Starlight to swallow quite a few infamous pirate gangs, allowing Starlight to upgrade their gears and develop rapidly. After that, with the mainframe crystal processors with high computational abilities, Fist King lay Zonlia's combat and commanding abilities soared. He was even stronger than Boss Bai in terms of hacking and cyber warfare. The two parties truly became an inseparable whole. Today, they had conquered the blue sky market together and swallowed 28 pirate gangs and one regular fleet when they were terribly outnumbered, announcing that they were a force at the edge of the Imperium not to be underestimated. Everything was truly like a dream. Luli, snap on my forehead and see if we are dreaming. I don't want to find myself suffering on the land of sins after I wake up later, Hante said to Luli with a smile. Luli curled her finger and snapped at Hante's forehead, so hard that Hante jumped to his feet and then lowered his back while covering his head. Even his tears were almost running out. While wiping his tears, he burst into laughter. It hurts. This is not a dream. We've truly won. If we can conquer the blue sky market today, maybe it won't take long before we return to the Martial Meritocrats sector with an overwhelming fleet and smash the land of sins into pieces. The young man from the land of sins couldn't forget his disastrous homeland. Of course, what he couldn't forget more was the little sister before him who had escaped from the land of sins together with him. The two partners who had been born and grown up together on the land of sins went on separate ways after they came to the boundless space. The blood of ambitions and restlessness had always been flowing inside Han Ti's veins. He was very curious about the space pirates' unexpected, unrestrained, and somewhat mysterious and romantic life. When he heard that the fleet of the Cultivators was in need of a liaison officer in the Big By Pirate Gang to coordinate the cooperation, he volunteered to take the complicated and arduous task. After he came to the Big By Pirate Gang, not only had he done an excellent job in his post, he also gained access to a lot of other posts, until he encountered the job of artilleryman as if it were the fate of life. The artilleryman was much more than controlling the heavy cannons on the starships to attack. The fire control officer, a senior profession to the post, was responsible for the distribution of firepower and the rhythm of attack of a starship or even an entire fleet. Even the most commonly seen mass-produced attack starship had almost 100 cannons large and small. For a coalition fleet made of hundreds of starships, their firepower combined could be astronomical. How to configure the complicated firepower, how to adjust the shooting angle, how to change the rhythm of attack, whether to bombard stormily or to barrage unhurriedly, whether to focus on one point or to shoot the entire area. The answers to the sophisticated questions often lay in the hands of the fire control officer. In most of the deep sky fleets, the fire control officer was the second or third person only below the highest commander and was equal to the chief of staff of the fleet. Furthermore, when the commander of a fleet was killed or lost combat ability, it was often the fire control officer who took over his place instead of the chief of staff. The chief of staff only provided assistance, and the fire control officer was the one who made the ultimate call. To be an excellent fire control officer required not only abundant experience, calmness, and steadiness, but also talents. When to barrage with all the cannons, when to cancel the attacks, when to bombard without caring about the consumption of spiritual energy, and whether or not to remove all the spiritual shields and focus the energy on the turrets to play a shocking gamble when the starship was under unfavorable circumstances. Those problems could not be answered in books or the crystal processors but had to be decided by the fire control officer's momentary spark of talents. It was a common understanding among the fleet commanders that an excellent fire control officer could improve the firepower intensity of a fleet by at least 20% on his own. Another unquestionable understanding was that the best fire control officer was like the most distinguished artist, who could not be trained and could only be discovered. Right now, Hante was still far from an excellent fire control officer, if he was a qualified one at all. However, his calmness when he controlled the cannons and distributed the firepower, and his status of both frenzy and peacefulness, when he played the wild gambles had made Boss, by who had the keenest eyes, see his talents and determined to raise him. Hante's character was exactly what Boss Bai was fond of too. The land of sins where he was born, like the bleeding space, was an extremely cruel hunting field and arena. Everybody was a predator and prey the moment they were born. Hante had a great time in the Big Bai pirate gang. He and Boss Bai got along very well too. Although he had been admitted by Lu Li's father as a disciple in his hometown, Boss Bai was still more than enough to be his teacher. Also, he had learned a lot of stuff from the jade chips Liao left behind in Boss Bai. His progress in half a year was more than what other people achieved in 10 years. Just now, the starships of the Big Bai pirate gang secretly shifted the direction of the turrets to bombard the space pirates and the garrison in the blue sky market. Hante contributed to the accurate aiming and the almost perfect coordination of infantry and cannons. Hante had great fun in it. He also had the ambitious goal to follow and even surpass Boss Bai one day. Even though the Big Bai pirate gang had successfully met the fleet of the Cultivators, he did not plan to return to the Cultivators' side anymore. Lu Li, in the meantime, had been staying in the Cultivators' fleet, or to be more exactly, next to Fist King Lei Zhonglia. The Fist King was a super spiritual puppet that could upgrade and survive permanently. His training methods were unique. In order to be stronger, he had to strengthen his iron body every second or even replace it with a newer and sturdier shell. Such modification and maintenance work couldn't have been accomplished by the Fist King alone. He needed at least an assistant. When Liao left the Martial Meritocrat sector, he had poured some of his maintenance knowledge and secret arts into the jade chips and handed them over to Lu Li. The Land of Sins was almost a planet-sized magical equipment graveyard. Most magical equipments had to be maintained and assembled on their own. The kids born on the Land of Sins often boasted excellent skills in magical equipment maintenance. Lu Li had the basic knowledge of magical equipment maintenance in the first place. Thanks to the girl's natural deafness, and under the guidance of Liao's jade chips and the Fist King's personal instruction, she was more or less able to keep up with the Fist King's pace. Right now, she had become the Fist King's indispensable personal maintainer and upgrader. Her sole field of research was to maintain the Fist King's body and make him the strongest being in the whole universe. Such ancillary work was too dull for the ambitious Hante, but Lu Li enjoyed herself in it. She preferred peace to action in the first place, and the lonely journey in space could be quite scary. What could she complain about if she could stay next to such an expert like the Fist King and be protected by him all the time? Hante could be a superhero or a great thief if he wanted to be, but Lu Li had her own little dream too. It wouldn't be bad if she could grow a tiny land of gold barley The drastic changes in life during the past half a year made the young man and the girl who had just passed 20 years of age grow fast. The newly grown stubble on the young man's lips was harder than before, and the girl was also much plumper. When they hugged each other today, they somehow felt that they were the most familiar strangers to each other. When they smiled at each other after hugging for a long time, they finally saw their own reflections from a long time ago in each other's eyes. 1 year ago, when we were still struggling in the land of sins, we never expected that so many changes would happen to us. Looking at his hands, Hante mumbled, or that life would be so amazing and incredible. Yes, ever since Grandpa Yao came to our world, our lives seem to have been pushed by him into a turbulent vortex. Luli smiled too, and she said in a crisp voice, I wish Grandpa Yao could see us right now. I wonder where he is exactly. I truly miss him. But there is no telling when we can meet him again. We certainly will. Hante said, according to Boss Bai, a super tough man named Vulture Li Yao rose in the capital recently. It was probably Grandpa Yao. Master Fist King also said that, but I found it hard to believe. Taking a deep breath, Luli said in disbelief, a cultivator rising in the capital of the Imperium of true human beings? Grandpa is truly perplexing. I can't agree more. Hante grinned and said, the two persons that I admire most in my life are Boss Bai and Grandpa Yao. They are the kind of people that you don't need to be surprised at whatever miracles they bring about. Don't forget there's still Master Fist King. Luli said, not entirely convinced. You worship Boss Bai? But I think our Master Fist King is more awesome. Hurry and let's meet Master Fist King. You are our liaison officer in the Big Bai pirate gang after all. Of course, I certainly need to visit him. Hante was suddenly embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, however, can we visit him this afternoon? Or maybe you can wait for me for 2 hours. Just 2 hours. Huh. While Luli was surprised, female chuckles suddenly echoed behind Hante, and quite a few girls who were plump, petite, or pleasant-looking rushed at him. Hante, what are you doing here? You are a minor contributor to the conquest of the blue sky market too. Hurry and celebrate with us. Exactly. We'd been waiting for you for a long time, and you snuck out without telling us. We are so sad. Huh. Who is this little miss? You look rather strange. Luli looked at the girls who were bigger than her, bigger in every aspect, and looked at Hante in disbelief. They are... Oh, allow me to introduce you. They are the big sisters that I've met in the Big Bai pirate gang. Hante coughed without changing his expression. This sister is from the bridge, this sister is from the fire control room and half my senior sister. This sister is from the engine compartment, and this sister is an awesome attacker in the space shuttle team. Luli was stunned for such a long time that her eyes were frozen. In the end, she stammered, They are all your big sisters. Then what about me? You? Having no idea what was going on, Hante blurted out, You are my dearest little sister, of course. I've always treated you like a biological sister, no, a twin sister. You are my most important family. Are you worried that I might have changed after the journey in space? Ha 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 ha. You are overthinking. Luli, let me tell you, whatever I become in the future, and even if I am completely deformed, I will forever protect you as my twin little sister. Forever. Luli finally couldn't hold it back anymore. The ice was broken, and the tears of anger ran out. Ha! Hante scratched his head. You don't have to be so touched by what I said. Do you? Even though we haven't met for a long time, there is no need to be so emotional. How about you go back and tell Master Fist King that I'll find you after I'm done with the big sisters here. It will be 2 hours at most, all right? All right. All right. Lu Li's face had been wrinkled into an ugly orange. She tried to contain herself, but she still burst out in fury. All right, my ass. Just go celebrate with your big sisters. Hante. I'll never talk to you again. There was often a silver lining even in the greatest catastrophe. Desperation and hope were the two sides of the same coin in the first place. All that mattered was who the one that picked the coin was and from which angle he was standing. A joke was once very popular in the ancient times among the sailors. When a ship sank after hitting an iceberg, all the passengers on board were killed in the ocean. While it was a disaster for the passengers, for the fish in the kitchen on the ship that was waiting to be cooked, it was undoubtedly divine salvation. The joke described what Zhuotian was feeling perfectly. After his spiritual energy was locked, his shoulder blade was pierced through, and 3 layers of electromagnetic shackles were imposed on him. The deacon of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the manager of the Blue Sky Market 24 hours ago had already lost all hope when he was escorted to Eternal Spring, ready to face the excruciating tortures and the final execution. Little did he expect that Eternal Spring would suffer an ambush during the space jump. Because the prison cell was particularly solid, he survived the fierce battles, and not even his fingernail was cut by the space ripples. He was brought back by the soldiers of the Big by Pirate Gang to the Blue Sky Market in one piece. Although it had been only half a day, looking at the flags of the White Mouse with a twisted bottom and the crowned fist, Zhuotian couldn't help but feel that it was a different life. He wondered whether he should cry or laugh about it. The soldiers of the Big by Pirate Gang did not seal his senses. On his way, he saw the devastated regular army and the other space pirates who had been kept captives. He also saw the deformed, blackened bodies of the many pirate gangs, as well as the hills of the debris of crystal suits and starships, which almost looked like splendors to demonstrate the winner's power. From the excited soldiers of the Big by Pirate Gang and what he had seen on his way, Zhuotian had basically figured out what had happened in the previous half a day and who the new owner of the Blue Sky Market was. Li Wuji, ha 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 ha, you didn't see today coming, did you? Boss Bai is truly an extraordinary man, and also an out-and-out lunatic. However, Zhuotian was not bothered too much because his outcome couldn't have been worse than being escorted to the territory of the 4 Kurfürsten. Very soon, he was escorted by a team of the Big by Pirate Gang to the No. 1 dock where a few main force warships were stopped. With the warships that were as magnificent as mountains as the background, Boss Bai was chatting with another expert who looked as intimidating as himself. Zhuotian was surprised by Boss Bai's fancy vacation clothes first before he focused his attention on the bronze spiritual puppet or artificial body on the opposite of him. That must be Fist King Lei Zhonglia, who had been quite the star at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium in the recent half a year, and who was somewhat even scarier than Boss Bai. He did not expect that Boss Bai and the Fist King had joined their hands to dig such a giant pit for him. It was not the fault of him or Li Wuji that they fell into the trap without noticing anything wrong. Deacon Zhua is back. Boss Bai did not notice Zhuotian's embarrassment until he talked with the Fist King for a while. He raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "Why is he still tied up? Do you not know that Deacon Zhua is an honorable guest of the Blue Sky Market? We have to consult Deacon Zhua on a lot of things, such as the operation and defense of the Blue Sky Market, and the features of the docks for maintenance and upgrades. How can you be so rude? Hurry and untie Deacon Zhua and treat his wounds." Zhuotian warmed up his wrists, which were rigid and strengthless after being tied for too long. He grimaced and moaned while he cursed Boss Bai in his heart. Such a shameless announcement that he was an honorable guest of the Blue Sky Market was something that Boss Bai could say out. The reason why he was tied up for so long was exactly because of Boss Bai's doing. Why were you pretending to be the good guy? A real man knows when to admit failure. With 30% fury, Zhuotian held his head high and said, "Boss Bai, stop being pretentious. Now that I've fallen to your hands, you can execute me however you see fit." "What are you talking about, Deacon Zhua?" Boss Bai couldn't have looked more confused and innocent, almost like a child who did not know what mistake he had made. He went forward and smeared ointments for Zhuotian in person as he said in the gentlest and most sincere voice, "Misunderstanding. All is but a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." His head dizzy, Zhuotian looked at the Blue Sky Market where intense black smoke was still popping up and felt like vomiting blood on Boss Bai's face. Innocence beamed out of Boss Bai's small eyes. Deacon Zhua may have been greatly offended earlier, but it was simply a trick that had to be played. Without the sacrifices of Deacon Zhua and other people, how could we have won the trust of the 28 pirate gangs as well as Marquis Yongchun and fished all of them? Right now, although the Blue Sky Market is destroyed, the 28 pirate gangs and the advanced warships of Li Wuji's fleet, as well as the elite warriors that had been trained for decades, all fell to our hands. What a fatal force it is. Can certainly change the course of the Battle of Seven Seas to come. Can't it? Isn't it worthwhile to trade for it with the blue sky market? Besides, even if I did not do anything, the other 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet would still have swept across the blue sky market. Your doom was inevitable. Was there any fault in me when I earned the greatest benefits for you from the destruction? Of course, I should have informed Deaconswa beforehand and asked for your approval. But in that case, Li Wuji might notice loopholes and the scheme would fail. So, I would rather risk being blamed by Deaconswa, misunderstood by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and hated by the reformists and simply took action without asking for permission. Do you really not understand my consideration, Deaconswa? As a deacon of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, Zhuotianying had traveled a lot and met the most shameless merchants. But what Boss Bai said today and his guiltless face still updated Zhuotianying's knowledge of shameless. Holding back the urge of vomiting blood, he panted with a pale face. Boss Bai, we have no grudge against each other. Even if you are going to occupy the blue sky market, you can simply kill me. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Humiliate you? I don't know what you are talking about. Blinking his eyes, Boss Bai said sincerely, I meant every word I said. Why is it humiliation? I was thinking to ask Deaconswa to be an intermediary for my cooperation with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists. Why would I humiliate you? Cooperation. Zhuotianying found it hard to believe and exclaimed, with everything coming to this point, you are still hoping to cooperate with us? Why not? Boss Bai curled his lips. Peace is the most precious thing for us who make a living in the same universe. I am a man who likes to cooperate and make deals best. Then, Zhuotianying was both confused and angry. 1 day ago, I invited you to cooperate with the business alliance of 10,000 sector, but you viciously stole my blue sky market and slaughtered tremendous members on my side. Now, the smoke has not dispersed and the blood is not solid yet. And you are hoping to cooperate with us as if nothing had happened? What do you want exactly? Cooperation. From the beginning to the end, I only want cooperation. Boss Bai grew solemn, and his face was covered in frost. Staring at Zhuotianying, he said, Deaconswa, tell me the truth. Was the so-called cooperation yesterday for two parties on equal terms? No, you were just trying to hire the big Bai pirate gang with a high reward to be your cannon fodder and even your dog. Listen up, Boss Bai can cooperate with anyone, however infamous and brutal they are, as long as there are enough returns. But if anyone wants me to be his dog, even if he is a god that masters the stars and promises me the entire universe, I won't be interested at all. 1 day ago, we were not equal, and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors did not respect me at all. So our cooperation couldn't work out. But right now, I have proved my sincerity for the cooperation with my strength. Perhaps the calmer and more rational guys in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors understand the importance of letting bygones be bygones, don't they? Zhuotianying lowered his head in silence, but he began to roll his eyes fast, like a grass revived after being frozen, as he reconsidered every possibility. We can talk about the details later. Observing him, Boss Bai said with a smile, Deaconswa can take a rest for now and consider my proposal carefully. Boss Bai waved his hands, and Zhuotianying was taken away in devastation. Another devastated man, however, was brought over. The two of them looked at each other when they passed by each other, both bulging their eyes hard. The second person was naturally Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji. Li Wuji looked much more miserable than Zhuotianying, who was barely injured. Not only was his head as swollen as a pig head covered in sauces because of the blasts blown out by the kleptomaniac and the Fist King, but his face and his body were also stained with tremendous blood, stains, and vomits. Those things enshrouded him like poisons, making him writhe and moan feebly all the time. Boss Bai, Lei Zhonglia. After being pushed to Boss Bai's feet, Li Wuji struggled even harder, and his eyes were almost shooting out like hammers. He roared crazily, You are doomed. You are not far away from death. You have nowhere to run to. The 4 families will annihilate each and every one of you and slap you like slapping flies. My lord. Boss Bai sighed and squatted next to Li Wuji before he said unhurriedly, Save your strength. I truly don't understand why you want us to die so badly. Haven't you discovered that we are now an indestructible team of shared interests, and that your position in the Li family is solely dependent on the future of the Big Bai pirate gang and the fleet of the Cultivators? What are you talking about? Blushing, Li Wuji shouted hoarsely and desperately, My position and future in my family have been completely ended by you 2 goddamn prisoners. What shared interests are you talking about? My lord, it seems that you haven't quite figured out what is going on, Boss Bai said with a smile. Once the news that the National Protection Army rebelled and caused the annihilation of your fleet is back to the territory of the 4 Kurfürst families, while we will certainly be dead for sure, you will also lose your reputation and never have a chance to make a comeback as the person who was directly responsible for the failure. You will only become a joke and a shame like Li Lingfeng or Li Linghai, won't you? However, listen closely. What if the news of your failure does not spread to your family, or even out of this space zone? Li Wuji had been on the brink of collapse. Even his soul seemed to have shriveled when his ambitions dried. However, Boss Bai's words illuminated his forehead immediately like the sunlight in the middle of clouds. Like a revived viper, Li Wuji tried to sit straight. Think about it. Right now, the billions of kilometers around the blue sky market are within our control. Not a single starship has escaped. You never had a chance to ask for reinforcements from your family. Even if you did, the signals must have been disrupted by us. Boss Bai said in an enlightened manner. Then, as long as we do not tell the truth, who knows what happened in the blue sky market in the past day? Look, the National Protection Army is still organized. It is even more cohesive than before now that the treacherous guys have been removed. As for your fleet, it has suffered heavy losses, but attacking the blue sky market comes with a price too. As long as the docks hurry up to maintain the starships, it won't be entirely impossible to cover it up. Consider such a possibility. The National Protection Army is still under your command in name, my lord, and what my lord sends to your family is not a cry for help but a report of victory that states you have conquered the blue sky market, albeit with a slightly heavier loss than estimated. In such a way, is it possible to preserve your honor and position in the 4 families for now, my lord? Li Wuji was deep in thought for a long time, before he shook his head and said, You can't cover fire with paper. The lies will be seen through eventually. I doubt it. Boss Bai chuckled. So sincerely and so dauntingly. Very soon, the coalition fleet of the 4 families will attack the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors together. The battle will be at least 10 times bigger than the battle in the blue sky market today. Countless fleets will be mired in the swirl of destruction. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to take the advantage. As long as we do the same and try to swallow more fleets in the Battle of 7 Seas, the National Protection Army will be expanded incessantly, until nobody is capable of destroying us. By then, who will care about my lord's little lie today? As long as you are powerful enough, you can call a deer a horse, and nobody will argue with you. Isn't it the rule of the game? Li Wuji's face cramped violently, as if he did not know the space pirate squatting before him at all. He said in disbelief, You are too crazy. I'm an honorable Marquis of the Imperium. You are trying to switch our roles and make me your accomplice and a disguise for the National Protection Army. Wrong. Boss Bai said gently and extended his hand, meaning to pat Li Wuji's cheek. But then he realized that his hand was too dirty. Smiling rather in embarrassment, he wiped it on his clothes that were full of stains and blood marks, only to make it even dirtier with all the dust and oil. Finally, he patted Li Wuji's face neither too heavily nor too lightly. My lord, you are not qualified to be my accomplice. What I need is just an obedient dog. You? Li Wuji was dumbfounded first, before he burst into fury and tried to fight back. Just cut your hypocrisy. Boss Bai suddenly accelerated his hand and slapped Li Wuji in the face twice as quickly as lightning. Do you know that there are only 2 kinds of people in the world? No, not the cultivators and the immortal cultivators, not the people of the Imperium and those of the Covenant Alliance, and not the good guys and the bad guys, but those who are unwilling to be dogs and those who are willing to. It has nothing to do with strength, position, honor, power, or any other fancy things. It is just a choice of one's heart. I belong to the former, and I am not willing to be a dog. But my lord is the latter deep down in your bones. Don't pretend to be tough and deceive yourself when you can't fool anyone. I can see through it easily. Even if I can't, I can still smell the stink of a dog from your bones, my lord. Therefore, I have high hopes for my lord, and I believe that you will certainly do an excellent job in your new post. Asshole! How dare you insult a marquis of the Imperium like this? Blushing in fury, Li Wuji tried to stand straight and bite Boss Bai's neck, but he had been locked by Boss Bai and unable to move at all. He could only gnash his teeth and say, "In your dream, I will die before I cooperate with you and deceive my family and the entire Imperium. You humble bandit can go to hell. Then, it will be such a shame," Boss Bai said, unmoved. He drew a handkerchief from Li Wuji's pocket and wiped his dirty hands, as well as the greasy sweat on his forehead and behind his neck, before he tossed it back to Li Wuji's face. Right? He suddenly changed the topic. I wonder, is someone as knowledgeable as my lord aware of how the excrements of the crew members are processed in a fully closed starship? Oh, if my lord is unaware of it, I can interpret it for you in great detail. We have a facility named Septic Tank, where certain microorganisms can transform the excrement of human beings into the most fundamental elements that can be devoted to the ecological cycle again. Seeing is believing. I'm afraid that my description is not very vivid. Why don't I invite my lord to visit it in person? One of my starships was hit in the battle, and the recycling cabin at the bottom level where the septic tank is located is damaged. TSK, TSK, TSK. That picture, that odor, that touch, all are simply too wonderful. Li Wuji's expression completely changed, and he shrieked like a rooster whose neck had been grasped. What are you doing, Boss Bai? What are you doing exactly? I will not spare you even if I become a ghost. Nothing. I'm just inviting my lord to the peaceful and quiet place where you can consider calmly without being disturbed. Boss Bai said with a smile. If my lord does become a ghost there, you will certainly be a ghost with a full belly. No. Every hair on Li Wuji's body was rising and shaking, and he was about to completely collapse. Boss Bai turned a deaf ear to his cries. Summoning his subordinates, he commanded, "Escort my lord to take a brief rest in the recycling cabin at the bottom of Thunder Snake. Well, just hang him 1 meter above the septic tank and drop a little bit every minute. After my lord is full and calmed down, bring him back to me. My lord, this way, please. Just make yourself at home. Come on." Boss Bai bowed at Li Wuji deeply and sent the man away with perfect manners. Boss Bai! Boss Bai! Boss Bai! Li Wuji cried like an undying ghost who was seeking revenge. Even a pig that was about to be sent into the slaughterhouse couldn't have struggled harder than him. His wails were clearly audible even when he was dragged to kilometers away. After taking care of the two most important persons on the reformist side and the four families side, and looking at the back of the miserable Li Wuji who was pulled away against his wish, Boss Bai couldn't help but chuckle and said to the Fist King who was next to him, "Let's continue the topic just now. Should we take a walk while we talk?" The two experts walked to the depths of the port aimlessly. Everything they saw on their way was either maintenance and upgrades or the confiscation and loading of all kinds of assets. The Big Bai pirate gang and the fleet of cultivators were like two ravenous bugs that were lying on a big apple that was the blue sky market, and they were determined to suck up all the juice in it. After the battle of the blue sky market, both Boss Bai, who swallowed 28 pirate gangs within the market, and the Fist King, who was bold enough to ambush Li Wuji's fleet in space, had become gods in the eyes of the soldiers. Wherever they reached, everybody cheered and applauded for them. The two of them talked and laughed while they walked to a forsaken port. It was not until nobody was around that Boss Bai finally said, "The allocation this time will be like before. I do not want to keep any of the cunning and atrocious guys in the 28 pirate gangs. Just kill all of them. As for the guys who do not owe much blood debts and who can still be reshaped, the ambitious and obedient ones will go to me, and the docile ones who are just doing this to make a living will go to you. As for the Starships, according to my evaluation, only 20% of them are fast enough to catch up with my big pirate gang. However, I'll need to dismantle the power units and fuel cabins of some starships to modify my starships and make them faster. Taking all of them into account, approximately half of the starships will be at your disposal, which will double the size of your fleet. How about it? Can you handle it? That's not a problem for me. Compared to the chatterbox boss the Fist King was taciturn and solemn. He calculated carefully for a while before he said cautiously, "When I was in the land of sins, I was sort of the head of bandits, but I did not know what a head of bandits should really be like until I came to space and witnessed Boss Bai's methods. We wouldn't have stood any chance of winning without Boss Bai's planning and forethought. I truly admire you, Boss Bai. You do? That's highly unnecessary. Everything I do is still within the understanding of most people." With a weird smile, Boss Bai suddenly said, "What you have achieved after you came to space, Fist King, is truly remarkable. On the other hand, it makes people not only admire you but also fear you. Even I have been shocked so many times that I can't help but wonder, are you a human being, Fist King?" The Fist King's crystal processor clattered, and vague smoke popped up from the joints of his metal skull. He said casually, "I don't understand what you are talking about, Boss Bai." His hands in his back, Boss Bai looked at the gantry cranes in the port that appeared to be the debris of a giant and said, "When you came to me with the crushed cultivators, you were just an inconspicuous spectral cultivator with a combat ability in the nascent soul stage at best, and you did not know the first thing about starship battles. However, as resources, particularly crystal processors, were provided for you incessantly, you were like a hungry sponge sucking and absorbing all the knowledge, growing into a qualified fleet commander at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, after crafting a few new artificial bodies, your combat ability leaped from the nascent soul stage to a weird level that was on par with the divinity transformation stage. It was something that even that monster Liao couldn't have achieved. Today, the starships that you can command at the same time are even more than what I am capable of. You are even confident enough to swallow the starships of the 28 pirate gangs that are in a mess. It is needless to mention your weird abilities in cyber warfare. You've truly become someone else during the past half year. Other people who do not know you well may think you are always like this, but I've been observing you closely enough to know that all your changes were completed within half a year. Such a shocking speed of advancement reminds me of the thorns in the deserts on the dry planets. In a drought, they will be only a cluster of dry and rigid whiskers, but as long as there is one heavy rain, they will immediately split apart and cover the entire planet after absorbing enough water. The ambush on Li Wuji's fleet is the same. Your calmness and your perfect control of the timing were remarkable. Even I couldn't have done a better job. It makes me wonder, if I were to lead a fleet and start a space battle with you, Fist King, which of us would be the winner? While talking, Boss Bai stopped and turned around, staring at the Fist King thoughtfully. At this moment, they had reached the deepest part of the Forsaken Port, far away from the heat at the docks and harbors. They were surrounded by rusted garbage and the gigantic loading and unloading magical equipment. Nobody was around but them. After Boss Bai said that, the whole world suddenly became quiet, as if an invisible glass cover had fallen and enveloped the two of them. The rusty, abandoned port was about to become a hellish battlefield. Boss Bai and the Fist King, two monsters with extremely weird backgrounds and extraordinary abilities, confronted each other at the mountains of wasted metals. The cheerful atmosphere a moment ago was entirely gone, and the only thing left was the fighting will that had been finally unleashed. What should happen had finally happened. Finally, it's our turn now? The Fist King's voice that was as stable as a machine did not shiver at all. He said calmly, "Boss Bai, you destroyed the sturdy defense of the Blue Sky Market with Li Wuji and the 28 pirate gangs first, and then you swallowed Li Wuji and the 28 pirate gangs with the cooperation of the Cultivators fleet. Now, you are kicking the ladder and devouring the fleet of the Cultivators too. Fist King, you are overthinking." Boss Bai wandered around the Fist King, like a velociraptor searching for the flaw of the prey. "Believe it or not, I do not mean any harm to the cultivators. Besides, swallowing the fleet of the cultivators recklessly will only bloat the big by pirate gang and undermine my combat ability. I am already having indigestion right now, and I will be killed by the excessive food if I keep on eating. Rest assured, I have never planned to give the cultivators a hard time. But the critical question is, Fist King, are you really a cultivator? The sharp question pierced into the Fist King's body deeply, casting the permanent battle puppet of auto-learning and auto-upgrading abilities into a long silence. If you are not a cultivator, who are you? Boss Bai's eyes were sharper and sharper, and his voice became more and more creepy. Or to be more exact, what are you? The Fist King replied, is it important? Maybe, maybe not. I'm just curious. Boss Bai chortled and opened his hands. Space pirates are meant to explore the unvisited lands, figure out all the unanswered enigmas in the universe, and move all the strange, interesting items to our homes for collection purposes. How can I tolerate such a huge mystery like you hanging around me all the time and turn a blind eye to it? Isn't that so, old Gao? This time, the Fist King was truly astounded. What did you call me? Everybody knows that my surname is Lei, even though Lei Zhonglia is perhaps not my real name. What makes you think that my surname is Gao? Perhaps it is not a surname, but the name of a clan or a very unique title. Observing his face, Boss Bai asked suspiciously, do you not have any impression of the name Gaoists? Gaoists? A very unique clan with a surname of Gao. The Fist King was even more confused, and it didn't help at all when he activated all his computational ability. He shook his head. Boss Bai, if you insist on fighting me, I'll have nothing to say, and we'll just see which of us is stronger. But I truly do not have any clue about this Gaoists. Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and observed the Fist King for a long time while he sensed the changes of the super tiny chips inside the Fist King's shell. Not detecting any sign of disguise, he thought for a long time and finally retrieved an item the size of a fingernail from his Cosmos ring. He tossed it over and said, take a look at this. This is... The Fist King picked it up. Brilliant rays shot out of the 9 crystal cameras on his metal mask as he scanned it quickly, only to discover that what Boss Bai had thrown to him was a crystal chip. To be more exact, it was a crystal chip that had almost been entirely melted and destroyed due to high temperatures. However, even though almost 100% of the surface of the chip had been melted, it was still obvious that the chip was in a different style from the traditions of the cultivators. The twisted stripes on it looked like some sort of complicated and tedious language, which was organized and expressed very differently from the runes of the cultivators. It naturally carried a certain weird rhythm. The Fist King searched his entire database and did not find any information on the words, which was quite strange. The words did not even belong to Pangu, Nuwa, or any other primeval species. The Fist King touched the words on the chip with his metal finger, feeling that he had heard a distant voice that was both familiar and strange from the chip, which was incomplete and almost melted. I've never seen such a thing before. Holding the chip in his hands, the Fist King studied it for a long time before he admitted frankly. The structure to squeeze 100 layers of metal slips, the weird language system carved on the surface, and the mechanism to make energy travel between worlds and metals are all vastly different from the training methods that I have known. It does not even look like a product of our world. Boss Bai, where exactly did you find this? What's the relationship between this weird chip and the so-called Gaoists, or me? Why were you certain that I would recognize this item, and why did you regard me as one of the Gaoists? It seems that you are truly unaware of anything. Then, this whole thing is even more intriguing now. Boss Bai had been observing the Fist King's movement all the time. Raising his eyebrow, he grinned and said, "You're right about one thing. This weird chip is indeed not a product of this world. To be more exact, it is not even a product within the range of the 3,000 sectors, the territory of human beings created by Pangu. It is probably from another world of human beings from somewhere extremely far away, or even on the other side of the general universe." What do you mean? As long as he wanted, the Fist King could cancel the procedure of being surprised anytime. So, He retained extreme calmness despite hearing such astounding news, and even turned on the cooling rune arrays of his main crystal processor in time to maintain the high computational ability. Another world of human beings. What is that? Since you truly know nothing, perhaps I can start from the beginning. Pondering for a long time, Boss Bai said, "Perhaps you do not know this, but before the Big Bai pirate gang rose at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, we had once jumped to the martial meritocrat sector, which was our first stop on our journey to distinguish ourselves. However, we did not go to the land of sins where you were at like Li Yao did later, because we were large in number and too eye-catching. It was impossible for us to snuck to the main planet of the martial meritocrat sector under the nose of Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng. We were just wandering at the peripheral space zones of the martial meritocrat sector, hoping to gather some intelligence and assets and see if we could ambush a few carriers of the Imperium. We turned out to be quite lucky. Soon after we roamed at the edge of the martial meritocrat sector, we happened upon a remnant of what appeared to be a starship because of a coincidental outbreak of space storm. The Fist King said, "What do you mean by a remnant of what appeared to be a starship? Even Boss Bai couldn't tell what exactly the remnant belonged to with your keen eyes." Boss Bai smiled and said, "If it were from a starship of the Cultivation civilizations, however bizarre the starship might have looked, all the starships shared similar structures and mechanisms. I would have recognized it even if it had been burnt into ashes. However, the remnant probably drifted, or was teleported, from a certain place on the other side of the grand universe beyond the 3,000 sectors. It was so seriously damaged during the journey that it was not only twisted but also extremely fragile, as if it would turn into powder the moment you touched it. Even if it were some kind of starship, it was nothing like anything we'd been familiar with in terms of structure and mechanism. So, it was not until a long time later that I finally speculated based on the incomplete tomography that it was probably a starship from an alien human civilization." "Wait," the Fist King said. "On human beings' journey to explore the Sea of Stars, they have encountered a lot of alien species, many of which boasted advanced technologies a long time ago. Some of them were even capable of crafting starships and roaming in space. The starship remnants of the aliens, although rare, do not seem to deserve such attention. Why are you so cautious about this particular remnant and call them alien humans instead of alien species, Boss Bai? What's the difference between alien species and alien humans? Because the guests from the other side of the grand universe are too similar to us," Boss Bai said. "I did not find their corpses, but before the remnant of their starship was obliterated, I had a quick glimpse at their looks from some mottled light and shadow in it. The individuals of the extraterrestrial civilization had similar heights and body sizes to ourselves, if not identical. The only difference was that their skin was relatively fair and crude. Half of them had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the other half had a myriad of hair and eye colors. The color differences of the skin, the hair, and the eyes are genetically insignificant. Ignoring the tiny differences, they are almost like our duplicates, our mirror version, from the other side of the grand universe." "Is that so?" the Fist King said. Both the Pangu civilization and the civilization of mankind craved to leap out of the swamp of the 3,000 sectors and explore the unknown on the other side of the grand universe. But the exploration teams found nothing after they were billions of light years away from the 3,000 sectors. It was even determined that there was a desolate area beyond the 3,000 sectors where the resources were highly insufficient and even the stars had completely died out. It's like a thick, overwhelming black wall that caged Pangu, mankind, and all the civilizations to come. But Boss Bai has claimed that a starship of alien humans crossed the ceaseless black wall from the other side of the grand universe and reached our world, with an appearance very similar to the human beings in our place? Exactly. Looking at the distance, Boss Bai sighed. I've been keeping it a secret for a long time, but the suffocating blast is still coming back to me when I recall it today. Even if those extraterrestrial guests were mud monsters that had tentacles all over their bodies and could transform freely, I wouldn't have been as surprised. But they were humans, humans that were almost identical to us, except that their skin was white and their hair was blonde. Boss Bai, have you ever heard of habitable zone and standard planet? Right then, Fist King interrupted Boss Bai and said, "The biologists and cosmists of the Imperium of True Human Beings have reached the conclusion after studying the 100 stellar systems in the 3,000 sectors that life, at least carbon-based life, has strict demands on the environment in order to be born. Carbon-based life can only be born in medium-sized planets with a stable structure. The planets can't be too far away or too close to the star, and the star must be on the relatively peaceful trajectory in the larger system in order to reduce the radiations from the center of the system and the scourges of space storms, while absorbing energy incessantly from the center of the system. Although the universe is vast, the planets that are qualified for carbon-based life to be born are few. The space zones and trajectories that those planets are located at are known as habitable zones. Then, according to the biophysical features of mankind, Pangu and Nuwa, the scholars of the Imperium have proposed a standard planet. A standard planet is not a planet that exists in reality but an illusionary planet that has a theoretically perfect environment in every aspect, including temperature, atmosphere, gravity, air elements, light, distribution of mountains and oceans. All the circumstances are favorable for the exponential growth of carbon-based life and the rapid development of civilizations. The scholars have set tens of thousands of parameters to rate the planets in reality and evaluate the rank of different sectors. The planets that are closer to the conditions of the standard planet in parameters are of higher ranks, and it is easier for a powerful carbon-based civilization to be born. The main planets of the 3,000 sectors are mostly very similar to the standard planet. The match rate of their parameters is above 90%. That's why Pangu, Nuwa, and the civilization of mankind were born. Although the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations are more than 10 meters tall and have distinctive features such as multiple heads and arms, they are basically in the same appearance as human beings on the scale of the grand universe. Even 95% of their genes are the same. That's why we say the Pangu civilization is a father to the civilization of mankind. The environments that are vastly different from the standard planet, say a pure gaseous or liquid planet, or the stone belts far away from stars, can possibly conceive carbon-based life or even give birth to a carbon-based civilization. But such carbon-based civilizations often have all kinds of fatal flaws. They are absolutely no match for the standard civilizations that are born in environments similar to the standard planet. Then, after the standard civilizations such as Pangu and mankind rose, other carbon-based lives and civilizations tended to be conquered and destroyed. In the end, there would only be one victorious carbon-based civilization, which is exactly what mankind looks like right now. I've talked so much about habitable zone and standard planet because I want to tell Boss Bai that if there were indeed a powerful civilization capable of crossing the sea of stars on the other side of the grand universe, they would probably be like human beings as long as they are a carbon-based life. It is not a coincidence but a necessity for survival. So, there is no need to be too concerned about that, Boss Bai. Boss Bai nodded his head and said, "Exactly. I studied the concepts such as habitable zone, standard planet, and also stand civilization that derived from the standard planet later and got more or less relieved. This is exactly what they say. Winners are all the same whereas losers are always in different shapes. But at that time I was truly shocked by the blonde-haired and blue-eyed alien human civilization, because not only did they look like us, the Pangu humans, but our languages and cultures seemed to share a lot of similarities too. Here, the crystal chip I gave you just now must have been carved with their language. This is a very weird language system that has melted a musical rhythm in the language. As long as you master a certain simple rule, you will know the pronunciation of a word the moment you see it, and you can even retrieve the energy from the void according to the pronunciation, unlike us who have to learn the pronunciations of words by heart, because a slight change of intonation will change the meaning of the word. Isn't it amazing?" The Fist King's man-made eyes were glittering as he remarked, "Then, have Boss Bai understood the language of these blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans or even their cultural and social system?" "Not exactly." Boss Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. "Like I said just now, I only discovered a tiny bit of debris, and it quickly decayed into nothingness after it fell to my hands. Apart from the information that I scanned in time, nothing was left at all. I was even suspicious that it was not regular weathering but a certain safety measure. The defense mechanism of those blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans erased their traces on its own after detecting the existence of us. In the end, this almost melted chip was all that was left. Oh! The Fist King's eyes beamed with interest. But Boss Bai still found something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known the name Taoists. There were indeed discoveries. Boss Bai said cautiously, but they were mostly my speculations. I can even say that I only found 1% of facts and inferred the remaining 99% randomly like a blind person feeling an elephant. Even the 1% might not be unreliable and could be my misinterpretation. It doesn't matter. The Fist King said, why don't you tell me where those alien humans came from, why they came to our world, and how they are related to me, according to your random deduction? Then I'll just say it out. Just consider it as a meaningless story. Pondering for a long time, Boss Bai said, although they look almost exactly like us, those blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans are entirely different from us, the Pangu humans, in terms of social form and energy utilization. For us who live in the world of cultivation, including mankind right now and the civilizations in the primeval age, we are all three-dimensional carbon-based lives, and we absorb energy from the universe to survive and develop based on our own strength. It is safe to say that our sole reliance is ourselves. The Fist King nodded his head and said, exactly. Mankind and Pangu are in the same lineage. They are even in the different phases of the same civilization. They train themselves and evolve with the strength of themselves, the three-dimensional carbon-based lives. Boss Bai said, but the humans from the other side of the universe are different. Although they are a three-dimensional carbon-based civilization, they are living in peace with another life that is in the four-dimension or even higher dimensions in a certain symbiotic relationship. What? The Fist King remarked. There are truly four-dimensional lives. Three-dimensional lives and four-dimensional lives can communicate and even form a symbiotic relationship? There are indeed infinite mysteries in the vast universe. This is just my speculation. As I said, it is still far from the truth. Just consider it a story. Boss Bai paused for a moment and said rather in despise, their symbiosis is more like slavery and tyranny for me. Those blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans seem to worship the four-dimensional lives very much because the four-dimensional lives have granted them a lot of methods to make use of energy and guided them in the evolution of their civilization. So, they worship the four-dimensional lives as archmagi. The four-dimensional lives were their master. Their civilization is founded on the will of the gods. They have to abide by the law of the gods in all social activities and even the fiercest wars in order to make use of the powerful strength. They have even defined the impetus of their starships as certain wizardry. I have given a name to the loyal dog of the four-dimensional lives. They'll be called Wizardless Civilization. Wizardless Civilization? The Fist King chewed on the name for a while. A civilization that is born by bending to the will of the archmagi in the four-dimension and utilizing the energy in the three-dimensional universe by relying on the power of the four-dimensional gods? That sounds like an appropriate name. Then, why did the guests of the Wizardless Civilization come to the 3,000 sectors where the Cultivation civilization was located after such a long journey? Were they planning to invade and conquer this place? Not exactly. Despite the help of the four-dimensional lives, I don't think their civilization is so developed that they can conquer a powerful cultivation civilization billions of light years away. They came here as refugees. Boss Bai said, I inferred from the few words they left behind that their hometown, the unstable universe where three-dimensional creatures and four-dimensional gods could communicate freely, suffered an unprecedented catastrophe that swept across the entire universe. Their hometown was swallowed by the catastrophe, and the entire wizardless civilization was destroyed. The survivors had to flee to the corners of the universe in a panic on countless starships in search for a slim chance of survival. Isn't it also typical in our universe? Many planetary civilizations have to shift the civilizations to starships after their hometowns are destroyed, turning into nomadic starship civilizations. Furthermore, I even suspect that the catastrophe that happened to the wizardless civilization on the other side of the universe was not limited to their civilization, but was happening to countless civilizations in the entire universe on our opposite side. Too many civilizations were swallowed by the catastrophe and struggled in the vortex of destruction. The runners had encountered the fleeing starships of the wizardless civilization. There were talks, fights, and slaughters. Naturally, those civilizations did not leave any information behind. I don't know what they were called. The Fist King's eyes were brighter and brighter. With a heated tone, he said, "A catastrophe that swept across half of the universe, involving and destroying countless civilizations? That is truly splendid. It is truly a splendid, calamitous view." Boss Bai said with mixed feelings, "Think about such a picture. An overwhelming flood raises a surging tide 100 meters tall, sweeping across the entire dark forest. There used to be a lot of creatures in the forest, including the insignificant ants, the cute bunnies, and the dangerous hunters who whetted their weapons waiting for their prey. However, the ants, the bunnies, or the hunters couldn't put up any resistance under the roaring flood. They could only gather and flee, but however fast they escaped, they could not outrun the swallowing flood. Eventually, most of the prey and predators in the dark forest were drowned, and few lucky survivors could live through the disaster. That is probably what happened on the other side of the universe a long time ago." Listening quietly, the Fist King raised a new question. "Boss Bai, didn't you say just now that the human beings of the wizardless civilization worship and succumb to the four-dimensional lives and regard the four-dimensional lives as their gods? Why didn't they ask the four-dimensional lives to help them survive the disaster with the infinite magic?" "That is something that I do not know." Boss Bai opened his hands and said, "Perhaps beyond the four-dimensional lives, there were even more powerful five-dimensional, six-dimensional, and seven-dimensional lives, and the catastrophe was a punishment from the higher dimensions, and the four-dimensional lives could barely keep themselves safe although they were worshipped as gods? Or maybe there were different factions, classes, and races in the four-dimensional lives, and what the wizardless civilization that I discovered worshipped were just a few inferior individuals among the four-dimensional lives. Furthermore, the four-dimensional lives merely consider the wizardless civilization in the three-dimensional universe as a pet or even a parasite on their bodies. Some parasites live on our skin or among our hair and feed on the grease that we secrete. As long as we do not feel painful or itchy, we probably wouldn't bother to deal with them, but do we really care about the life and death of those bugs? By the same logic, why would the archmagi of the four-dimensional universe care about the survival or destruction of a few bugs in the three-dimensional universe? There's another possibility. Soon after the wizardless civilization in the three-dimensional universe sprouted, the civilization of the four-dimensional lives was, in fact, destroyed, and the wizardless civilization developed only by sucking the corpses of the four-dimensional lives. The gods that they worshipped were nothing but dead bodies that had withered billions of years ago. Such dead bodies might be able to provide certain power for them under normal circumstances, but what could they have done when a catastrophe happened? All in all, the catastrophe destroyed everything on the other side of the universe. Only a few starships of different civilizations managed to escape. On the path of exile that nobody knew how long, because of insufficient resources, they attacked and destroyed each other. Probably in order not to die with each other, they had to disperse to all directions of the universe. Some of the starships moved toward our direction. Eventually, the starship that came to the world of cultivation across the almost infinite black wall was the one, or the half, starship of the wizardless civilization. Also, crossing the black wall consumed too much of their energy and resources. The ending of the survivors was inevitable. After all the trouble, they went extinct after they fled to the center of our cosmos near the Martial Meritocrats sector. The Fist King sighed and said, "Knowing that the destruction of the civilization was inevitable, they still came a long way down here but failed to get away from their doom. It is truly regretful." Right, what about Taoists? Are they the leaders of this wizardless civilization on the starship? Strangeness and uncertainties popped up on Boss Bai's face as he slightly shook his head and said, "I'm not sure what Taoists is exactly." Right, in fact, the original word was simply Taoist. It was a frequently mentioned word in the debris of the wizardless civilization. It is a transliteration and even has nothing to do with the surname of Gao. The word was the most frequently mentioned word in the information left by the wizardless civilization, even more frequently brought up than godly power. Taoists seem to be some kind of specters or phantoms. But they are no regular phantoms but have been trained by the sages of the wizardless civilization, or even a certain man-made phantom with the special abilities to communicate with the four-dimensional lives. The people who are capable of using Taoist freely, or who are Taoists themselves, can probably be called wizards. It is something similar to the cultivators. As the wizardless civilization continued to evolve and develop, they also crafted starships that were enough to accommodate a tiny civilization to roam the universe and explore the unknown, and the core of their starships was the Taoist that had been further strengthened and upgraded. Let me put it in this way. A powerful Taoist was like the soul of a starship or a fleet. For the wizardless civilization, a starship that was just made was a lifeless object no different from metals and stones. Only when a Taoist was injected into the starship would it boast its own soul and life and carry out 300% of the performance. Furthermore, it was exactly with the help of the Taoist that the starship of the wizardless civilization was able to cross the vast sea of stars and the resourceless black wall to arrive at our world. I got it now, the Fist King said. You suspected that I was a Taoist because of my rapid growth in starship maneuvering and my terrifying control over a gigantic fleet. Not a regular Taoist, but a very awesome super Taoist that is qualified to be the mastermind of a fleet. Boss Bai grinned and said, this transliteration is quite hard to understand, but in fact, it meant that different paths may lead to the same destiny. The cultivation civilization has concepts similar to Taoist too. I knew a specialist named Professor Mo Xian, who argued that in a highly developed civilization, the soul and the body could be separated freely, allowing someone to crawl into different shells or even directly use a starship as his shell. Then, according to Professor Mo Xian's idea, it wouldn't be inappropriate to translate Taoist as men in the shell. Fist King, although we haven't known each other for a long time, you are one of the few friends or enemies that I'm interested in making at the edge of the Imperium. Let's just be honest with each other. Are you one of the Taoists? Men in the shell? The Fist King was amused. Why would you think that way, Boss Bai? Just because I learned how to command a major fleet in a battle in only half a year, and I come from the Martial Meritocrat sector where the starship of the wizardless civilization was destroyed? It was probably just a coincidence. Yes, it could have been a coincidence. After all, the universe is too huge. Even something with the odds of 1/100000th is bound to happen one day. Boss Bai said. However, you met Liao, became friends with him, and was introduced to my place by the guy. So, it can't be a coincidence at all. I'm afraid that you do not know Liao very well. But anyone who is involved with him and anything that happens around him is not a coincidence, but the greatest scheme and trouble. The Fist King was lost for words. Is that so? Exactly. He is like some sort of catalyst that can enhance the troublesomeness and dangerousness of anything by 10 times, if not 100 times. Boss Bai sighed. So, since you were introduced to my place by that asshole, you can't be a random person, which is also why I have been investigating you. Investigating me? The Fist King said calmly. Even I don't know exactly who I am. What have you found, Boss Bai? You are in the game while I'm an observer. How can we be the same? Boss Bai smiled and said unhurriedly. First of all, I know that the starship of the wizardless civilization tried to launch a few escape capsules before the destruction, but they were all obliterated in a cruel space storm. However, even though the escape capsules were obliterated, parts of the pieces that contained the important information splashed out and wandered aimlessly in space, until they floated to the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector or even dropped on it. It is a perfectly reasonable deduction, isn't it? The Fist King nodded his head. If the starship of the wizardless civilization was truly about to be destroyed, all the escape capsules and information naturally needed to be launched to fight for a 1/10000000th chance of survival. It's a reasonable speculation. Secondly, the Martial Meritocrat sector had been an important test base of magical equipment in the Imperium of true human beings since hundreds of years ago. All kinds of bizarre, creative devices and techniques had been invented in this place and were spread to the entire Imperium after complicated researches and experiments. Naturally, for a very long time, the most distinguished and innovative, or in other words, the most insane and unorthodox scholars were gathered in the Martial Meritocrat sector. Boss Bai continued unhurriedly. Then, let's make another bold assumption. If a genius scholar who was ambitious and insane discovered a mysterious crystal chip that was utterly incompatible with the current training system, or a certain information clip that did not have a real entity, by accident during his work in the Martial Meritocrats sector several hundred years ago, what would he have done? Report the issue to his superior and submit his discovery to the country? You must be kidding. That was the Imperium, and he was an immortal cultivator. He did not have any reason to reveal it to the public, did he? Instead of publicizing the shocking secret and handing over the extraterrestrial treasures to the country, it seemed a better option to conduct his own studies with the discovery as the core, hoping to absorb new techniques and the most powerful strength from it, right? The Fist King calculated for a long time before he nodded his head again. That's right. If he was a classic research-type immortal cultivator, he certainly wouldn't have told anybody else but researched it in secret on his own. It would not be published until he had major achievements. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be killed, his trophies and his researches stolen. Great minds think alike. Next, it would be your origins, Fist King. Looking at the Fist King, Boss Bai laughed. The tutors I sent to the fleet of the cultivators got along quite well with those cultivators and the sinners on the land of sins. Occasionally, they talked about the culture and the history of the land of sins. I also chatted with Han Te about your past and how he met you and Li Yao. Gradually, I figured out your background. Fist King, Han Te is too naive a guy after all and can't stop me from learning what I want to know at all. You wouldn't blame him at all, would you? The Fist King shook his head. No. My past is not exactly a secret. Everybody from the land of sins knows it. Even if Han Te didn't tell you, other sinners from the land of sins could have still told you. I would have told you in person if you had come to ask me. What's the big deal? Precisely. The background and experience of Lei Zhonglia is certainly not a big deal and can be revealed to the public. Boss Bai stared at the Fist King like a rat staring at chopped meat. But the more I studied your rise, the weirder it appeared to me. I had a strong feeling that you were not Lei Zhonglia. The real Lei Zhonglia, even if dead and given abundant training techniques by spectral cultivators, wouldn't be someone like you. The weird feeling got more and more intense after you miraculously rose half a year after you came to space and grew from a continental bandit on the land of sins into an excellent fleet commander. So intense that I was almost certain about it. A tough bandit from the continent has turned into a starship commander so quickly and improved the strength so much by the way. Right, you also become a specialist in cyber warfare. Isn't it too unbelievable, Master Fist King? The Fist King was silent for a long time before he said after a bitter smile, That's true. According to my calculation, such a speed of learning and advancement is truly attractive, particularly for people like Boss Bai. If possible, I should have kept a lower profile. But it can't be helped. I promised Li Yao to protect Miss Lu Li as well as Han Te, the sinners from the land of sins, and the cultivators of starlight. Li Yao saved my life before, and he is of great help for my future development. So, the promise ranks high in my priority sequence. I have to swallow resources every second to make myself stronger without caring about the cost. How can I possibly keep a low profile? It does make sense. Besides, even if you intended to keep a low profile, it would have been useless. With a casual smile, Boss Bai said, Someone as unique and strong as you is like a supernova outbreak in a dead universe. Your brilliance can be felt from tens of billions of light years away. You cannot lay low however you disguise yourself. The Fist King said, Maybe. Then, if I am not the real Lei Zhonglia, which person do you think I am? Boss Bai. Person? Boss Bai asked back. It appears that you hope you are a person, but I don't think you are one, at least not a regular person, but a Taoist. Man in the shell. I am not. There was vague sorrow and confusion in the Fist King's calm voice. I don't know what I am exactly, but I'm certainly not a man in the shell from a wizardless civilization. I do not have any memory data in that regard. Memories are not very reliable. They can be modified or even covered. Compared to memories, what really matters is your heart, your abilities, and your definition for yourself at this moment. With his hands behind his back, Boss Bai said casually against the man-made wind, his sloppy shirt and short pants fluttering in the wind. I am a man who likes random thoughts. It's a bad habit that I picked up when I was faced with life and death decisions every second in the sunless, terrifying caves. A moment ago, I imagined the social form and the backstory of the wizardless civilization. Right now, let's let go of the biases and infer the Fist King's past that other people and even yourself don't know about, shall we? With the abilities to control so many artificial bodies, if you are not a spectral cultivator with an extremely high mental power, you are almost like an extremely advanced battle-type spiritual puppet or a control system of a group of battle puppets. Don't be surprised. Anyone with the slight analysis ability and imagination would have reached the conclusion, right? Assuming that you are truly a spiritual puppet, which is so advanced that you can simulate the activities of humans vividly, would there be any direct or indirect proof to support the assumption? Haha, I studied the laboratories in the Martial Meritocrat sector in retrospect and realized that there were indirect proofs. About 300 years ago, it was a peak period of the development of intelligent battle puppets in the Imperium of true human beings. Hundreds of battle puppets with the abilities of auto-upgrading and auto-thinking were created. It was the last golden period of the Martial Meritocrat sector before it was taken over by Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng. In other words, 200 to 300 years ago, at least dozens of spiritual puppets of different types, which could upgrade and think on their own, were born at the same time. After a brief silence, the first king said, "The Imperium has never successfully developed any auto-upgrading spiritual puppet that is capable of what I can do." Exactly. The regular spiritual puppets are not capable enough, but what if it is a spiritual puppet with a chip from the wizardless civilization? Or maybe it is not a chip with a real entity, but a series of data, a complicated mark, or a new energy release model from the wizardless civilization. Boss Bai said, "Do you still remember what we were discussing just now? An ambitious, crazy scholar found a chip that was incompatible with the current world, and he decided to keep it to himself for secret studies. However, studies consume a lot of resources, and it cannot be entirely kept a secret. On the land of Sins 200 to 300 years ago, at least hundreds of scholars and specialists were working at the same time. They were all the smartest and most sophisticated people. How could the scholar have conducted his experiments in secret without being discovered? I tried to walk in the shoes of the crazy scholar and thought hard for a long time. Then, it suddenly occurred to me that I had been too stupid. There was absolutely no need to begin a new, independent research. All the man needed to do was to embed the ultimate treasure from an alien civilization into the public research that was being conducted right now. That way, he could both keep it a secret and make use of the official resources, couldn't he? For example, assuming that the scholar who found the alien chip was a specialist in the field of artificial intelligence and auto-upgrading spiritual puppets, who was doing researches on that aspect in the Martial Meritocrat sector, he could secretly embed a chip to the crystal processor of a spiritual puppet to be tested, or import certain data into it, or stamp something on the crystal processor through other methods, before he projected the seemingly plain spiritual puppet to the land of sins for survival experiments. Wasn't it convenient, easy, and unalarming? Despite the lack of evidence, Boss Bai's deduction does make sense. The Fist King said calmly, "The only problem is, what happened later? If a crazy scholar found a fragment of the wizardless civilization, embedded it to a spiritual puppet to be tested, and projected it to the land of sins, there was no reason why he would forget it, was there? Where did the man go later? Why did he never examine his experiment subject later? It's not strange." Boss Bai deduced with a smile. First of all, for the researchers in the laboratories on the land of sins, the odds of accidents or death were extremely high. What they created and tested were highly unsteady new techniques, new magical equipment, and new drugs. The laboratories were exploding all the time. The news might get out of control. The experiment subjects being tested with new drugs might get on a killing spree. Also, the conspiracies among the researchers were not few either. What's the big deal to kill a few people when they were fighting for research funding? Many academic leaders died uncanny deaths when they were about to make achievements. So, the crazy scholar that we talked about might have had an accident and got killed a long time ago. Soon after that, the studies on the spiritual puppets with the auto-learning and auto-upgrading abilities suffered major setbacks. The laboratories on the land of sins suffered heavy losses and could not go on anymore. They were not revived until Wu Yinglan came to clean the mess a long time later. So to speak, the whole thing was buried with the death of the crazy scholar. Even Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng did not know anything about it. It's a very plausible possibility. The Fist King hesitated before asking, but it was such a major discovery. Even though he was dead, did he not leave any last words or traces? Wrong. We know the existence of the starship from the wizardless civilization in advance. That's why the fragment is so important for us. Boss Bai shook his head and said, but for that crazy scholar, it was possible that he did not crack the secrets of the fragment and was unaware of the wizardless civilization. He just wanted to perform a random test on the slightly weird fragment that he discovered. For him, the thing was very important, but not so important that he was still thinking about the fragment when he was about to die. The immortal cultivators are all selfish guys who do not care about the life and death of other people. Did the fragment still matter when he was about to die? The Fist King still shook his head. Everything is just your hypothesis. If I had really gained a certain gift from the wizardless civilization, I wouldn't have struggled to survive for such a long time on the land of sins. I would have united the land of sins, marched to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, hacked the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus there, established my own fleet, and roamed the sea of stars. Why did I have to wait to this day? If that were true, the Big Bai pirate gang wouldn't get to play a role at all. Ha 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 ha. It's as expected of the ambitious Fist King. That's exactly what I'm confused about. Your performance in the recent half a year is far from the past. If you were 1/10 as capable as you are today, it wouldn't have been a problem at all for you to turn the Martial Meritocrat sector upside down. Then, were you keeping a low profile while you were preparing yourself because of the surveillance of Manjasaka, the city in the sky? Or was there more to the story? Boss Bai stepped forward and said, I thought that you were playing meek to avoid attention. That's why I decided to have a candid conversation with you. However, judging from your reaction, if your acting skills were not 100 times better than mine, you really did not know anything about it, did you? In that case, something inside your brain might have been hibernating, sealed, or growing in the past 100 years, and it was not unlocked by accident until recently. Hey, Fist King, have you encountered anything or anyone unusual in the past year? Well, fine, you don't need to tell me. You indeed encountered an incredible monster, Li Yao, who also saved you. He did not just save me. He also gave me a new life. The Fist King's dull voice gradually became clear. When the gigantic body Great Iron City, that I had used for a long time, was completely destroyed, it was Li Yao who rescued the core units of my mainframe crystal processor and got a new body for me. As for what he did to my brain, I have no idea at all. Ha! Boss Bai's small eyes were glowing like fireworks. In that case, everything makes sense now. I am Taoist man in the shell? The Fist King stared at his hands where metal colors were reflected and mumbled, I don't know. I truly don't know. It doesn't matter. Boss Bai's fancy short pants were waving crazily in the air in surging noises, but his casual voice was clearly audible in the tidal roars. I'll help you find the answer. He walked to the Fist King step by step. After every step, the hills of garbage in the forsaken port behind him would slightly get rid of the artificial gravity and drift to the midair. The Fist King's man-made eyes gleamed, and the ground where he was standing on had thousands of cracks. He spoke faster. Boss Bai, do we have to fight? Even if I am associated with Taoist man in the shell, it is nothing but some broken data. I do not know the first thing about wizardless civilization. Also, didn't you say that the wizardless civilization was destroyed a long time ago? Then why do we have to fight? Feelings can be gradually developed, and reasons can be found while we are fighting, as long as you want to. Licking his lips, Boss Bai looked at the Fist King passionately and tapped his temples with his finger. Then he said, Ah, I've got a perfect reason. Kill to keep the mouth shut. Kill to keep the mouth shut? The Fist King said, I don't know anything at all. Why do you need to kill me to keep my mouth shut? I am not the one who is doing the killing, but you are. Because I have revealed such a great secret. Boss Bai grinned and bared his teeth that looked like those of a shark. In order to protect myself and not to be killed by you, I can only attack you first. Isn't that a plausible reason for us to fight? The Fist King was lost for words, not knowing how to respond after searching his entire database. Besides, do you really know nothing? Boss Bai's eyes suddenly grew sharp and gloomy as he said, My dear Fist King, with your computational ability, and having been in touch with so many tutors from the Big Bai pirate gang and even visited my flagship in person, you would be such a disappointment if you still couldn't figure out who we are. The Fist King was silent for a moment before he replied, I have guessed your identity, but it is not my business. After all, I'm not on the immortal cultivator's side. Your identity is none of my concerns. Oh, Boss Bai smiled warmly. Why don't you tell me about it? You and Liao obviously have known each other for a long time, and both of you are in the divinity transformation stage. Even a regular expert in the divinity transformation stage can only be raised by an enormous force that is famous nationwide, let alone two, both with a colossus. It is impossible that such a force is never heard of before. The Fist King said, Your flagship may deceive common starship specialists with the modifications and disguises, but it cannot trick me. The style is obviously the opposite of the mainstream of the Imperium. Also, as a ferocious space pirate, you took in the cultivators of Starlight without any hesitation, at the risk of becoming an enemy of all the immortal cultivators in the Imperium. It was utterly unreasonable, or at least not just because of friendship and compassion. In conclusion, you must be from a certain powerful force outside of the Imperium, of course not the alliance of the Holy Covenant, but a vigorous country of cultivators. As for the reason why you came to the Imperium, you are here as a spy, special agent, or vanguard, aren't you? What a good guess. Boss Bai burst into laughter. Look, don't we have even more reasons to fight each other until one of us dies in order to keep our own secrets safe? Wait, the Fist King said in a hurry. I don't care who you are at all. All I want to do is to carry out my survival and strengthening policies. I never intend to inform the authorities of the Imperium. Why do we have to fight at such a critical moment? Do you not know that a life and death battle will significantly lower our odds of survival, and we may die together? Isn't survival the most important thing? You are such a chatterbox. Boss Bai extended his little finger and picked his ear. Fist King, if you truly want to be a human, let me tell you one thing. For a human, survival is never the most important thing. Never. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when Boss Bai laughed crazily and waved his hands, throwing the debris of starships weighing dozens of tons in the midair at the Fist King overwhelmingly. Boom! 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 The garbage hit where the Fist King was standing like burning shooting stars. But the Fist King was quick enough to jump to the sky by stepping on the remnants before he landed on Boss Bai's back. Boss Bai, you're out of your mind. The Fist King's logic judgments could not capture or infer what Boss Bai was thinking at all. Wow! Boss Bai's eyes almost popped out. It's such an obvious fact that Zhuotianying and Li Wuji discovered a long time ago. You didn't know it just now, did you? He slashed his hand out. As the spiritual energy surged out, countless tiny pieces were attached to Boss Bai's arm into an extensible sharp blade more than 10 meters long. It then split apart while it was spinning, covering the critical parts all over the Fist King's body. The Fist King moved in the storm of blades as agilely as a swallow that was hiding every raindrop. He was even able to activate his cosmos rings unhurriedly in the shadow of the blades and retrieved almost 30 spiritual puppets from there. When the storm of blades died down, what stood before Boss Bai were 30 identical spiritual puppets. There was no telling which one of them was the real Fist King. Or maybe all of them were the Fist King. Such a meaningless battle will only have a lose-lose result. I do not want to fight at all. Surrounding Boss Bai, the 30 spiritual puppets let out the same indifferent and rational voice, but the rationality in the voice was fading. But if you insist on a life and death battle, I have no choice but to satisfy you. At the very least, I will only lose, but you will die, Boss Bai. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when 30 spiritual puppets attacked Boss Bai at the same time. Some of the spiritual puppets had sharp blades ejecting out of their arms, some condensed solid shields in front of their companions, and the spiritual puppets that were thoroughly protected opened their shoulders, breastplates, and abdomens, revealing the densest launch systems that were glowing. The waves of attacks in the perfect rhythm were like the scourge of infinite tides. The tornado of destruction was boosted to the maximum since the second it was born, consuming Boss Bai completely. Boss Bai's wild laughter, however, was louder and louder in the metal torrents. Yes, that's it. It's been such a long time since I last enjoyed the ecstasy on the brink of death. Boom! A couple of spiritual puppets that were close to Boss Bai were blown away by his violent spiritual energy. One of the spiritual puppets was even grabbed by Boss Bai by the head. As the most powerful electric arcs penetrated its iron skull from the gaps, it was cramping hard before all the chips and rune arrays inside its body were overloaded and burnt up, turning it into a twisted shell with black smoke and white flames popping up. Is this the best you can do? Boss Bai tossed the burning, forsaken puppet away and walked toward the other 29 spiritual puppets, his baggy eyes and his rising lips almost kissing. You are insulting me and raising my fury, Fist King. The Fist King was silent for a moment. Then, the 29 spiritual puppets were suddenly hastened into 29 metal hurricanes. The blurred shadows they left behind condensed such immense spiritual waves that they were almost surrounding Boss Bai like an army of hundreds of spiritual puppets. This is more like it. Boss Bai closed his fingers and unleashed thousands of electric arcs, cutting the gap of the army of puppets randomly. Weirdly, although he did not aim at the Fist King's bodies and only slashed at the air between the spiritual puppets, countless puppets were squeaking and slowing down. Ha! This is your weakness. Boss Bai smiled. I don't know what life form you are exactly, but beings like you seem to attach more importance to the transmission of information than to the cold shells. Attacking one of the shells in your gigantic army is meaningless, but as long as your network is disrupted and the information transmission among your different units is cut off, your vigor and combat ability will be greatly reduced, and you may even be destroyed. The moment he said destroyed, for powerful waves that were invisible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in the Forsaken port. One piece of giant magical equipment was activated in every corner of the port. It was a huge magnet powered by crystals, which was supposed to attract and ship massive metal containers, but had turned into traps that looked like swamps for metals after Boss Bai's modification. The 29 spiritual puppets that made up the Fist King's body were more than 90% metal. Although they had all been demagnetized, the special magnets for port were still too powerful and had too high an attraction force, and the Fist King was greatly affected. For a moment, a lot of spiritual puppets were cramping as if drunk because of the interferences of the magnetic fields. The other spiritual puppets were still acting normally, but at the same time they were also slowing down. Boss Bai took the opportunity to attack and destroy more than 10 spiritual puppets in a row. Boom! 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 The Fist King finally determined the coordinates of the 4 giant magnetic units. The 4 crystal cannons opened fire non-stop, wrecking all of them in 1 second. But the moment the magnetic fields disappeared, Boss Bai retrieved a set of new magical equipment and armor from his Cosmos ring. It was not a crystal suit controlled by a crystal processor, but the ancient magical equipment and armor from the ancient sages sector that were crude and solely controlled by the human brain. Fist King, do you know why I insist on fighting you? After putting on the ancient armor, and when dozens of vintage flying swords hovered around him, Boss Bao looked like a reincarnation of an ancient god of war. He stabbed the spiritual puppets on his opposite side, leaving thousands of holes on them like a storm. I've been in the Imperium for a long time, and yet what I encountered at the peripheral worlds were all guys like Zhuotaning or Li Wuji. Damn it, they were utterly unqualified to be my opponents. It's been a long time since I last found an opponent that is worth fighting with all my strength. I am very hungry, insanely hungry. Do you know the feeling? Have you ever tasted the feeling? If you do, stop reserving anything and feed the real you to my mouth. While roaring, Boss Bai chopped all the other spiritual puppets into parts, as if they were harmless vegetables with the ancient sabers and swords unstoppably. Since he went on a rampage, the Fist King had been quiet. He did not say anything even when the last spiritual puppet was twisted and torn into pieces by Boss Bai, almost like he had vanished. However, while Boss Bai ravaged the spiritual puppets that could not fight back at all, 100 invisible ripples spread out in the sky. When the last spiritual puppet on the ground collapsed, the ripples in the sky lost their camouflage and turned out to be 100 heavy battle puppets that looked even more advanced and aggressive. Scorching crystal cannons were on their shoulders, and their 200 iron hands that were straightly aimed at Boss Bai had dazzling balls of light that were being condensed. Your brain has been overloaded. The Fist King's cold voice came out from the broadcast rune arrays of the 100 heavy battle puppets at the same time. You probably need a reboot. Boom, 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 boom. The 100 battle puppets unleashed a firepower that was almost equal to a heavy arsenal warship. Hundreds of tiny pillars of light congregated into a waterfall of destruction and fell from the sky, drowning, swallowing, and pressing Boss Bai on the ground. The pillars of light dug into the ground for more than 10 meters, almost pushing Boss Bai all the way through the entire port. What was even more incredible was the Fist King's delicate control over the dispersion of spiritual energy. The shocking destruction inside the Forsaken port could barely be felt hundreds of meters away from the place. Even if part of the sound and visual effects spread out, it would only be like a regular practice between two experts. The glowing pillars of light lasted a whole minute. The ground in the spaceport was melted with a giant hole that was about 5 meters in diameter and immeasurably deep, a result when the Fist King tried to control his damage. The edge and the inside of the hole were both scorching dark red, and the melted iron was dripping like mud. Boss Bai's spiritual waves and life information couldn't be detected anymore. The Fist King, however, daren't be easy. He still powered all the heavy battle puppets to lock onto the hole on the ground tightly once they descended inch by inch. Very soon, chuckles echoed below the hole. A colorful, ragged silky shirt, stuck to a cable tube, was raised out of the hole and waved as a white flag. I surrender. So incredible and awesome. I surrender. Boss Bai laughed crazily inside the cave. I've finally warmed up my old bones and enjoyed myself today. Let's stop fighting. If we fight on, our subordinates will notice what is going on here, and it will truly be lose-lose. The Fist King was stunned. The 100 spiritual puppets hummed at the same time. Boss Bai, what are you up to exactly? You are concealing your traces so neatly that even I can barely lock onto you. In the high-temperature attack just now, you were even capable enough of protecting your clothes from being burnt into ashes. Your clothes are made of the most regular silk that is easiest to burn, aren't they? But they were not burnt up, which suggested that you did not suffer any fatal injury at all. You started the battle, and you are the one surrendering right now. What do you want exactly? Don't be angry, and don't be rash. Speaking of which, beings like you should be incapable of being angry or rash, and you can keep absolute rationality all the time, right? Like a blackened mouse, Boss Bai crawled out of the hole that had a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. He lay on the ground and stretched out all his limbs. Watching the slowly descending heavy puppets in the sky, he spurted out a mouthful of smoke and grinned. Like I said just now, it's been a long time since I last found an opponent who was worth fighting with all my strength. People like Zhuotianying or Li Wuji are not nearly gratifying. I was almost crazy after holding myself back for such a long time, and I thought that you were the only person that I could practice with. Besides, I think you are a good man. Really. Fist King, you are truly a good man. I'm sincerely hoping to get along with you, not just to be friends but also to be brothers. Since we are to be bros, we naturally need to know each other better. For people like you and me, is there a better way to increase our knowledge of each other than a gratifying battle? Controlling the 100 spiritual puppets to thud on the ground heavily, the Fist King said coldly. So, you did not want to kill me but only meant to practice with me? I'm a space pirate. A space pirate never does anything that promises no returns. Like you said, it would be lose-lose if we fought a life-and-death battle. Why would I kill you? Lying on the ground comfortably, Boss Bai looked at the guy with a smile. Besides, am I capable of killing you? Are those 100 heavy battle puppets your real body? Can I kill you by destroying them? Or maybe, is your real self hiding inside a certain starship in the fleet of the Cultivators? Not necessarily the flagship, but perhaps an unattractive rapid warship? If I truly reveal the maliciousness that you cannot resist, you can turn into a starship in the blink of an eye and broke out of the siege, running away immediately. Am I right? The Fist King pondered for a moment, and the heavy puppets bowed at Boss Bai at the same time. He then controlled one of the puppets to support Boss Bai to get back on his feet. There was a hint of admiration in the Fist King's cold voice. I thought that someone like Liao already deserved to be called a monster. I didn't know until today that Boss Bai is the real monster. When Liao is compared to you, well, although he saved my life before, I can't lie. It's like the difference between an earthworm and a boa. Boss Bai chuckled and simply said without being modest, "Are you indirectly complimenting yourself? Even a monster like me is not confident to completely destroy you and has to surrender to you and regard you as a bro." The Fist King hesitated and said, "Are you not scared of me, Boss Bai?" Boss Bai sniffed. "Do I need to be scared of you?" "Not that scared, but highly vigilant." Thinking for a moment, the Fist King said, "According to my calculation, if my real identity is exposed, a lot of people will be highly wary and scared of me and try their best to eliminate me. It's difficult for normal people to accept the unknown beings like me, but Boss Bai doesn't care about it at all and is still talking to me lightheartedly. Why? Only the weak are scared of the unknown. The strong will only open their arms to the unknown, either embracing it or conquering it." Staring at the Fist King, Boss Bai said, "There are bound to be all kinds of weird life forms in the vast universe, and the cooperation, competition, symbiosis, and destruction among the life forms are natural, too. Faced with such a cruel and dangerous universe, the most sensible choice is to build up oneself through all possibilities, instead of eliminating the signs of threats in fear every day. There are simply too many signs of threats. How can you eliminate all of them? All in all, the real cause of destruction can only be your weakness, not the formidability of your enemy. That's what I've believed in since I embarked on the journey of a space pirate. Besides, it is possible that a terrible flood, on the other side of the universe, has destroyed countless civilizations, including the wizardless civilization. Who knows whether or not the torrent of destruction will attack the world of cultivation one day. In that case, it will be the doom of our world. When the doom comes, we will all be animals fleeing from the dark forest in panic. Isn't it hilarious if we are still hostile and scared of each other?" The Fist King was in deep thought. "That does make sense." Sparks of hope shined in Boss Bai's eyes as he extended his hand to the Fist King. "Then, would you like to cooperate with me?" The Fist King said, "We have been cooperating to resist the Imperium." "The Imperium? Ha 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 ha. The Imperium." Boss Bai's laughter was even crazier. "Do you think that a tiny Imperium, or the tiny 3,000 sectors, can trap Boss Bai and be my ultimate prey?" The Fist King was stunned. "The 3,000 sectors are the maximum of the known universe. Even the vast universe is not enough to be Boss Bai's battlefield." No, far from enough." The sparks in Boss Bai's eyes gradually burnt into the most glamorous fire. Opening his thin arms at the artificial sky that seemed to be bleeding because of the starships hovering there, he moaned hungrily, "Did you know, Fist King, that I was rather disappointed when I just came to the center of the cosmos, even though I was faced with the terrifying enemies such as the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance? At that time, I thought that I had seen through the entire cosmos, and there was nothing worth plundering and conquering apart from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The best I could do was to explore the mysteries of the primeval age afterward. There was a while when I was confused and lethargic about everything. My ambition was to be the greatest space pirate in history, but even the greatest space pirate couldn't have done any greater job than stealing a country, which had been done by countless men of the time such as Blackstar the Great. If I were to do the same, It would be like biting the bones that had been bitten 100 times by the predecessors. Would there be any fun in it at all? And would I be remembered by this civilization or this universe billions of years later? Looting the royal palace of the Imperium of true human beings, robbing the Covenant Alliance of their ultimate treasures, and exploring the mausoleums of the Supreme Emperor and even Pangu and Nuwa. They did sound awesome, but getting to the bottom of it, were the items in the royal palace and the mausoleums the wealth of the creatures in our world in the first place? The wealth was here all the time. Even if it fell to my hands, it would merely be changing a place, and nothing would be added at all. Showing off in one's own world and looting everything, would that be any different from a wastrel who stole and lost all the savings of his parents? Would that be expected of the greatest space pirate at all? The Fist King sounded more or less surprised. Then, what is the greatest space pirate in Boss Bai's mind? Only the worthless wastrels would boss around in their own home and steal the savings of their ancestors. The real capable guys should naturally march outside and steal other families' things. Boss Bai smiled. The existence of the wizardless civilization was like the most brilliant axe that chopped my head, opening my eyes and allowing me to see a new world. Wandering around the 3,000 sectors and looting the cultivators and the immortal cultivators is just a child's play. The real great space pirates should pilot thousands of warships, break the barrier of void and desolation, and attack the worlds where the wizardless civilization and other alien civilizations are at. Well, although the wizardless civilization that I discovered was probably long destroyed, who knows whether or not other wizardless civilizations or even more bizarre civilizations are on the other side of the infinite universe. Driving the warships of our world, commanding millions of warriors, and boosting billions of flying swords, we will arrive before the wizards, magicians, envoys of gods and destroy their altars, burn their temples, seduce their saintesses, slay their beasts, and bring the treasures of the wizardly world back to the cultivation world. That is what the space pirates from the cultivation world should do, right? Even when the 100 crystal processors of the Fist King were calculating the same time, he still couldn't figure out Boss Bai's ambition. Yes, no. Even that is not enough. Not enough at all. Boss Bai picked up the white flag that was stuck to the cable tube a moment ago and put it on his body again. But he kept it unbuttoned and simply allowed the hot steam to rise and blow the ragged shirt backward in fluttering sounds, revealing his skinny chest and his back that was as straight as a spear. He opened his fingers and extended them at the sky, as if he were piercing through the boundary of the three-dimensional universe and looting the infinite treasures in the four-dimensional space. With a daydreaming expression, he roared crazily, "Even if we eat up the wizardless civilization, we will still be restrained in the swamp of the three-dimensional universe. Since I am the greatest space pirate, is it really something to rob the three-dimensional carbon-based lives? Who knows whether or not we can find a way to break into the four-dimensional universe and pillage those four-dimensional lives? Gods from the four-dimensional space, the supreme existences that dominate the progress of the civilization of mankind. Damn it, I feel like throwing up whenever I hear it. One day, I will let the scumbags who call themselves gods know that the people in the cultivation world are different and that nothing can possibly crawl over our head and blatantly manipulate our fate. Nothing. 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 Pa. One of the spiritual puppets that made up the Fist King's body couldn't handle the complicated calculation that exceeded the maximum and collapsed. Have you really lost your mind, Boss Bai? The Fist King's remaining puppets exclaimed at the same time. The advancement and formidability of the high-dimensional lives are beyond the imagination of the low-dimensional lives. You cannot threaten the high-dimensional lives at all. Don't underestimate ourselves, Fist King. Life is too amazing. Formidability and weakness, advanced and underdeveloped, they cannot be gauged by the same standard. Boss Bai laughed both crazily and solemnly. Viruses are primitive and weak compared with humans, aren't they? But human beings haven't annihilated all the viruses when our civilization is so developed. Even in the most thriving days of the Pangu civilization, countless individuals still died miserably without a cure after contracting a virus. They are almost like rats. Rats seem weak, but in the 100,000 years of history of mankind, Too many creatures on too many planets have been destroyed by pestilence and its variations. Viruses can kill human beings. Why can't human beings, the insignificant viruses, ants, and viruses from the three-dimensional universe, kill the seemingly more advanced and strong beings in the higher dimensional universes? My ultimate dream is to be such a universal mouse that will gnaw at the barrier between different universes and crawl to infinite worlds through the holes. The lives in the four-dimensional universe, the tyrants in the five-dimensional universe, the experts in the six-dimensional universe, or the fiends in the seven-dimensional universe. As long as they exist, I will rob them and steal their everything, making them shudder in fear the moment they hear the name of the tiny rats and viruses from the three-dimensional universe and crying for help whenever they see the flag of the Big by Pirate Gang. It is not important yet how exactly my dream is going to be fulfilled. All in all, no matter you are from which dimension, I'll just roll my sleeves and fight you. That's what the greatest space pirate in the universe should do. Pa! Pa! Another 2 of the Fist King's clones were burnt up. Your body is obviously too skinny for the job. Boss Bai sniffed. If you want to work together with me, you'll have to practice more. Me? All of the Fist King's clones pointed at their iron noses at the same time. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and fight with you? Yes, the greatest purpose for which I am still lingering in the Imperium is to establish a fleet that is enough to launch an expedition to the other side of the grand universe or even to the four-dimensional universe. Boss Bai said, that's why I was willing to tell you my secrets and check if you were a Taoist man in the shell. If you are and you join my cross-universe army of raiders, it will be possible for us to break the initial obstacle, which is the infinite black wall that lies beyond the 3,000 sectors. Believe me, we will certainly find the wizardless civilization and other three-dimensional carbon-based lives, or even the scumbags from the four-dimension and other higher dimensions. Then, we will rob all of them. Boss Bai's body was so small, yet the dominance unleashed from his body and the ambitions that could melt the sun were so wild that even the Fist King's 99 iron clones were forced to step back because of the scorching air from Boss Bai. Boss Bai, I have sensed that your brainwaves are in an extremely unstable state. The Fist King said, it's almost like you are suffering mental derangement every second, but you somehow get the derangement under control, or rather, you are used to the derangement. Is it the source of your strength and why you are significantly above the regular divinity transformation stage? It's truly incredible and crazy. Maybe I've been deranged since a long time ago, and I will continue to be deranged in the future. Boss Bai took a deep breath and enjoyed his craziness. If I were not insane, I could have stayed at home living a comfortable life in the company of my family and even the worship of the people. But for a real space pirate, would there be any difference between such a boring life and death? Now that I've made the step and come to the center of the cosmos, it's naturally the craziest dream that I will pursue after and the most invincible enemy that I will fight. I will explore places that nobody would dare or could explore billions of years previously and billions of years later. Fist King, join me. I'm told that your goal is to be the strongest in the universe, but there are universes above the universe. Even if you become the dominator of 3,000 sectors, you would still have to flee in panic under the destructive torrent of the doom. Could that be called strongest at all? Come with me and conquer the higher dimensions and reduce those scumbags into nothingness. That will be the real strongest in the universe. Beep, 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 beep. The 99 iron clones of the Fist King were all caught in extreme thinking with noises and smoke popping nonstop. Thinking for a long time, he finally said in a daze, your proposal sounds fair enough, but Liao said, forget whatever Liao said. The cowardly, indecisive, short-sighted elementary school student knows nothing. Whoever teams up with him will only be killed because of him. Boss Bai interrupted the Fist King and stepped forward. Hugging one of the Fist King's iron clones warmly, he said, it will be much more promising if you hang around with Boss Bai more. Just look at the blue sky market and so many starships that we have just earned. Don't you agree? The Fist King was confused by Boss Bai's sudden hugging. Thinking carefully for a long time, he still hesitated and asked, are you really not bothered that I am not a human? Human? Ha 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 ha. You are not a human, but who's a real human? Boss Bai laughed and hugged the Fist King's iron body even more tightly. Ever since the cultivators awaken their spiritual roots and accelerate their evolution, they have been developing from humans to superhumans, or even non-humans. The more they train themselves, the further away they will be from the narrow concept of human. Are you a human if you can blow up a mountain? Are you a human if you can unleash electricity from your pores or resist the heat of thousands of degrees with the body of flesh and blood? Are you a human if your soul can leave your body and travel thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye? Since we are bros, it doesn't hurt to tell you another little secret. Say, after a cultivator died, his soul split into 500 mice. The 500 mice killed and swallowed each other, but they also mated and reproduced. After 100 years of branching and fusing, the final remaining souls were melted with the soul of another cultivator, giving birth to a brand new human. Then, is that a human, a ghost who possessed a body, or a rat that has gained wisdom? Ha 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 ha. Who can tell? The Fist King was deeply confused. He realized that his computational ability was never enough before Boss Bai. A human transformed from 500 mice, well. So, I do not care if anyone is a human, nor do I care about other people's opinions and definitions on what's right and what's wrong. Who's qualified to decide those things on behalf of you and me? Looking at the Fist King in the eyes, Boss Bai said, "Your background is not important. The other people's opinions, comments, and definitions on you are bullshit too. Whether or not you are a human and who you are, it all depends on what you do right now and in every second to come. You define yourself with everything you do in your entire life, and you will find the real answer the day you embrace death and destruction in the end. That's the only time you can reach a conclusion." After a brief silence, the Fist King said, "I seem to understand it now." "No, you don't, neither do I." Letting go of the Fist King, Boss Bai said casually against the sea wind with his hands in his back, "What is a human, and who am I going to become? Such questions can never be answered with a few words. Every time we think we understand them, we are merely stepping into the greater unknown, to be faced with even more confusion and choices. Maybe only by training, fighting, and questioning continuously and examining what we have done in the past in retrospect at the last moment of our lives can we know whether or not we are a real human, and what kind of person we are. Haha, perhaps that is the significance of cultivation. Fist King, come and join hands with me. Let's find our outcome, embrace survival or destruction, and define whether or not you are a human with your iron fists. I seem to have been convinced by you." The Fist King's previously indifferent voice was mixed with emotional waves. "Ha ha ha ha. I knew that you would be the perfect comrade for me." Boss Bai laughed crazily. "If a fleet is commanded by the two of us together, what world can't we conquer? What treasures can't we loot? And what enemy can't we defeat? But that's all for the future." The Fist King said, "You are perhaps a passionate daydreamer, but I am a doer who pays more attention to the details and the actual work. The wizardly world and the four-dimensional universe are too far away. If we set our midterm goal to be establishing the strongest fleet in the cultivation world and cross the black wall that lies beyond the 3,000 sectors, then our minor goal in the short term should be to crush the fleets of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in order to win their super warships, tremendous resources, and of course the most distinguished and ambitious talents. If the minor goal is dissected, the chaotic situation in the Imperium is a problem that we have to address immediately. Despite our commanding ability, our force is too weak and underdeveloped right now. Neither the reformists nor the four families are enemies that can be dealt with easily. We need to make thorough plans. That's not a big deal." Boss Bai immediately changed from a frantic daydreamer to a heartless schemer. He sneered, "Li Wuji is a spineless dog and will surely bend to our will. Then we will be able to wear the skin of the National Protection Army for a while longer. When the reformists and the four families fight one another in the Battle of Seven Seas, we will take advantage of the mess. Even if the war between the reformists and the four families ends soon, it still won't be a big deal. I don't think that the Covenant Alliance has vanished so easily. There's bound to be a war between the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium. Then we will do the same and swallow more crushed fleets to build up ourselves. We can talk about the subsequent details later. What matters most right now is to combine the resources in the blue sky market. We are truly having indigestion after devouring 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's entire fleet. All the starships are damaged and will not recover their combat abilities without 1 to 2 months of maintenance. It is safe to say that this is our weakest moment, like a boa that had just swallowed an elephant. We can barely move right now, but it doesn't matter. With Li Wuji in our hands, as long as he sends a report of victory back to his family, we will simply stay and rest under the name of the National Protection Army. Nobody knows the truth, and nobody will disturb us. We will be back to ourselves in 1 month and 10 times stronger than before. I've taken all the details into consideration. Every procedure is seamless and flawless. There can't be anything wrong. Fist King, don't you agree? Yes. The Fist King said, I have also run a meticulous analysis with my most powerful array of crystal processors. The 4 families have entrusted the battle of the blue sky market to Li Wuji, and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is busy defending the 7 Seas Grand Market, their nest. So, as long as Li Wuji bends, there will be absolutely no problem. Nobody will come to disturb our digestion and upgrade. That's good to know. Having been approved by the Fist King, Boss Bai nodded his head confidently and laughed again. Right then, his wrist crystal processor buzzed lightly. He checked what it was about, only to discover that one of his subordinates was calling him in panic. Did I not tell you that I was going to have a meeting with the Fist King and that we were not to be disturbed whatever you might hear? Boss Bai frowned. Looking at his subordinate's twisted face, he asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Did the captives have a riot? No, not exactly. His subordinate shrieked. We just received a distress call from the edge of the blue sky space zone. It's quite weird. A weird distress call? Boss Bai and the Fist King were slightly stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. He pondered for a moment and said, Forward it to my portable crystal processor. What can possibly intimidate you into this? His subordinate swallowed hard and immediately forwarded the signal that had been processed. Half a second later, a voice, which sounded as twisted as an earthworm and like a hen whose feathers were set on fire, echoed from Boss Bai's portal crystal processor. Boss Bai, help! 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 Boss Bai's heart had been indestructible and utterly unshaken during the soul-stirring conquest of the blue sky market when he was terribly outnumbered. He did not doubt himself at all even in the most perilous moment. But right now, a bottomless crack seemed to have been dug into his heart by the cry for help, and it was shaking violently. As if he had just taken 10 kilograms of rat poison, Boss Bai's face suddenly turned pale. He was not as flabbergasted even when the Fist King opened fire at him vehemently with the 100 iron clones a moment ago. His head tilted. Every wrinkle on Boss Bai's face was cramping nervously while he listened to the signal carefully with disbelief beaming out of his eyes. Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! The signal was more and more high-pitched. The guy seemed to be coming at him desperately while being chased by something. Pa! Boss Bai turned off the signal quickly. After a slight cough, he glanced at the Fist King and then at his subordinate on the light beam, before he said calmly, Don't panic. It's just a cosmic noise. Cosmic noise? His subordinate was rather suspicious. Boss. Exactly, cosmic noise. Taking a deep breath, Boss Bai said, The high-energy celestial bodies in space release radiations and spiritual waves every second. When the radiations, high-energy particles, and spiritual tides hit our communication magical equipment, they will congregate into weird cosmic noises. Sometimes, and coincidentally, the noises may sound like the voices of a human. It is nothing to be surprised at. So, it's just the meaningless noise from space. Just ignore it and eliminate the noise from our scanning spectrum. His subordinate scratched his head. Boss, that doesn't sound right. Yes, Boss Bai, I don't think it's noise either. It sounds somewhat familiar. Let me compare it to the data in my VoicePrint library. After a brief silence, the Fist King said, Found it. seems to be Li Yao's voice. Li Yao. Boss Bai blinked quickly in confusion. Which Li Yao? The Fist King. The Li Yao who introduced me to your place, and whom we just talked about just now. You said that he was like an earthworm and an elementary school student. Did I? Boss Bai turned on the distress call and listened carefully again before he finally reached the conclusion. So, it does sound a lot like Li Yao's voice. Then, it's all the more reason why we can't respond. Listen, start radio silence immediately, and let the blue sky market enter the highest defensive state. In the meantime, speed up the transference of captives and assets. Make sure that we can get out of this place immediately under the worst circumstances. It doesn't matter if we are leaving abundant assets behind. Speed. Speed is all that matters. As for the distress call, don't answer it. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Well, the Fist King and his subordinate were both confused. Why? Is Li Yao's distress call so dreadful? Of course it is, because it is probably not Li Yao. Boss Bai said with all solemnity. It may be a scheme of the immortal cultivators, who are trying to deceive us with Li Yao's voice. If we really respond to it, chances are that the immortal cultivators will notice the anomaly and catch all of us. So don't answer it. Don't answer it at all. Just pretend that we have never received the distress call, and we are not even in the blue sky market. But it won't help. Frowning, his subordinate stammered, Boss, after receiving the distress call, we remotely scanned the edge of the blue sky space zone where the signal came from and detected a rather massive fleet. Right? The fleet was fervidly chasing a few unarmed, ragged carriers. The distress calls were sent from the carriers straight at the blue sky market, and the carriers are fleeing toward the blue sky market precisely too. They show no sign that they are changing their course at all. It's almost like they are certain that boss is here, and they are determined to find you. We have analyzed the speed of the hunters and the runners as well as the distance between them. Even if we do not reply to the distress call, the runners are highly likely to reach the blue sky market before they enter the firing range of the hunters, which will probably happen in 12 hours. In other words, in 12 hours at most, a whole fleet of hunters will arrive at the blue sky market. Whether or not they will have destroyed the carriers of the runners, their starships are certainly in need of maintenance and supplies after such a long pursuit. In the several light years around, the blue sky market is the best port for supplies. They will certainly be anchored in this place. That will be terrible. Hearing what his subordinate said, Boss Bai took a deep breath. Well, in a trance, he said, just assuming, that we abandon everything in the blue sky market and the starships we have just captured, will it be possible for us to escape before the mysterious fleet and the damn carriers arrive? It's barely possible, boss, his subordinate cried. In order to swallow the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet, our starships suffered heavy losses and are in dire need of a good rest before they take off again. If we embark on a long journey right now, we will be dead for sure without reliable supplies and maintenance ports. Also, we've been planning for such a long time and fought bloodily to achieve what we have achieved. How can we abandon all of it? Yes, it's truly impossible. Boss Bai held himself back, but he finally couldn't hold it anymore. His face turned from pale to blue and then from blue to red, before he stomped on the ground so hard that almost the entire Forsaken port was razed to the ground. Li Yao, I'll kill you. I'll certainly kill you. He rushed to the command center in fury and, having no choice, asked his subordinate to send out the alarm for the highest battle preparation. The Fist King also asked the Cultivators' fleet to be braced for a new round of battle remotely. The whole blue sky market was immediately caught in a mess. The warriors of the Big Bai pirate gang were humans, and their nerves were not made of iron. Every human had weaknesses and needed to rest. Having just secured a shocking triumph, both the space pirates from the Federation and the cultivators of the Imperium were both excited and exhausted. Who could have thought that a new enemy would come at such a critical moment? Woo woo woo. The ear-splitting alarms, echoing above the ocean of joy, poured down like a bucket of cold water. What's going on? A new enemy? A new enemy! Lu Li's eyes were swollen from crying. She was wiping her tears and looking for the Fist King to accuse Han Te when she suddenly heard the alarms. She was so shocked that she stood where she was, overwhelmed by the panic in the port for a moment. But very soon, she became firm again and went to the command center in a hurry. Master Fist King. Master Fist King. Asshole. What's going on? Deep inside the blue sky market, at the end of an alley that was full of red lights, Han Te screamed too, and he ran out of the house, his clothes unorganized. Quite a few of his buttons were missing, and his pants were only half-zipped. There were the marks of multiple lipsticks in different hues on his face too. The fury that was burning through the sky surrounded the young man who had made up his mind to be the best banger in the universe. His bloodshot eyes unleashed the brilliance that was almost equal to the main cannons of a starship. Who has lived long enough and decided to disrupt Master Han's business? Let me give you a taste of Master Han's giant cannons. He ran to his starship crazily. Countless other space pirates and cultivators were returning to their battle posts in a hurry like Lu Li and Han Te. The blue sky market that had fallen quiet before long was on fire again. The captives of the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet were seething too, gradually going out of control. On their way back to the command center, Boss Bai and the Fist King learned more about the Hunters, very unoptimistic information. The Hunters were the regular army of the Imperium. They were the 47th fleet in the sequence of the regular army, commonly known as Flying Rainbow Fleet, which was a coalition fleet made of the elites of quite a few sectors. Of course, the Flying Rainbow Fleet was not a top-tier fleet in the four Kurfürst families or an expedition troop that had been tested by battles for decades in the front line like Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet. It was merely a regional defensive force made of the few weak, barren sectors at the edge of the Imperium. Under normal circumstances, such coalition forces were between garrisons and deep sky fleets in terms of strength. They did not have the ability to fight for a long time across space zones, and they were not a tricky enemy. They were the main opponents for the space pirates who often played the catch-me-if-you-can game with them. Although they were much larger than the space pirates in number, their speed and efficiency were not always satisfactory because of the complicated command system and their low fighting will. It was often the case that the space pirates looted and escaped, and yet they could not catch the tail of the space pirates. They had always been mocked by the space pirates as the slow and stupid soldiers. But today the situation had changed. The four families and the reformists were fighting over the hegemony at the edge of the Imperium so passionately that they were even recruiting the space pirates without caring about the cost. The local armed forces of the barren worlds were naturally also the targets that the two parties fought over. The Flying Rainbow Fleet had been more inclined to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists in the beginning because most worlds at the edge of the Imperium were deeply associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They were naturally disposed to the reformists. But the four families turned out to be more powerful and wealthy. There was no telling what promises they had made. But the few worlds behind the Flying Rainbow Fleet had taken their side and announced their support for the four families and the old Council of Elders publicly. Naturally, the equipment of the Flying Rainbow Fleet had also been upgraded, and their combat ability had been improved. They were no longer the slow and stupid fish that they used to be. That being said, the most important factor in a war was still people and not the magical equipment. The four families could offer the second-hand warships that had been outdated in their own fleets to the local armed forces like the Flying Rainbow Fleet, but it was impossible for them to create well-trained soldiers out of nothing and help the Flying Rainbow Fleet to complete the transformation. Therefore, despite the support of the four families, the Flying Rainbow Fleet was still a random, undistinguished, undetermined, and unintegrated second-rate troop that was better at exploiting the people and the weak than defeating the strong enemies. The big pirate gang in the past wouldn't have been scared when they ran into the Flying Rainbow Fleet. They could always escape even if they could not defeat the enemy. But today, having just swallowed a whole blue sky market, the big pirate gang was caught in a subtle situation because of the Flying Rainbow Fleet's unexpected arrival. The awkwardness was almost like when a boa was unable to move after just devouring an elephant. A fat, strong, and stupid boar suddenly appeared on its way. The Flying Rainbow Fleet naturally knew that the coordinates they were jumping to belonged to the edge of the blue sky space zone, which was the territory of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They were now hostile to the blue sky market now that they had joined the four families. However, they seemed to have received the intelligence that Li Wuji of the four families was about to conquer the blue sky market. Li Wuji's rank in the four families was certainly much higher than the commander of the Flying Rainbow Fleet who had only joined them recently. Therefore, the commander dared not trespass but sent a communication request to the blue sky market, hoping to find out whether it was an ally or an enemy that was occupying the place. Boss Bai had come to the command center, but he was still unaware of the Flying Rainbow Fleet's purpose. Although the mother port of the Flying Rainbow Fleet was not far away from the blue sky space zone, the two parties barely had any interaction before. Those secondary troops always considered it a top priority to preserve their strength. They wouldn't have marched at such a heavily guarded place as the blue sky market without enough temptation. In the meantime, the conquest of the blue sky market was Li Wuji's responsibility. Boss Bai did not feel that the Flying Rainbow Fleet, as a dog bought over by the four families, had the courage to fight over food with its master. Pondering for a moment, he commanded his subordinates, "Is Marquis Yong Chun full now? If he is, invite him over for a meeting. Right? Clean him from inside to outside with high-pressure water guns, and sanitize him with fire before bringing him here." When Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, was brought over, he indeed appeared to be very full. At the very least, he had been gagging since the moment he appeared before Boss Bai and the Fist King, and he did not stop at all in the first 5 minutes. His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks deeply hollowed, as if there were 2 holes on his face. His lips and his hands were all cramping nervously. He had been away for only several hours, but it almost looked like he had been imprisoned in a dungeon for more than 10 years. The humiliation just now was no better than being abused by his own gender physically for 10 days and 10 nights. His mind had been completely broken, and he did not dare to look at Boss Bai in the eyes at all. "Unlock my barriers." Boss Bai spoke to his subordinate. "Boss, about that." His subordinates were all stunned. Even though Li Wuji had been heavily wounded, he had the cultivation of the divinity transformation stage after all and was merely suppressed by the barriers on his forehead, the back of his head, and his spine. If the barriers were unlocked, what if Li Wuji suddenly burst out and decided to die with his enemy? "It's all right. Just unlock my lord's barriers and you may leave." Boss Bai smiled and said, "I can tell that my lord has thought it through and will not kill himself." Since Boss Bai put it that way, his subordinates stopped arguing but drew the nails that were carved with complicated rune arrays and connected through crystal wires out of Li Wuji's body. After every nail was plucked, Li Wuji would shudder, with a cluster of bloody mist that was slightly stinky erupting out of his body. After 81 barriers were plucked, his subordinates hurried to exit the room and close the door for him. Right now, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and Li Wuji were left alone. "My lord, have you thought it through?" His hands behind his back, Boss Bai stood before Li Wuji and looked at Li Wuji, who was out of shape. "Can we talk about cooperation now?" Aye. Li Wuji shuddered non-stop. With the flames of both dread and hatred beaming out of his eyes, he mumbled, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you for such great humiliation. I'll kill you. Ha. Great." Boss Bai opened his arms and exposed the vulnerable spots on his chest and his abdomen to Li Wuji. "Whatever you want to do to me, my lord, you can do it now. Even if you can't defeat me, you can at least die a hero's death and deserve the title of a Marquis of the Imperium. Come on, let's do it." Holding his iron arms, the Fist King observed coldly, showing no sign that he was going to offer Boss Bai any help. He even stepped backward, implying that he would not intervene in the duel between the two of them. Dumbfounded, Li Wuji shivered for a long time. The combat ability of the divinity transformation stage was recovering, and the enemy who had greatly humiliated him was right before him, undefended. But he simply couldn't summon any strength to smack the disgusting and hideous face. "Why are you not moving?" Boss Bai's voice suddenly grew sharp. His right hand turned into a flash of lightning and slapped Li Wuji in the face heavily, blowing Li Wuji to the ground. The lord's previously hollowed face was immediately swollen like a bun, his saliva, snot, and blood spurting out at the same time. "Just do it, you coward." pussy, and boneless dog. Ah! Crouching like a shrimp, Li Wuji wailed desperately. There was no telling whether it was because of pain or because he was angry at his extreme inability. Now that my lord refuses to attack, I imagine you must have thought it through. Boss Bai rubbed his hand that was aching because of the slap just now on his leg while he said casually, "In terms of level and combat ability, you are far from me and fellow cultivator Lei. You will be dead for sure if you challenge either me or the Fist King. Even if you luckily survive and escape back to the four families, so what? Having been deceived and lost the entire fleet, you will only be defamed and mocked by other nobles. Your only hope and the only way to keep your reputation, position, and power, or even to make one step forward, is to play the trick of cooperating with the enemy. First of all, you will help me and fellow cultivator Li to deceive your family and the Imperium so that we can grow and expand under the name of the National Protection Army into a giant beast that nobody dares to mess with. Then, fellow cultivator Lei and I will naturally devote all the resources and help my lord to rise in the four families through whatever means possible to reach the critical places. Hee. There's no need to feel that you are a traitor. It doesn't hurt to tell you now. Our strength is far beyond your imagination. We have too many spies in the four families and even the reformists. Many nobles you saw every day were actually our people. You are now only following their example. How about it, my lord? Have you thought it through? We have an unexpected situation right now. I don't have the time to waste on you. Let's make it quick. If you nod your head, you will be a dog before me but still the awesome Marquis Yongchun after you're back to the territory of the four families, with the hope of moving one step further in the near future. Or let's be more frank. Revenge is a dish best served cold. My lord, even if you want to seek revenge for your humiliation today, you need to return to your family alive and control even greater power first before you make a comeback. Don't you? You are still not agreeing? Fine, as long as you slightly shake your head. I'll humiliate you no more but give you a quick death, sending you to meet Blackstar the Great. Boss Bai intimidated him brutally. Li Wuji struggled even harder. There was no telling how many rounds he debated with himself, and dirty tears even ran out of his eyes, but he finally nodded his head helplessly and disgracefully. The nod seemed to have used up the strength of his life. He collapsed on the ground and moaned like a dying dog. My lord, you are truly a smart man. I'm sure you will rise higher in the leadership of the Imperium. Boss Bai took a long breath in relief and smiled, taking out a delicate handkerchief from his pocket. He squatted and helped Li Wuji to wipe the snot and blood on his face. Look, I still remember my lord's quirk and have the handkerchief prepared for you. Hurry and clean up yourself, and then contact the commander of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Now that Li Wuji had been bent, the communication between the Blue Sky Market and the Flying Rainbow Fleet was much easier. Never would the commander of the Flying Rainbow Fleet dream that Li Wuji, who had come to attack the Blue Sky Market with a great army, had defected in only 24 hours. Naturally, he confessed his purpose dutifully through the remote communication device. What the commander said was naturally not to be entirely believed, but Boss Bai was an experienced general, and the Fist King boasted remarkable analysis and deduction abilities. They were able to figure out the general picture of the whole thing. As it turned out, the Flying Rainbow Fleet had been wandering outside of their defense area and, under the excuse of a long-distance drill, carrying out a rather old but dishonorable military mission of the Imperium, enlisting cannon fodder. The fierce battle in the Seven Seas Grand Market was about to happen. Naturally, almost all the worlds and fleets at the edge of the Imperium were to be involved. The four families had drawn the space pirates and the local armed forces to their side at a fortune and offered them all kinds of gears and titles because they wanted the local forces to lead the charge as the vanguard. Neither the space pirates nor the local armed forces like the Flying Rainbow Fleet were stupid. They accepted the titles and offerings of the four families, swearing that their loyalty would be unquestionable. But whether or not they would really fight for the four families dutifully in a battle, it remained to be seen. It was impossible for them to die for the four families, but they at least needed to pretend to be fearless. So all they needed to do was to capture random people, kick them into the obsolete starships, and force them to lead the charge in the battle. After all, since even the space pirates had turned into the National Protection Army, the rank and the maximal number of the Flying Rainbow Fleet had been more than doubled. The vacancies were allowed to be filled by their own enlistment. So what was there to worry about? Just start capturing. At first, the Flying Rainbow Fleet conducted the enlistment in its own defense area according to the tradition. Naturally, it was a familiar job for them. Without meeting any resistance, they tied up tremendous young and old people and sent them to Starships. After their names were added to the register of soldiers, they became the elites who were devoted to the country and willing to die for His Majesty and the Four Kurfürsten. The subsidy and compensation for every elite could be applied from the Council of Elders and were not small at all. It was a bargain in any way. However, they could not capture too many people from their own territory. After all, the high-intensity work in the mines, the farms, and the magical equipment factories had to be ensured, and the economic systems in the few sectors needed to be kept running at least at the lowest efficiency too. They certainly could not kill the goose that laid golden eggs. Therefore, after stuffing a few ragged starships, the Flying Rainbow Fleet shifted their attention to the neighboring sectors, as well as the resource planets and space fortresses beyond the sectors and the merchant teams that were passing by. Among all of them, the passing merchant teams were their favorite targets. Their logic was simple. In such chaotic days, the real dutiful merchants were all resting at home obediently, and those who were bold enough to travel around must be desperados who were deeply associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which meant that they were undoubtedly the accomplices of the illegitimate reform committee of the Council of Elders. Then, wasn't it reasonable, merciful, and humane for the Flying Rainbow Fleet to capture such merchants, confiscate their starships and goods, and enlist everybody in the business team so that they could correct their mistakes by making contributions? Just like that, the Flying Rainbow Fleet jumped to a neighboring sector which had been in a bad relationship with it, in secret, taking advantage of the fact that the local sector master was out and the place was weakly defended. Speaking of which, the local sector master had probably gone to the Flying Rainbow Fleet's territory for enlistment in secret with his own troops. The Flying Rainbow Fleet swept across a few local resource planets even more brutally than space pirates, taking away all persons and assets. Then, they set up ambushes on the few busy business routes nearby, and the moment they detected the spiritual waves of the merchant teams, they would immediately lean close with the advantage of the high speed and the fierce firepower, demanding to board on the starships for inspection. So much as they discovered anything that was remotely associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, even if it was only a roll of toilet paper with the logo of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, they would immediately declare that the strangers were the rebelling reformists and that their assets would be confiscated and they would be enlisted. The operation to clear the rebels and the bandits lasted a few months. The 100 obsolete starships that had been used by the Flying Rainbow Fleet were all crammed with crying, hopeless soldiers. Many carriers of the rebels had been captured and added to their own fleet. The operation was certainly a success. Supposedly, they could return to their hometown for a rest after the successful operation. When the Battle of Seven Seas began, the newly drafted soldiers would be escorted to the front line to be killed, while the veterans of the Flying Rainbow Fleet would cover them in the rear. By the time the newly drafted soldiers were mostly killed, they would announce that the Flying Rainbow Fleet had suffered heavy losses and were almost entirely wiped out, and that they had to withdraw from the battlefield despite their infinite devotion to His Majesty and the Four Kurfürsten. Such moves were already clichés. Basically, all the warlords and local armed forces at the edge of the Imperium had been doing that. However, when the Flying Rainbow Fleet was about to return, they accidentally detected a new starship jumping to their nearby. Compared with their trophies in the past few months, the tiny starship was only a shrimp that could barely fill the gap of their teeth. But now that they had seen it, it wouldn't hurt to draft the new starship. With that in mind, the few main warships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet moved toward the starship lazily. After a brief engagement, the tiny starship's spiritual shield and power units were soon blown up, and it had to send out the signal of surrender. Up to this moment, everything was normal. However, what happened later was far beyond the expectation of all the soldiers in the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Or rather, including the commanders of all levels, 99% of the people had no idea what happened until this moment. All in all, later that day, the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet had an astonishing explosion. Too many immortal cultivators had been wounded or blown up, What was even weirder was that tremendous immortal cultivators had gone missing. Those who went missing were all the direct bloodlines of the leadership of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. They were the sons of the Chief of Staff and the Fire Control Officer. Two of the highest commander's grandsons had disappeared uncannily too. In the meantime, the few carriers that had theoretically been controlled by the Flying Rainbow Fleet somehow got away from the fleet, taking advantage of the chaos. Those carriers were fully loaded with the cannon fodder that the Flying Rainbow Fleet had captured to die for themselves. The leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were almost fuming in fury. They naturally chased after the runners passionately. By logic, the leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet shouldn't have been as unvigilant. But on one hand, their important persons had gone missing and were probably on the few carriers that had wandered off uncannily, and on the other hand, the enemy did not strike them as formidable from the beginning to the end. The few running fleets were also now stopping and now moving, damaged by the barrage. They were under the impression that they could settle the battle with a crazy bombardment. After jumping to the edge of the blue sky space zone, the Flying Rainbow Fleet, knowing that it was probably occupied by the enemy, was careful enough to send a message to the blue sky market to check the situation. After they learned that the business center had been conquered by Li Wuji, they were overjoyed and requested Li Wuji to attack together with them and capture the few uncanny carriers. Boss Bai, what do you think? After basically figuring out what had happened, the Fist King asked. What can I possibly think? Closing his eyes and rubbing his nose, Boss Bai gnashed his teeth. It must have been that wavering Liao who accidentally discovered that the Flying Rainbow Fleet was capturing innocent people as cannon fodder. He became a hero who saved people from a disaster again. Asshole, if you like being a hero, at least learn to wipe your own ass. Boss Bai is the greatest space pirate in the universe who will explore the wizardly worlds and the four dimensions someday. Not someone who wipes your ass for you every day. Boss. One of his subordinates brought over the latest scanning result. According to our accurate calculation, the enemy's possible time of arrival has been significantly advanced. If they do not change their course, they will run into the blue sky market in about 7 hours. Boss Bai, what's the configuration of the enemy's army? His subordinate replied, now that the enemy knows that Li Wuji's fleet has conquered the blue sky market, they do not hide their spiritual waves anymore. Based on the exhaust flames of the Starships, the Flying Rainbow Fleet has got at least 10 second-hand main force warships from the four families. In terms of speed, firepower, or duration, it is more than 30% stronger than the previous Flying Rainbow Fleet. Of course, we do not know whether or not their personnel has been improved. So, it remains to be seen how much their combat ability has been actually improved. But according to the data on paper, and since our army is exhausted after a fierce battle, it will be an arduous battle. Even if our army wins, it will be a brutal victory with heavy losses. Arduous battle, brutal victory. Staring at the light spots that were getting closer and closer to the blue sky market, Boss Bai's eyes were filled with little red spots from which blood was almost shooting out. In the end, he took a deep breath and waved his hands. All the starships that can move, prepare to attack. We will pretend to cooperate with the enemy, but we will, in fact, surround the Flying Rainbow Fleet from their flanks and their rear. Surround them? Stunned, his subordinate thought that he heard it wrong. However weak the Flying Rainbow Fleet was, they were a regular army after all. The Big Bai pirate gang might be capable of swallowing them after a month of rest. But in today's awkward situation, it wouldn't be bad at all if they could defeat or crush the enemy. If they were to surround the enemy, wouldn't the previously outnumbered troop be even more dispersed? Now that they were seriously short of hands and everybody was exhausted, they were still going to disperse and surround the enemy. It was almost the greatest joke. How could their boss make such a mistake? Yes, we will surround them. Boss Bai's eyes suddenly grew firm. Then, we will eat the Flying Rainbow Fleet without letting go of a single escape capsule. It's impossible, his subordinate blurted out. It's already the greatest miracle to have swallowed one elephant. How can we possibly swallow 2 elephants in a row in only 24 hours? Yes, we can, as long as... Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and mumbled. As long as Li Yao still had the slightest humanity and is not simply crying for help. At the edge of the blue sky space zone, A starship that was riddled with holes and blackened by fire was fleeing in panic. Sparks were spluttering everywhere, while intense smoke was popping up. "Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help!" Wearing a silk flowery shirt and a pair of beach pants, with blue and white slippers on his feet, Liao held a cup of juice of tropical fruits, shrieking while sipping the juice. Long Yongjun stood far away from him, with her hands behind her back, and stared at the infinite sea of stars outside of the crystal window, as if she did not know him at all. Li Jialing, on the other hand, looked at him in bewilderment. Xiaoming and Wenwen were sitting in a corner. They were biting their lips and twisting their clothes now and then, their big watery eyes filled with confusion, as if they were wondering why they had such a father. "Rest assured, everything is under control," Liao shouted for a while before he turned around and smiled at Li Jialing. "According to my accurate speculation, the new master of this place should be my life and death brother Boss Bai, who is a man of integrity and brotherhood. After receiving my cry for hell, he will certainly reinforce me without caring about anything else. Then, everything will be fine. He's just a space pirate." Li Jialing had been holding himself long enough and couldn't do it anymore. How much integrity and brotherhood can he possibly have? Well, thinking for a moment and sipping the juice again, Liao made a gesture and said, "He has as much integrity and brotherhood as I do." "Li Jialing, why am I getting more and more scared as you talk, Brother Yao? Speaking of which, even if we are asking for help from this Boss Bai, there is no need to put on such tawdry clothes, is there?" Li Jialing pointed at Liao's red and green clothes and his blue and white flip-floppers. "What do you know? This is exactly a garment of Boss Bai's style," Liao said disapprovingly. "I learned this style from Boss Bai exactly as a way to show my admiration for him. The moment he sees this same style battle robe, he will certainly recall how we fought together years ago, and he won't refuse to help us at all." Li Jialing bit his teeth hard as he tried to hold himself back. "I only feel that this is such a disgrace. We were never like this when we were faced with Blackstar the Great a few days back. At that time, you rode on the gold vulture magnificently. Isn't it a shame to be so humble before a space pirate? A shame? Do you really think that you are something and your honor is valuable?" Liao sniffed and drank up the juice in the cup. His eyes glowing with calmness and determination, he said solemnly, "We cultivators can shed blood or even die for what we believe in. Do we need such a thing as honor?" Cough, 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 cough. Long Yongjun coughed lightly not far away and moved quietly, getting as far away from Liao as possible. Xiaoming and Wenwen couldn't hear it anymore and went to the cabins in the rear to look after the soldiers that had just been rescued, or the people who were soon to be cannon fodder. Blushing, Li Jialing was lost for words. After a long daze, he finally managed to ask, "Brother, I'm just confused. Although the Flying Rainbow Fleet has 100 times more starships than we do, it is just a mediocre fleet without a colossus, isn't it? Our carrier may not have any combat ability, but with the colossi of you and Sister Long, wouldn't it be more than easy for you to destroy the enemy's flagship? I don't believe that the local troop at the edge of the Imperium can be so determined that they will still fight the colossi when their flagship has been decapitated by the colossi. It's absolutely impossible. Even the best fleet of the Imperium hardly chooses to attack the enemy's colossus if they do not have any colossus themselves. So, why do we have to ask Boss Bai for the favor?" Liao sighed. Licking the juice on his lips, he said, "This question is very simple. First of all, it is indeed possible for Long Yongjun and me to crush the Flying Rainbow Fleet's battle formation or even destroy the enemy's flagship and a few main warships. But it's certainly impossible to keep the entire Flying Rainbow Fleet here with only 2 colossus. Such local troops from the edge of the Imperium are all specialists at preserving themselves. They may be not good at fighting hard battles, but they are the best experts when it comes to shifting sides or running away. Perhaps the moment they detect the spiritual flames spreading out of the 2 colossi, they will immediately escape at their highest speed. How many of the starships can Long Yongjun and I catch even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms? Once most of the starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet jump away, They will certainly spread out the news that two mysterious colossi appeared in this area. Soon enough, all the forces will learn the traces of Long Yangjun and me, including Blackstar the Great. Then, it will be easy for him to figure out our intention and our association with Boss Bai. He may even infer that our operation in the next step must be concerned with the Seven Seas Grand Market, the nest of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It is the last thing that I want Blackstar the Great to know. In the game between us and Blackstar the Great, our greatest advantage is that the enemy is in the light while we are in the dark. The more secret and stealthy we are, the better. It will be best if we are gone from Blackstar the Great's eyes forever and emerge from his back at the most awkward moment for him. Secondly, and more importantly, we attacked the Flying Rainbow Fleet at the risk of exposing ourselves in order to rescue the ordinary people who had been captured by the Flying Rainbow Fleet as cannon fodder. If we hadn't done anything, the innocent miners, farmers, and small dealers who struggled to survive would have been chained to the Starships and forced to march at the most dangerous battlefield by the damn immortal cultivators of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, getting killed for nothing. Right now, we have only saved part of the innocents. There are still more soldiers who are scattered on the Starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. We can barely rescue them with only our strength. If Long Yangjun and I really destroy the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, the remaining fleets will only disperse and bring the captives back to their nest. Then, we can't chase after them planet after planet, can we? So, if we want to rescue all the innocents at once, we must tread lightly. We can only show the Flying Rainbow Fleet that we are weak and attract them to Boss Bai's territory so that we can surround them with the Big Bai pirate gang and possibly the fleet of the Cultivators, trying to not let go of any starship. By the time the last retreat of the Flying Rainbow Fleet is blocked, it will be the showtime for the Arsonist and the super awesome upgraded Heavenly Crystal. My purpose is not so simple as to crush the Flying Rainbow Fleet. I'm going to swallow them from the skin to the bones. Not even a screwhead is going to get away from my hands. That explains a lot. Li Jialing was a smart person himself. After Li Yao pointed out the critical factors, he immediately understood everything. His anger and confusion a moment ago turned into admiration again. Thinking for a moment, he glanced at Long Yangjun not far away and said in a low voice, "However, Brother Yao, you may want to stop calling Sister Long's Colossus super awesome upgraded Heavenly Crystal. She seems pissed about the name. What's wrong with the name? How magnificent it sounds. It's much cooler than simply Heavenly Crystal." Liao frowned. Her Colossus has been utterly transformed and is nothing like the previous Heavenly Crystal. Besides, only a Colossus with such an intimidating name is qualified to team up with my arsonist, right? Li Jialing was silent for a moment before he quickly changed the topic. Right, I'm also confused about one thing. How did you know that the Blue Sky Space Zone is already Boss Bai's territory? His Big Bai pirate gang couldn't have expanded fast enough to swallow the entire Blue Sky market. Could it? Also, according to the secret messages among the four families that Xiaoming and Wenwen intercepted after hacking the mainframe crystal processor of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, Boss Bai had surrendered to the four families and joined Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji. Even though the Blue Sky market was not within the control of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, it should be the territory of the four families led by Li Wuji, and Boss Bai and the other 20 or so pirate gangs should be hamstringing each other. He wouldn't be able to help us even if he wanted to. Then, wouldn't we suffer attacks from both sides if we jumped to this place? So my question is, why did you think that the Blue Sky market's new master was Boss Bai, and even Fist King Lei Zhonglia and the Cultivators fleet were here? Because he is Boss Bai. Liao smiled and placed his legs on the desk. Looking at his toes that were twisting merrily inside the slippers, he said with a smile, "The moment Xiaoming and Wenwen got the intelligence that Boss Bai had surrendered to the four families, I knew that there must be a scheme in it. Boss Bai is a man who pursues absolute freedom. Since the moment he broke the old boundary, nobody would ever be qualified to be his master. Even the most formidable gods wearing the supreme crowns cannot bend his knees or tell him what to do. The four families? Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji? Those small fries are not even qualified to command Boss Bai's leg hair. So, I was very certain that Boss Bai succumbed to Li Wuji because he had dug a gigantic trap for Li Wuji to jump in. a trap that was probably not just for Li Wuji but also for the dozens of pirate gangs that were gathered in the blue sky market. Considering Boss Bai's ambitions and the background that the Battle of Seven Seas was about to begin, it was obvious what Boss Bai was trying to do. He was going to swallow the elephant and finish the most dangerous leap, making the Big Bai pirate gang rise at the border of the Imperium and become a powerful force that could possibly shake the situation of the Imperium. Such a scheme could barely be accomplished by the Big Bai pirate gang alone, but didn't the intelligence that we received earlier suggest that the fleet of the cultivators commanded by Fist King Lei Zhonglia had also risen unstoppably at the edge of the Imperium? Do you think that it is a coincidence that the ranges of activities of the cultivators' fleet and the Big Bai pirate gang are almost the same and can barely be separated? The rumors had it that the cultivators' fleet had been in frictions with the Big Bang pirate gang, but since you spent some time in the Martial Meritocrats sector too, you should know why the Fist King and the rest of them were here. They were introduced by me to join Boss Bai and must have been cooperating with Boss Bai in secret. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown so fast at all. Now that they had teamed up to trap Li Wuji and the space pirates, could their enemy possibly survive them? Rest assured, if my guess is correct, the entire blue sky market must be under the control of Boss Bai. Also, his capabilities have significantly expanded after swallowing so many pirate gangs and all the starships of Li Wuji's fleet together with the Fist King. Since he is a man who is willing to die for his brother anytime, he will certainly attack with all his available forces and help me surround the Flying Rainbow fleet the moment I cough and drop him a hint. Is that so? Li Jialing was still rather suspicious. If he is as trustworthy as Brother Yao claimed, why didn't you just activate the direct communication with the blue sky market and explain everything to him, instead of shouting the humiliating distress calls? Are you sure that Boss Bai help is enough to convey all the information? It can't be helped. This starship was stolen by us. Also, it's been so many years since I last met Boss Bai. I'm really not confident that I can turn on a secret communication channel to talk to Boss Bai with the devices on board. So, I can only broadcast via public channels. Liao explained, in order to attract the Flying Rainbow Fleet to bite the hook, we are too close to the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Any information sent to the blue sky market in public may be received by the Flying Rainbow Fleet. If I confess my whole plan in the communication, only to be learned by the Flying Rainbow Fleet, they will certainly turn around and escape however stupid they are, won't they? So, I can only send my information and my request in such a subtle way. Even if the Flying Rainbow Fleet catches my voice, they can't figure out my real intention. That explains a lot, but Li Jialing seemed to have understood it, but he was then mired in greater confusion. The cry for help is so ambiguous. Are you sure that Boss Bai can understand your meaning, figure out the current situation, and help us surround the Flying Rainbow Fleet, Brother Yao? Yes, he certainly can. Through the empty juice cup, Liao observed the bizarre, twisted world and mumbled. He is Boss Bai, a strengthened Boss Bai who has been enhanced by a certain Yen person. He is almost a half-teacher for me. I'm sure he understands me. In any case, I cannot watch the immortal cultivators capturing so many innocents as cannon fodder, covering the old, the weak, the women, and the children in the combat suits of the Imperium, and getting them killed in the meaningless war. However slim the chances are, I will wager on it and let the shameless animals who captured innocents to fight in their place pay. In the meantime, above the blue sky market, the Big Bai pirate gang, and the cultivators' fleet, under the cover of dozens of Li Wuji's starships that could still fly, had taken off from the port, moving faster and faster to the boundless space. Infinite Fire, the Big Bai fleet's previous flagship, had died together with Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, in the battle to protect the Federation. After that, the Big Bai pirate gang had jumped to the center of the cosmos on a comprehensive supply starship. After a series of sneak-in, deception, seizure, maintenance, modification, and upgrade, the Big Bai pirate gang had a brand new flagship, which had insanely melted the power units of almost 10 rapid warships, making it the fastest flagship at the center of the cosmos. Boss Bai had named his new flagship as Alloy Virus. The Fist King had found the name perplexing, not knowing what deeper meaning it had. After Boss Bai revealed his whole ambitions today, he finally understood the meaning of Alloy Virus. Boss Bai was probably hoping that the flagship could reach the higher dimensions and pose as much a threat to the incredible existence there as viruses had posed to mankind, wasn't he? As for the flagship of the Cultivators' fleet, it was much simpler. The cultivators who escaped from the Martial Meritocrat sector were all gathered around Gao Kongda's great mountain. Gao Kongda was the captain of a mining starship in the beginning. Despite his resolution and his devotion, he was an excellent organizer of logistics but not a distinguished fleet commander. After the Fist King's abilities were gradually awakened, allowing him to absorb and even copy a lot of tactics and skills to his database from Boss Bai, he naturally took over most of the commandership from Gao Kongda. Even the flagship had been turned into a mothership of space shuttles modified from a comprehensive supply starship. Such massive starships did not have a high combat ability themselves, but they had the thickest armor and the greatest inner space, making it possible to accommodate tremendous crystal suits, space shuttles, colossi, and sometimes even maintenance factories with full facilities. They were the most reliable mobile bases. With the Fist King's amazing abilities, it could carry out more than 300% of its battle performance. The Fist King had named the flagship Iron Fist, a rather plain name. At this moment, Alloy Virus and Iron Fist, commanding their respective fleets, approached the Flying Rainbow Fleet from two sides. The Flying Rainbow Fleet was still ignorant of the upcoming destructive strike. Just now, they had confirmed with Li Wuji about the soul signature and the battle cooperation code. There was nothing suspicious. Furthermore, it was they who invited Li Wuji's fleet to attack the enemy together. Nothing could possibly be wrong. Well, the only thing that could go wrong was this Marquis Yongchun might burst into a fury after discovering that they had captured so many civilians and pretended that they were soldiers. But that was for the future. There would always be ways to satisfy Marquis Yongchun. But it did not mean that Boss Bai and the Fist King had nothing to worry about now. It was because they were faced with an extremely troublesome mission, which was to surround the Flying Rainbow Fleet. A siege in space was utterly different from a siege on the ground. A siege on a ground battlefield was two-dimensional. All one needed to do was to surround the enemy's front, rear, left, and right. Theoretically, as long as one had an army 4 to 5 times greater than the enemy's, it would be possible to complete the siege. But the battlefield in space was three-dimensional. It was a vast space similar to a sphere, without obstacles such as mountains or rivers. Surrounding it was highly difficult, and escaping was more than convenient. Although the Big Bai pirate gang had just swallowed 28 pirate gangs as well as all of Li Wuji's fleet, their flagships were all ragged and riddled with holes, not even having a 50% combat ability. It was needless to say that most of the captives might be having other plans and could not be completely trusted. In such a subtle situation, dispersing the army and surrounding the enemy recklessly would only make the circle of siege extremely thin. Chances were that the Flying Rainbow Fleet could leave a few holes on the siege after some minor stabs. Once the siege was broken apart and the enemy launched a counterattack, there was even the risk that the army could be annihilated. The risk was so high that no wonder even Xiao Lishui, the chief of staff of the Big Bai pirate gang who had been a space pirate for hundreds of years, was gloomy and suggested to Boss Bai hesitatingly, "Boss, are we really going to swallow the Flying Rainbow Fleet? Or what?" Staring at the data on the menu that was erupting like a flood and changing 100 times per second, Boss Bai said coldly, "In order to combine the starships and the personnel of the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet and to swallow the resources in the blue sky market, we need at least a month. During the month of our upgrade, nobody outside is to know the truth of the blue sky market or spread out what happened in the blue sky space zone. The Flying Rainbow Fleet is so close to the blue sky market that they will demand to enter the port for supplies and maintenance in any case. By then, do you really think they will ignore what happened in the blue sky market? If we do not annihilate all of them, should anything leak out, it will be the main forces of the 4 families that come here. We've been planning for an entire year for today. Now that we have swallowed the elephant, it is impossible for us to give it away. Since escaping is not an option, we can only fight now. Besides, the batch of new warships that the Flying Rainbow Fleet got is not bad. It is a shame that they are used by those idiots. It's not Boss Bai's style to refuse the meat that has been fed to my mouth. However, Xiao Lishui sighed and raised the critical question. With our combat ability right now, it is impossible to annihilate the flying rainbow fleet, however we infer the battle. Boss, take a look at the results of the dozens of battle simulations. If we condense the troop into a charge formation, it will be likely that we can defeat or even crush the flying rainbow fleet. But if the troop is dispersed on the entire surface of the sphere while we try to surround and swallow all of enemy starships, it will be difficult. Highly difficult. It's too risky to swallow the enemy in one bite. Boss, be careful not to be tripped by the gutter. Have you taken Li Yao into consideration? His eyes half-narrowed, Boss Bai said. According to the Fist King and Li Yao's performance with the Reformists, he is now steadily in the divinity transformation stage with a rather tough colossus, the Gold Vulture. Yes, we have. We added Li Yao's combat ability to the simulations. Xiao Lishui said. It's true that the colossi can be incredible when it comes to attacking strongholds and decapitating, but they are not invincible. Their fatal weaknesses are fuel, ammunitions, and longevity of fighting. However strong Li Yao is, it hasn't been long since he entered the divinity transformation stage after all. He is in the beginning level or the middle level of the divinity transformation stage at best. How could he blow up a few starships in a row? A space battlefield can be tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. Should we collapse on one side, it may be barely possible for Li Yao to reinforce in time, however spectacularly he fights on the other side. So, boss, you have to think carefully. Ha! Crossing his fingers under his nose, Boss Bai thought hard, with profound brilliance beaming out of his eyes. He replayed Li Yao's cries for help. Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Li Yao's ear-splitting scream echoed in the bridge again, making every member of the bridge team pale. But this time Boss Bai chuckled in a low voice. Little asshole, old Xiao is right. It's been no more than 1 year since you advanced into the divinity transformation stage, hasn't it? I really can't figure out what kind of miracle you can bring to us this time. Boss Bai mumbled but bulged his eyes immediately like the main guns of a starship being fired. He rose abruptly and waved his hands, declaring resolutely, "Send my order out. We will no longer pretend to be an ally of the scumbags of the flying rainbow fleet. Go full speed ahead from the flanks and surround the enemy according to Plan D. In the meantime, launch enough interferential bombs to prevent the enemy from jumping away or sending out any distress call." The only outcome of trespassing on the Big Bai pirate gang's territory was death. Boss Bai's roars were the most intense excitants for the space pirates from the Federation. Even though they had run out of their strength and spiritual energy in the previous battle, when the horns of a new battle were blown again, they were still unleashing the most fervent enthusiasm, as if they were devoting their lives to the furnaces of the starships. The starships that looked like arrows suddenly accelerated, leaving trails behind that looked like sharp claws, while they went to the flanks and the rear of the flying rainbow fleet. The distance between the two parties was so close that the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators fleet were unable to continue their disguise. Even the most inert commander could tell that their transformation, which looked like a blooming, man-eating flower, was not meant for the few carriers. They were planning to swallow the flying rainbow fleet that was almost their size. What are they doing? On the flagship of the flying rainbow fleet, the leadership made of dozens of warlords and local bigshots from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium had been gloating under the illusion that the carrier Li Yao was at would be captured in no time. They were even thinking about how they should relax and enjoy themselves in the blue sky market after the battle. Little did they anticipate that Li Wuji's fleet, on their opposite side, would suddenly transform into a highly malicious battle formation of siege and annihilation. They tried to transform, stay away, or even retreat, but there was no time. The flying rainbow fleet and the Big Bai pirate gang had been moving toward each other in the beginning, like two crystal trains running on the same rail at the highest speed that would collide very soon. In such a gargantuan fleet, a safety distance must be guaranteed between every two starships in case of the conflicts of the spiritual shields or the exhaust flames. It was like a piece of precise but delicate artwork, and turning the fleet around quickly was certainly not an easy job. Also, turning around against the enemy's fire was suicide. The flying rainbow fleet had no choice but to keep their speed and charge into the siege of the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators fleet. For a moment, the leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were indeed overwhelmed. Naturally, they did not know the drastic changes in the blue sky market, or who their enemy was. They thought that Li Wuji had somehow lost his mind and decided to swallow them. It was anything but unusual for the four families' troops to swallow the miscellaneous troops from the edge of the Imperium. However, after they calmed themselves down and scanned the exhaust flames on the opposite side, thereby determining the number and combatability of the big by pirate gang and the fleet of cultivators, they were amused and more or less relieved. It was too far-fetched. Judging from the lackluster and messy exhaust flames, it was not hard to tell that the hostile starships were either of low levels or just been through a fierce battle. They were heavily damaged but not repaired yet, which significantly reduced their combatability. Such a small army had changed into such a ferocious battle formation, trying to surround them from all directions and swallow all of their starships? It was too far-fetched. Damn it! What is Li Wuji up to exactly? Does he think he can blatantly exploit the magnates from the edge of the Imperium because he is a marquis and a powerful person in the Li family? We have pledged loyalty to the Council of Elders sincerely and have our own supporters in the Council of Elders. Li Wuji has chosen the wrong target. Even if he is dissatisfied with us drafting civilians as soldiers, there is no need for a battle. Which family in the entire Imperium does not fight a war in such a way? Is he really trying to accuse us with such a lousy excuse and swallow us to increase his own strength? Hehe. Those grand nobles are always like this. They think that they are the best and everything is theirs. But why? Let's crush Li Wuji's fleet first and report the matter to the four families. A great war is coming. Let's see how he can be the Marquis Yongchun after he makes such a horrible mistake. Thinking that they had seen through the weakness of Li Wuji and the siege, the leadership of the Flying Rainbow Fleet reached the consensus to move forward at full speed and rip the enemy's battle formation from the front. By common sense, it was the absolutely correct strategy. No matter whether the enemy was Li Wuji's fleet or the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, their weakness was apparent. Whatever their purpose was, it would only fall out after their siege was shattered. The Flying Rainbow Fleet that was moving at full speed did not have the time to stop and release the remote communication units or unfold the antennae that could be dozens of kilometers long, which meant that they could not send any signal to an external world light years away. Faced with a hostile army whose combatability had been compromised and which was in a wrong battle formation, it was unnecessary for them to ask for help or send alarms. Besides, the fierce firepower from the Big by Pirate Gang and the Cultivators fleet had exploded around the Flying Rainbow Fleet. The first round of fire was not very destructive, but the surging spiritual waves and space ripples it spread out prevented the Flying Rainbow Fleet from jumping and blocked their super-remote communication functions. They are scared that we may run away? The leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were amused. Those great nobles truly have infinite confidence. They think that they can trap us with such a thin siege. Forward, forward, forward. Pierce out from the enemy's front that is the weakest spot. It should be them who are running. The two fleets, one as round as a shield and the other as sharp as a dagger, approached each other rapidly. The most dazzling spears of light protruded from their front ends, and a short but brutal space battle was about to begin. Do you see it? Have you seen it? On the ragged carrier, faced with the starry light that was more and more brilliant, Liao danced in wild joy. What did I say? Check it out. Just like what I said. Even a man as formidable as Boss Bai has to show some respect for Vulture Liao. The Flying Rainbow Fleet has been stalled by Boss Bai. Those idiots are not even trying to escape. Haha, they are asking to be killed. Boss Bai has released the most intense interferential firepower at the earliest chance, stopping the Flying Rainbow Fleet from jumping away or sending out distress calls. It seems that we are truly appreciative of each other, and he understood the profound content hidden in Boss Bai. Help, easily. The two parties are engaged. The Flying Rainbow Fleet has been attracted tightly without any hope of getting away. Now, it's our showtime to return what we have suffered in the past days to those scumbags. Liao licked his lips, which were blistering because of his burning fighting will, with a wildest and exhilarant smile. But, Li Jialing said next to him hesitatingly, Why do I feel that the violent fire from the big by pirate gang is aimed at us? Huh. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Deep inside his eyes, the brilliant barrage from the dozens of arsenal warships of the big by pirate gang on his opposite side expanded to the maximum in only one moment, almost setting his eyeballs on fire. As it turned out, thousands of pillars of light were rushing at the ragged carrier Li Yao was in straightforwardly. Behind the pillars of light were the magnetic tides that were slower, and behind the magnetic tides were the crystal bombs that were even slower. It seemed that Boss Bai was going to kill him in the bombardment. Li Yao's back was soaked in a cold sweat. Seriously, the overwhelming barrage almost drowned Li Yao's ragged carrier, but it brushed past him with an error of several kilometers or even several hundred meters, dispersing and shooting at the pursuers of the flying rainbow fleet behind him, blowing them into a mess. In a space battle, a distance of several kilometers was really shorter than the width of a hair. The barrage demonstrated Boss Bai's incredible control of firepower. But still, it seemed unnecessary to make the barrage so close to Li Yao's starship. Well, Li Jialing was silent for a while. I don't know if it is my illusion, but why do I feel that Boss Bai seems very dissatisfied about us and does not welcome us? And he was venting his fury through a barrage just now? Right, I was right. He does not know that Sister Long, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and I are here. So, he is only dissatisfied with and does not welcome Brother Yao, right? You must be kidding. Li Yao swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Boss Bai and I are the closest friends. This is just the way space pirates greet each other. The more intimidating a brother is, the fiercer barrage you will use to welcome him. That was just salvo. You must know what salvo is, don't you? Is that so? Li Jialing narrowed his eyes in great suspicion. But when the overwhelming barrage almost drowned us a moment ago, Brother Yao obviously shrank your neck and was sweating hard with a gloomy face. Was it really a normal reaction when you were faced with a salvo? Li Yao, we are in the middle of an emergency. Let's seize every second instead of talking about the irrelevant stuff. Now, it's time for us to make a grand entrance with the most spectacular sound and visual effects. Long Yongjun, are you ready? I'm always ready. Long Yongjun, who had been leaning against the wall with her eyebrows furrowed, as if she were trying to hold something back, said casually. But regarding the current situation, in order not to let any remnant of the flying rainbow fleet run loose, I suddenly have a new idea. Why don't we split apart? Split apart. Li Yao was slightly dazed. How are we going to split? I, Li Jialing, Xiaoming, and Wenwen will fight on one side. Long Yongjun said, and you will fight on the other side. In such a way, you will have nobody to hinder you when you are on a killing spree, and your unparalleled, terrifying combat ability can be fully unleashed. Huh? Li Yao blinked. Is that so? Yes, of course. Long Yongjun nodded her head. And I believe Li Jialing, Xiaoming, and Wenwen all agree with such a plan. Is that so? Li Yao waved his hands randomly. It doesn't matter now. Let's just march out of here. My bloodthirsty saber has been starved for a long time. Against the aftermath of the barrage, he rushed to the back cabin. The carrier was not in a complicated structure. After leaving the bridge and passing a long pathway, Li Yao reached the large warehouse, which was supposed to store goods. But at this moment, it was the stink of fear that flowed out of the warehouse when Li Yao pushed the thick alloy gate. The warehouse was fully loaded with the civilians who were in bloody, ragged clothes, with horror and sorrow on their faces. It was like an iron can crammed with rotten meat. Xiaoming and Wenwen were trying to comfort the people who had luckily survived death. But the two of them were only kids no more than 10 on the surface. How could they be persuasive with their cute cheeks and their young voices? The moment they saw Li Yao, everybody was like someone being drowned who saw a lifebuoy. Their eyes gleaming with hope, they extended their hands at Li Yao. Master Li, the fire outside is so fierce. What happened? Did the pursuers catch up? Please help us, Master Li. We really don't want to fight. We haven't received any military training and do not know how to fight at all. Master Li, a lot of our families are still imprisoned in the starships of the flying rainbow fleet. Are they still fine? The adults, The seniors, the children, the women, the sick, and the tortured were all weeping in misery and devastation. Dad, Xiaoming and Wenwen were somewhat at a loss too. Looking back at Liao, they frowned, as if they did not understand why the war in the human world had to be fought in such an absurd and shameless way. Liao took a deep, deep breath to hold back his fury, particularly when he saw that some children who were no more than 10 years old had been captured by the immortal cultivators to be sent to the battlefield. Every time he saw such a scene, he felt that all the tranquilization skills that he had practiced in the past 100 years were all useless, and he seemed to be back to the young man who did whatever he wanted to do in the past, blowing the scum into real scum without caring about anything. As I said yesterday, I am not a master. I am absolutely different from those masters of the Imperium. Liao said slowly, "You may call me a Yao or Brother Yao. The only master of anyone can only be themselves. The barrages in the next second may be a bit fierce. While our carrier probably won't be hit, the spiritual waves may affect our power units and make the carrier shake violently. So, I'm here to remind you to enshroud yourselves and fix yourselves to the wall with the protective gels. Remember, do not expose any body part to the air, particularly not the head. It will be bad if you hit your head and bleed. As for the rest, I'm going to take care of it. I assure you as a cultivator that you will all be fine. Your families that have been captured by the immortal cultivators will be fine too. I will rescue all of them and make the animals who have tarnished the dignity of the strong, the honor of soldiers, and the boundaries of mankind pay a price 100 times greater." For a moment, golden and bloody lights were flying out of Liao's eyes at the same time. Brother Liao. Astounded by Liao's daunting vibe, everybody fell silent. But a little girl with a head full of messy hair and a pale face stepped forward and said, biting her lips, "Grandma said that you are the most awesome hero, so you can certainly drive the bad guys away and save my mom. Is that so? I miss my mom. I want my mom." The little girl began to sob. A lot of other children widened their eyes and looked at Liao in expectation. Just like the little girl, they were forced to be separated from their parents. It was in such a way that the flying rainbow fleet coerced the civilians to become moths that would dart at the fire willingly. The immortal cultivators had captured the underage children and locked them on an independent starship, threatening their parents that if they did not charge in the front, the starship that was loaded with their children would. In such a way, the troop of cannon fodder would have high morale. The civilians whose children had been held hostages would go to die obediently without a gun pointed to their heads. Before finding Boss Bai, Liao was too outnumbered to rescue everyone. Naturally, he got the carrier where the children were locked away first. So, there were particularly plenty of children on board. It was rather weird that, although Liao had never been fond of children in the beginning, especially not the mischievous and unpredictable ones, after he discovered that he became a father and had two super mischievous and super unpredictable children that were Xiaoming and Wenwen, he somehow found the other children much more agreeable than before, and he often felt the urge of sacrificing everything to protect and fight for them. Little Lingdang. Liao fell on one of his knees and tried to hold back his killing intent and put on a kindly expression while raising his lips that were still cramping because of fury. Because the girl had the same name as Ding Lingdang, she left a particularly deep impression on Liao. Last night, he had chatted with the girl and comforted her for a long time before she finally fell asleep. It was also the reason why little Lingdang had the courage to speak to him when he looked all aggressive and murderous. Didn't Brother Liao tell you a lot of stories about the heroes in the universe yesterday? Liao held little Lingdang's shoulders and delivered a stream of tranquilizing spiritual energy, warming up little Lingdong's body like a warm flow. About the most awesome hero, I'm certainly not one. Even if I am a hero, I'm just the most small and insignificant one. Here, just as small as this finger. Liao shook his little finger with a rather comical look on his face, making the worried little girl giggle. A lot of other children behind her laughed too. Liao laughed at himself. Coughing for a moment, he said, "Let me tell you, there are a lot of superheroes who are way more awesome than me, like Boss Bai or the Fist King. They are also good guys with a strong sense of justice and integrity, and they like to help the people in need best. Naturally, it is not enough to save your parents or to terminate this war with only my strength, but together with the strengths of those superheroes and good guys, it will be more or less enough. Listen. Can you hear the thunderous noises when the spiritual waves are blowing at the shell of our starship? That's the heroes like Boss Bai and the Fist King who have received Brother Yao's cry for help, learned what happened here, and therefore come to save you and your parents without caring about anything. So, little Lingdang was moved. In a trance, she mumbled, Brother Yao didn't lie to us. There are real heroes. There are so many of them. That's right. Liao nodded his head heavily and glanced around at all the little kids. Trust Brother Liao. No matter how dark the world is in your eyes, there is light, there is justice, there are heroes, and there will forever be in the future. There are as many stars in the sky as there are heroes in the universe. Sometimes the light of the stars is shadowed by the dark clouds, but in the end, the dark clouds will be ripped apart by us. Liao's words made all the little kids forget the dread of the bombardment and the pain of being separated from their families for a moment. In their trance, they seemed to have entered a new world, one where the clouds were torn into pieces, the darkness faded away, and the heroes shined as brilliantly as stars. So, little Lingdang, stop thinking, and just go to the jelly gel with your friends for a nice sleep. Liao smiled. When you wake up, your parents will be right before you. Okay. Little Lingdang nodded her head heavily. I believe in Brother Liao. Thank you, Brother Liao. Brother Liao is the best. You don't need to thank me. It's mainly Boss Bai that you need to thank. Scratching his messy hair, Liao said, Right. You haven't forgotten what I taught you yesterday. About what you should do after we meet Boss Bai, have you? Of course not. Brother Liao said that Boss Bai is a kind and lovely grandpa who loves children best. Little Lingdang said innocently, So, after the bad guys are kicked away, Brother Liao will bring us to meet Boss Bai. The moment we see him, we will run to him and cling to his thigh and call him Grandpa Bai in the sweetest voice. Then he will be greatly touched. When he is touched, he will offer a lot of resources to us, or even give us some starships for us to live in with our mom, dad, grandfather, and grandmother temporarily. We will be able to hide somewhere unknown and rebuild our home after the war is over. Exactly. Brother Liao has entrusted the matter to you, little Lingdang. Remember to practice more with your friends. Rubbing the little girl's head, Liao said, Remember, you must cling to his thigh tightly and do not let him go. Also, you must learn the rhetoric that I taught you by your heart, well, namely the things about how he is a superhero and how he is a man of integrity and compassion, so that you can speak them aloud in public occasions when there are a lot of people. Trust me, Brother Yao is such a good man. How can I possibly deceive you? Boss Bai will certainly be moved to tears by what you do, and then he will satisfy all your wishes, whatever they are. Okay. All the children nodded their heads solemnly, eager to carry out their task. Some of them were already practicing how to cling to Boss Bai's thigh and how to adulate him as the greatest man in the entire universe. Let's go! The daunting vibe was back to Liao. He waved his hands in excitement at Xiaoming and Wenwen, who had been dumbfounded by what he did. It's time to blow up the flying rainbow fleet and reunite with Boss Bai. Inside the maintenance warehouse of the ragged carrier, Liao was finishing the last preparations on the crystal suit and the Colossus and setting up the most appropriate magical equipment. Xiaoming and Wenwen were also testing the space shuttles and the spiritual puppets that were suitable for the battle in space. In terms of combat style, they were a lot like the Fist King. Dad, Xiaoming and I have been thinking for a long time, but we still want to ask. While testing, Wenwen asked carefully, Is it really decent to deceive the children no more than 10 years old? Or maybe, have you decided to embark on the journey of becoming a supervillain? So it doesn't matter however shameless you are. What are you talking about? What's deceive and shameless about? Liao said matter-of-factly. That was just necessary modesty. In front of those kids, I naturally could only say that I was a minor, insignificant hero. Should I tell them the truth that I'm a super invincible hero who saves the world as frequently as they drink water every day? That would have sounded too arrogant. Xiaoming, Nobody is talking about that. We were talking about how you described Boss Bai as a good guy, a hero, a man of honor and integrity who always helped those in need, and the craps like that. Well, about that, Li Yao chuckled and said, that was not entirely a lie. In fact, there are not so many congenital good guys or bad guys. What matters more is the environment and whether or not somebody leads them in the front and pushes them from behind. Boss Bai was perhaps not a good guy in the past, but if I push him in the back or even kick him in his bottom heavily, I may be able to kick him to the side of the good guys, right? Do you know that being a good guy can be addictive in many cases? It may be uncomfortable in the beginning, but before you know it, you'll be addicted and can no longer get rid of it. Ha 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 ha. Right, let's talk about that later. Just now, Long Yangjun proposed to split apart. What do you say? Are you going with me or with her? Xiaoming and Wenwen looked at each other thoughtfully. We'll go with Aunt Long. Wenwen said gently, this is our first official appearance in a space battlefield of human beings after all. The first impression is too important. We need to try to leave a good impression on most human beings. Fine, you can go with her. Just be careful. Liao filled his crystal suit with fuel and put it on. Then, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, what do you mean by a good impression? Why do you think that you can leave a good impression if you go with Long Yangjun instead of me? What's the meaning of that? He was going to pursue further, only to discover that the kids had been carried away by more than 10 spiritual puppets in a hurry. Dad, we are running out of time. Whatever you want to say, let's talk later. Crawling into the space shuttles that had been installed with supercrystal processors and the spiritual powers of the highest level, making themselves enough to be the hotspots of the spiritual nexus in space. The kids flew out of the carrier with countless spiritual puppets around and joined Long Yangjun. What unlovely kids! Liao mumbled and absorbed the Colossus into his cosmos ring. Exiting the carrier through the double airtight gates, he entered the heated space battlefield too. The situation doesn't look good. I can only talk to Boss Bai after I finish the battle in 3 minutes. At this moment, the situation was indeed unfavorable for the Federal Space Pirates and the Cultivators. The Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators fleet had just been through a fierce battle. They did not have the time to refill the lost fuel and ammunitions, and the damage on the starships was not repaired either. It was not hard to imagine how loose and weak their siege was under such circumstances. However mediocre the Flying Rainbow fleet was, it was a local armed force at the edge of the Imperium that had just been upgraded with a batch of powerful starships after all. It had its own tusks and claws. They had condensed their starships into the tightest battle formation. Their firepower density in the area was multiple times higher than that of the Big Bai pirate gang. Soon after the battle began, the Big Bai pirate gang's siege was about to be ripped apart. Boss, this is not going to work out. Let's change the battle formation. On Alloy Virus, Xiao Lishui, the dutiful chief of staff, proposed again. If we fight on like this, our circle will be completely broken and collapsed by the Flying Rainbow fleet in less than half an hour. The enemy is even scanning the center of our information streams and about to lock onto our flagship. With their dense firepower right now, should they attack our flagship, it would be possible that even Alloy Virus would be blown up. What's the hurry? Even though the flagship started to take the hit from the enemy, Boss Bai was still as calm as ever. He crossed his hands below his nose and said, just wait for a while longer. What are we waiting for? Xiao Lishui was anxious. There won't be enough time if we don't transform now. We wait for... Boss Bai glanced at Xiao Lishui and stared at the few seemingly plain light spots on the light beam that represented the ragged carriers, while he gnashed his teeth and said, Liao to finish his trick. In any case, this is exactly like the last time. We can only trust that this asshole can bring a new miracle. 800 kilometers from Alloy Virus, on Stainless Mouse, a super arsenal warship of the Big Bai pirate gang with the greatest firepower, Hante was also distributing firepower in a hurry, unleashing the destructive force together with his roars. Too many. Too many. Too many. Why are there so many hostile warships in our front? It's impossible to take down all of them. Why did Boss Bai make such a weird battle formation? Did he think that he could blow up so many hostile warships because the future best banger is helping him? You are truly overestimating me, Boss Bai. Yes, of course, that must be it. Hehe. Since Boss Bai has such high hopes in me, I will certainly not let him down. Come on. Let the storm be more violent. Even if there were 10 times more hostile warships, I'm going to blow you up one after another into smithereens. On the other side of the battlefield, on Iron Fist, the flagship of Starlight, the Fist King's computational ability had been fully carried out too. The array of 100 super crystal processors that made up his main brain was screeching and squeaking non-stop, with smoke popping up. Lu Li controlled the ventilation and cooling rune arrays to lower the temperature of the Fist King's brain, while she exclaimed in shock. Master Fist King, you can't do that. Stop the calculation to increase the precision of shooting. If you continue, the number 17 crystal processor on your left side will explode in 20 seconds, and another 0.9% of your computational ability will be lost. What are you doing exactly? You are not sparing anything for further changes now that you have devoted all your computational ability since the moment the battle began. What are we going to do later? Seeing that the Fist King did not cherish his brain at all, Lu Li was so angry that she was almost batting his iron skull. Don't worry, Miss Lu Li. The Fist King was standing next to Lu Li in a common spiritual puppet as the main vehicle for him to move around. From the broadcast rune arrays, a low and warm voice spread out. The reinforcements are about to come. It doesn't matter even if all the computational ability runs out as long as we persist until that moment. Then we will just watch him play. Ha! Lu Li was stunned. Looking at the burning space displayed on the virtual light beam, she asked, what reinforcements can possibly resist a whole charging fleet? At the center of the battlefield, centered at the flagship, the flying rainbow fleet had indeed accelerated to the highest speed and was about to crash into the area that had the densest information traffic and where Alloy Virus was at. It appeared that the sparse firepower around Alloy Virus could barely resist the torrent of the flying rainbow fleet and would likely be separated from the other starships around. On the bridge of the flying rainbow fleet, people were already talking and laughing. Those nobles are just pretentious phonies who do not know war at all. They will be blown apart in such a weird battle formation very quickly. They must have fought the garrison of the Blue Sky Market just now, which is why their starships are damaged and their spiritual shields are not in the best shape. Why do they want to swallow their ally under such circumstances? What are the nobles thinking really? It doesn't matter. After their siege is broken and they are separated, we will know what they are up to. Our defense is justified in this conflict, and the victory will be easy. It won't matter even if the case is reported to the 4 Kurfürsten. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. But only 3 seconds later, the merry atmosphere was disrupted by a stammering exclamation. Our report, an extremely intense high-energy reaction, has been detected right on our fleet's way. The infinite brilliant stars in the vast space were eclipsed by the fire of destruction that human beings set with their wisdom and hatred. Right ahead of the marching flying rainbow fleet, where the destructive fire was densest, Liao floated in the sweltering vacuum while wearing only the thin crystal suit. He watched the hundreds of enlarging warships that were coming at him like shooting stars from not far away. Let's confirm one last time, Liao asked Xiaoming and Wan in the communication channel. According to the intelligence after you hacked the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, there are no captives on the flagship, right? No, Xiaoming and Wan said. The flagship is of paramount importance and has limited space. Naturally, the unimportant captives would not be kept in such a critical place. That's good, Liao said. On the other hand, you are mostly done with the hacking, cracking, and duplicating work of the battle network of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, right? I don't need you to make a second command center of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. As long as you can disrupt the enemy's information transmission after I succeed, it will be enough. To put it more simply, once I chop off the head of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, I do not want them to grow a second one. Can you do that? Rest assured, Dad, Xiaoming and Wan said lightheartedly. We've been dealing with the Flying Rainbow Fleet for such a long time exactly because we are compromising their battle network and planting all the viruses and bombs, haven't we? It's all gone. There won't be a problem at all. Understood. Faced with the main forces of the flying rainbow fleet that were rushing close, Liao straightened his arms and opened his hands, while the cosmos ring in which the Colossus was stored emitted a weird and bloody brilliance. Then, prepare to die now. The weird and blood brilliance spread out like ripples that had been dyed by Liao's fighting will, turning into a network of nerves and veins in space. Then, based on the network, the various magical equipment units and limbs of the Colossus broke the boundary of the three-dimensional space and appeared, like a giant mixed with wrath and discontent that had crawled out of the invisible sticks. The Colossus Arsonist arrived at the battlefield where the fire was densest, right before the 100 main warships of the flying rainbow fleet that were rushing forward. Beep, 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 beep. The high-energy reaction that felt like a supernova outbreak left a burning, enlarging figure of a human on the scanning magical equipment of the starships of the two parties. The rhythming waves formed crests that rose to the sky and the bottomless troughs, teaching everyone the meaning of horror in the most straightforward way. Some of the immortal cultivators above the nascent soul stage even heard the thirsty roars of the arsonist with their keen senses. What kind of strength is this? Hante, Luli, the leadership of the flying rainbow fleet, and the common soldiers of the two parties were all overwhelmed by the unexpected high-energy reaction and exclaimed in disbelief. It was not because they had not considered the possibility that a colossus would show up on the battlefield, but even for the colossi, this colossus that had crawled out of the sticks with brighter and brighter flames had shattered all the boundaries of common sense the moment it appeared. The high-energy reaction was truly unbelievably powerful. Is this Liao? The Fist King quickly analyzed the spiritual waves released by the arsonist. His cold voice filled with intense confusion. His colossus seems to be different from the one with which he sabotaged Manjusaka, the city in the sky, or the gold vulture that appeared with the reformists. It is now almost too powerful to be calculated. How is it possible? What kind of odds could have possibly caused? Haha. Liao. The Fist King had been in touch with Boss Bai through remote communication. Naturally, his confusion was heard by Boss Bai. While laughing crazily, Boss Bai said, "Odds are for the weak. The real experts, like I told you earlier, are bold enough to roll up their sleeves and do it as long as there is a 1/10000000th chance. Liao, there's no reason why you can't figure out our status. Since you have distracted so many starships of the flying rainbow fleet to my place, I'm sure you have a way to settle all of them? Come on. Let's see how much you, the jerk, the lunatic, and the monster, have expanded since you came to the center of the cosmos. Why? This isn't Li Wuji's colossus, Lotus Buddha. We do not have such a colossus in our database at all. Where does this maniac come from? Is he really going to die with us? Get out of the way, you crazy person." The bridge of the flying rainbow fleet was filled with screams too. The leaders of the flying rainbow fleet were, naturally, aware that Li Wuji boasted a colossus, but colossi were not absolutely invincible. Now that they were pushing forward while barraging in such a dense battle formation, even Li Wuji with his Lotus Buddha had to get out of their way. Otherwise, even if Li Wuji could take down a few main warships of the flying rainbow fleet, he would have to pay a gory price, causing irreversible wounds to himself as well as his colossus. The commander of the flying rainbow fleet could not come up with a single possibility why Li Wuji would play such a dangerous game where nobody was a winner with them. Little did they expect that standing in the way of the rushing flying rainbow fleet was not Lotus Buddha, but a mysterious colossus whose spiritual waves were countless times more powerful than the Lotus Buddha. Hearing the tides of spiritual energy from Liao's heart blasting their bridge non-stop, and looking at the almost exploding data fed back by the scanning magical equipment, how could they not be intimidated? But the whole fleet had been accelerated to the highest speed, like a bull whose fury had been entirely raised. There was no time to decelerate or change the direction now. Besides, at such a close distance, the colossi were much more agile than the starships. They had nowhere to run to at all but could only crash into it while wishing that the enemy was merely disrupting their scanning magical equipment with certain weird techniques, resulting in the wrong data. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. If such an energy reaction is true, he will be one of the best experts of the Imperium. Why would such an expert appear in such an insignificant battlefield or have the time to bother with our trivial matter? Illusions. Illusions. All are illusions. You can't trick me. On the bridge of the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, the helpless howls congregated into a rolling torrent. If the two parties did not change their route, the main warships of the flying Rainbow Fleet, centered at the flagship, would crash into Liao's arsonist in 10 seconds. As a matter of fact, overwhelming light and barrages, which seemed to have filled up the entire universe, had been shot at the arsonist. Liao inhaled and exhaled, feeling that thousands of his brain cells were blooming in every corner of his brain. In a trance, he entered a very self-contradictory new world. On one hand, after Xiaoming and Wenwen's treatment and upgrade, and since part of the secrets of Earth had been unlocked, his understanding about the universe reached a whole new level, allowing him to view the universe more calmly, rationally, and objectively. The heated space battlefield, and the raging barrages ahead of him, all turned into the purest lines, odds, and numbers, causing not the slightest disturbance. On the other hand, the crimes that the immortal cultivators had committed on the ordinary people, the slaughter game on the land of sins, the dark exploitation below the ground of the capital, and how the immortal cultivators were capturing the ordinary people, chaining them up and threatening them with their children to fight a war against their wishes. Such ugliness and evilness raised the deepest and purest fury inside Liao's heart, making the expert who was vaguely beyond the divinity transformation stage so angry that he was like an 18-year-old man, with actual fire flowing out of his every pore. Don't the scumbags like you call yourselves the elites of the Imperium and the experts of mankind? Can't you scramble for power and wealth on your own instead of conducting them in such cruel and detestable ways? You say that the resources are limited, you say humanity is full of darkness. But why can't you summon your courage and wisdom to explore the infinite worlds beyond the 3,000 sectors and search for new resources when the universe is such a vast place? Even if you can't find any, even if it's impossible to cross the almost boundless black wall, the civilization of mankind will at least end splendidly. You do not have the courage to be pioneers and can only hide in your home and bully the people who are weaker than you. What experts are you? Cowards. You are the most sordid, shameless, and hideous cowards. Hehe. You cowards are not qualified to enjoy everything at the center of the cosmos at all. Let me send you vile maggots to hell. Boom, 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 boom. Faced with the overwhelming barrages and light, the arsonist instantly turned into an unpredictable phantom that penetrated through the flying Rainbow Fleet's battle formation and appeared right before the flagship. Above the right arm that had been raised high, gold daggers as thin as paper were spurting out of the cosmos rings. When the sharp blades emerged at the vortex of spiritual energy, they were like a gold fountain. No, a gold volcano. The gold volcano unleashed infinite feathers that formed a saber 100 meters long, and the saber's burning flames were further boosted to thousands of meters away, clearly visible in the entire battlefield. The arsonist raised the saber high and charged at the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, with light that was even more brilliant than a full-speed starship jetting out of its back. In the most fearless and magnificent gesture, it became the sole focus of everyone on the battlefield. The two parties were both rushing at the highest speed. Nothing could possibly stop their collision. Both the common warriors who did not know what was going on, such as Han Te and Lu Li, and the leaderships who knew part of the truth and Liao's intention, like Boss Bai and the Fist King, were greatly surprised. The regular way for a colossus to fight a starship was to dig into it and sabotage the bridge, the arsenal, and the power units. But judging from Liao's gesture, he did not intend to dig in at all. He was trying to destroy the starship from the outside in a head-on clash. How is it possible? Devastating screams burst out on the bridge of the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet. What kind of weirdo is this? Have you really lost your mind? In the immortal cultivator's cries of disbelief, the 1,000 meters of spiritual energy simmering between the arsonist's hands had been condensed into half-solid gold by Liao's fury. Not bothering to look for any weakness or flaw, he simply slashed it at the head of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship, where the spiritual shield and the armor were thickest. Chi! Chi, 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 chi. The spiritual energy, almost 1,000 meters long, was a destructive, unstoppable torrent, which tore apart the spiritual shield of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship after only half a second's impasse, before leaving the deepest gorge on the superalloy armor. It was partly because of Li Yao's own sharpness, but more important, it was because the two parties' momentums had both been transformed into the most destructive damage. It was almost like Li Yao raised the saber and kept still while the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship crashed it at the highest speed on its own. The only result was that Shua, the furious auras of the saber that had been extended to thousands of meters long, directly pierced through the flagship, making a shocking, melted damage appear in the middle part of the flagship, which completely separated the flagship into two parts. Under the watch of countless people who had been stunned, Li Yao had chopped off the head of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship. The vast sea of stars was reduced to a small pond at the moment because the dominating vibe of the arsonist that was as violent as a fiend was utterly unbearable. The astounding attack did not only slash the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, but also the hearts of all the onlookers, whose pupils and pores were constricting at the same time. The people of lower levels who were not firm enough were even covering their chests and exclaiming uncontrollably. Even the stars seemed to be shaking and dimming because of Li Yao's slash. The flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship was like an executed criminal who had been cut into two pieces from the right shoulder blade. The front part and the rear part had been separated, revealing an astonishing transversal surface that was almost 1 kilometer in diameter. The cutting part, made of the cabins, which had been exposed to the vacuum, was like a complicated maze whose cover had been opened. The scene was even more dazzling and intimidating than a direct explosion of the warship. After only one attack, such a gigantic warship was beheaded? How is it possible? Even if it is a colossus, it can't be so unbelievable. What kind of colossus is this? Who's using this godlike colossus? How did he do it? That's unreasonable. Didn't he slash from the front? Why has the warship been beheaded instead of being cut into two parts from the middle? Confusion, shock, and fear were surging in everyone's heart, even completely swallowing their thinking and depriving them of their normal reaction. Only the super experts such as Boss Bai and the Fist King, when replaying Li Yao's flabbergasting attack just now that had been captured from various perspectives at a much lower speed, could figure out what exactly Li Yao had done. The attack seemed simple, untechnical, and purely about violence and brutality, but it actually involved very sophisticated knowledge of spiritual energy, structure studies, material science, and even magnetic fields. The attack of the arsonist from the front did not just damage the spiritual shield of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship, but it also released special waves by the quakes of the spiritual energy of a rather high frequency, thereby raising the resonation of the spiritual shield on the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship. Such resonation significantly reduced the hardness of the spiritual shield, intensified the inner stress of the starship's armor, and more importantly, greatly reduced the speed of the starship's head. It was like a gigantic hand pressing the head of the starship and lowering its speed to 1/10 of the original instantly. The problem was that the enormous starship had very powerful inertia. When the head of the starship was stopped, the body and the rear were still keeping the highest speed to rush forward. As a result, the latter half of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship turned into a 10,000-ton hammer that crashed into and squeezed the front, leading to countless tiny fractures and cracks on the overall structure of the starship. The area where the fractures and cracks were most focused was exactly 1/3 to the front of the starship, the place that was equal to the neck. It was not until this moment that the saber auras of the arsonist finally burst out and slashed with a slant downward on the place where the fractures and cracks were densest and where the structure hardness was completely gone, chopping off the head of the gigantic iron beast. If the replay was viewed from different perspectives, it could be seen that Li Yao's almost perfect slash had a very large arc, which resulted in the obvious deviation when the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship brushed past him. The helical force raised in the process boosted the damage of the attack to the maximum. One attack in the head could have pierced through the bridge and also destroyed the starship, but it was certainly impossible to cut a flagship almost 10 kilometers long into two halves. In terms of the visual blast and the heart-exploding shock, it would have been far worse than beheading. Li Yao, you? After witnessing and analyzing the scene that almost looked like a miracle, Boss Bai heaved a long sigh and thought for a long time before he mumbled, "I don't know how I should comment on you now. Where exactly do you people come from?" The Fist King also raised doubts coldly in the communication channel. "Why can you always ignore probability, common sense, and extremity?" The whole battlefield seemed to have been frozen after the shocking and unstoppable saber beheaded the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship. The two parts of the flagship, under the protection of the spiritual shield that had not entirely vanished, were actually still intact. It could even be seen that many dumbfounded immortal cultivators were observing the tangible universe as if they were in a dream. But the ice lasted only half a second before it was broken by destructive explosions. The contradictory inertia of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship still existed. The rear part, from which the power units were still spurting at full speed, crashed into the front part that was pressed by Liao heavily. This time, the two halves of the starship whose framework had entirely collapsed were squeezed together. In the next second, fireballs that absorbed everything burst out, and the whole starship exploded in no more than 3 seconds. Not a single immortal cultivator or an escape capsule managed to get out. The fire caused by the explosions condensed into a magnificent palace, of which Liao slowly walked out with the arsonist, stepping on the void and covered in the wings of light. The remaining souls of countless immortal cultivators were hovering around him, screaming miserably and struggling hard, only to be burnt up by him with spiritual energy mercilessly. The scene stunned the warriors of the Big Bai pirate gang and the cultivators' fleet and frightened the immortal cultivators of the flying Rainbow Fleet. Wuxia, 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 Wuxia. Liao's own spiritual energy and soul power had been exploited to the maximum in order to perform the glamorous attack of beheading the starship in one move. It was barely even possible to keep his lungs steady. He breathed heavily. Everybody had his limits. Neither a divinity transformation stage expert nor a colossus was absolutely invincible. Even such a monster as Liao could only perform one of those attacks at a time. Then, he would need to rest for at least half an hour and refill abundant spiritual energy and fuel before he performed another such attack. But for Liao today, one attack was enough. "Kids?" Spectacular brilliance surged out of Liao's eyes, and he put on a brilliant smile. He waved the lightsaber that was glowing unpredictably and pointed at the shuddering flying Rainbow Fleet. "Help your father sweep across the flying Rainbow Fleet." Xiaoming and Wenwen took action. The infiltration and hacking in the past few days allowed them to master the features and weaknesses of the battle network of the flying Rainbow Fleet. When the flagship was still out there, the battle network was heavily defended and probably unassailable for their young brains. However, after Liao beheaded the flagship, a shocking, irrecoverable hole appeared at the center of the battle network of the flying Rainbow Fleet. Even if another starship which had carried enough supercrystal processors was going to make up for the hole and replace the flagship as the second flagship, it would take them at least half to 1 minute to reset the whole command system and reconnect all the starships. It was exactly during the crucial half-minute that Xiaoming and Wenwen crawled into the battle network of the flying Rainbow Fleet. They disrupted the enemy during the generation of the second starship. At the same time, they tossed information bombs that contained all kinds of garbage data and viruses to the battle network crazily. They even simulated the information features of the second flagship, pretending that they were the new flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet. For a moment, all the remaining starships of the flying Rainbow Fleet were mired in the swirl of wrong data and commands. They were completely lost and had no idea what to do. On Iron Fist, the flagship of the Cultivators' fleet, the Fist King keenly sensed the anomaly in the data stream and information waves. All the crystal cameras over his body were glittering. "My new own kind? The universe is a vast place, and I'm indeed not unique. Then, welcome to be here, and allow me to join you. Chi, 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 chi." From the special launch cabins of Iron Fist, countless unmanned space shuttles that looked like wild bees flew out. Those space shuttles did not carry too much firepower but boasted remarkable abilities in cyber warfare. They were the Fist King's trump cards and most powerful weapons. On Alloy Virus, however, Boss Bai's attention was focused on the other side of the battlefield, where another colossus had shown up, lunged to the area where the starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were densest, and were on an unstoppable killing spree. While it was not as dazzling as Li Yao's colossus, the efficiency of its slaughter was not any lower. That was Long Yangjuan's heavenly crystal, an expert who is new to the divinity transformation stage but has reached the limits of the divinity transformation stage, if not beyond. Boss Bai rubbed his chin hard. Li Yao, how many cards do you have exactly? And where did you find such tough helpers? Asshole, the 2 colossi of yours would have collapsed the Flying Rainbow Fleet on your own. Couldn't you? You were truly shameless to transfer the trouble to me. That's really? He cursed for a while and rose abruptly, looking at Xiao Lishui, his chief of staff who had been stunned by what happened. Still in a trance, Xiao Lishui said, Boss? Boss Bai grinned. What are you waiting for, old Xiao? The Flying Rainbow Fleet has lost their commander, and their fighting will have been completely shattered. They are now no better than lambs waiting to be butchered. In the next second, you will command the fleet and shrink the circle of siege. Send a message to them openly and ask them to surrender. Let's try to finish the battle in 1 hour. While talking, Boss Bai turned around and walked out of the bridge. What about you? Xiao Lishui blurted out. Boss, where are you going? Boss Bai looked back at Li Yao's and Long Yangjuan's colossi on the light beam before he sniffed and said, The blue sky space zone is our territory. Can we let that jerk Li Yao show off on our territory without doing anything? I have to go outside and warm up myself a little bit no matter what. I hope that the Flying Rainbow Fleet won't surrender too soon. However much he has grown, Li Yao must be out of strength after that attack, right? Scumbags of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, hurry up and attack him. Even I can barely refrain from hitting him after seeing his cocky appearance. Li Yao, just wait for it. I'm coming. Boss Bai's wish did not come true after all. The immortal cultivators of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were too terrified by Li Yao's attack to even escape. They were all rigidified where they were, barely able to stand on their feet. How could they have the courage to attack the godlike arsonist? Also, the corrosion of Xiaoming, 1-1, and the Fist King had completely minced their whole command and coordination system, turning every starship into a lone and isolated island in the boundless sea of stars. They were no different from coffins floating in the vacuum. Boss Bai's and Long Yangjuan's colossi, the kleptomaniac, and the heavenly crystal, were the last 2 straws that broke the back of the camel. If there were only 1 colossus, it might have been possible for them to beat it back with dense barrages, but faced with 3 colossi, the Flying Rainbow Fleet, which had been reduced into chaos after losing the commander, couldn't resist at all. Now that neither fight nor flight was an option, all the remaining starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet let out pale brilliance that was gradually condensed into a circle, like a bubble released by a dead fish. It was the general semaphore for surrender in the Imperium. Eventually, in only half an hour, the brief skirmish was already over. One might even say that it was ended by Li Yao's 1 attack. The Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators' fleet suffered far fewer losses than anticipated, and they gained unexpected trophies. Besides the tremendous starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, the most refreshing news was that Li Yao was here. Everything Li Yao did in the Land of Sins, particularly the astounding performance during the destruction of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been spread throughout the Imperium via the ubiquitous spiritual nexus. Although many people were unaware of his name, even the people in the darkest mines on the most remote resource planets were singing over the super cultivator. Some even worshipped him, regarding him as the legendary cultivator who had resisted the Imperium for 1,000 years. The central members of the Cultivators' fleet were all rescued by Li Yao in person from the Martial Meritocrats sector. Naturally, they knew part of the truth and were full of gratitude and admiration for Li Yao. It was needless to mention the leaders of the Big Bai pirate gang, who, as natives of the Federation, certainly knew the founding father of the Federation, dominator of 3 sectors. Besides, the picture where Li Yao emerged out of nowhere leading a dozen colossi during the battle to resist the Black Wind Fleet was still fresh for them. Li Yao! Li Yao! Li Yao! His name and his awe-inspiring attack just now almost boosted the morale of the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators' fleet by 10 times. It was no exaggeration to say that they were bold enough to march at the best fleet of the immortal cultivators as long as Liao was leading them. The celebrational atmosphere for the double triumphs reached the highest point when Alloy Virus, Iron Fist, Stainless Mouse, and the ragged carrier that Liao boarded on arrived at the spaceport of the Blue Sky Market. The whole port exploded because of Liao's arrival. Naturally, Liao's style, which was almost identical to Boss Bai's, raised minor confusion. But very soon, their confusion was broken by too many kids who ran past Liao with bouquets and balloons in their hands and jumped at Boss Bai. "Grandpa Bai, thank you for saving us and our parents. Grandpa Bai, you are a hero. You and Brother Liao are both the most awesome superheroes. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Bai." Vehemently, the kids clambered on Boss Bai, who had been dumbfounded, if not crept out, with a twisted face. Some of the lovely fellas were even pouting their lips, hoping to stamp their saliva on Boss Bai's face. What a touching scene! Liao smiled at the scene and took a long breath in relief. Another gamble has been won. While the kids ran at Boss Bai, Liao naturally had his own adoring public, Hante and Luli, the two young people who had gradually grown up. "Grandpa Yao! Grandpa Yao!" Hante and Luli jumped at Liao, one from the left and the other from the right, but Hante was faster and hugged Liao tightly. "You're finally back, Grandpa Yao." Thrilled, Hante was almost in tears. "I was told that you went through a lot of astonishing things when you were with the immortal cultivators in the capital. Luli and I were very worried about you, fearing that something might happen to you. But now that I think of it, haha, it was absolutely impossible. How could anything have happened to someone as awesome as Grandpa Yao? However, how exactly did you perform the attack, Grandpa Yao? It was too dazzling and unbelievable, wasn't it? Can you tell me how to do it?" It suddenly occurs to me that practicing saber is not a bad idea at all. Practicing saber or practicing cannon shooting, how should I choose? Speaking of which, a talented genius like me must be capable of mastering them both. Am I not? Liao listened to Hante with a smile. It was great to know that the young people who luckily escaped from the land of sins had reached Boss Bai's place safe and sound. However, what was wrong with Luli? Why was she staying back and looked rather pensive? "Luli?" Liao waved at the girl and said in curiosity, "Is there anything wrong? Are you not happy to see me?" "Of course I am very happy to see Grandpa Yao. It's just that I do not want to see the bummer." Hante, pouting her lips, Luli accused him in front of Liao, her eyes red. "Grandpa Yao, Hante has been mean to me." "Huh." Blinking quickly, Liao looked at Luli and then at Hante, before he became grave. "Hante, you and Luli are having an adventure outside of your hometown together. You should support each other. How can you be mean to her?" "Grandpa Yao, I am not." Hante raised his hands and complained. "I was never mean to Luli. I hadn't seen her for a long time until today. Hardly had we started talking when she burst into fury and stormed off. How could I have the time to be mean to her?" "Is that so?" Her arms akimbo, Luli glared at Hante. "You didn't have time with me? But you had all the time with those big sisters of yours, didn't you? You are being completely unreasonable." Hante turned to Liao. "Grandpa Yao, please tell us who is right and who is wrong." Scratching his head, Liao knew what was going, but there was little he could do. "Hante, if you have any super scheme, world-ending crisis, or if you need to save the universe, you can come to consult me. But regarding this about the relationship of young men and young women, there is barely anything that Grandpa Yao is capable of. While Grandpa Yao is a married man, it was my wife who pursued me years back, so I am actually short of experience in that regard." On the other side of the port, the Fist King was also searching in the crowd with dozens of spiritual puppets. Although Xiaoming and Wenwen looked no different from the kids that Liao saved, their unique brainwaves allowed the Fist King to distinguish them from the crowd easily. A cold iron puppet, confining the excitement of finding its own kind, appeared before the two kids and released a friendly wave to them. "Greetings, I am the Fist King. We already met each other in the space battlefield just now." "Hello, Master Fist King. I am Xiaoming, I am Wenwen, We are Liao's children and the children of mankind. After a brief communication, the kids crawled on the broad shoulder of the iron puppet, one on the left and the other on the right, before they walked to the depths of the port. Those unique beings seemed to have a lot of information and data that they needed to share with each other. Not far away, Long Yongjun roamed in the port casually and observed the warships that were as magnificent as mountains with her hands in her back. Most of the warships still had the insignias of Li Wuji's fleet, the Flying Rainbow Fleet, or the 28 pirate gangs painted on their heads, but they were like animals that had been obediently domesticated and followed the orders of the Federal Space Pirates and the Cultivators of the Imperium. After so many starships were gathered in the Blue Sky Market for a month of maintenance and upgrade, with the commandership of Boss Bai, the excellent warriors like Li Yao and Long Yongjun, and the chain of command as well as the cyber warfare abilities that had been comprehensively strengthened by Xiaoming and Wenwen, Long Yongjun had no doubt that such a luxury coalition would be qualified to challenge any elite troop of the Imperium. Although it was not enough to resist the reformists or the four families single-handedly, it would certainly be enough to be an important leverage in the game of the two parties. Not a long time ago, when they marched at the army of the immortal cultivators in the furious flames of the great iron factory deep below the capital, she didn't foresee that such drastic changes would happen so soon. Li Yao, Long Yongjun combed her long hair and said with a smile, "One truly does not need to worry that their life may not be spectacular enough when they are with such an interesting guy like you. Is Black Star the Great the ultimate enemy of the game? What wonders are coming next?" The festivity in the port endured more than 3 hours, before the cultivators, the Federal Space Pirates, and the people who were just saved gradually dispersed and were relocated to appropriate places. The panoramic image of the space battle just now, particularly the glamorous scene where Li Yao beheaded the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet in one attack, was also displayed and replayed before the captives, destroying their last resistance. The captives who were secretly planning to rise, after learning that the Big Bad pirate gang had swallowed the entire Flying Rainbow Fleet when they were exhausted and incomplete, were greatly appalled by Boss Bai's arts of commanding and Li Yao's astonishing combat ability. Strength was the highest moral in the world of the immortal cultivators. Since Li Yao and Boss Bai were the strongest experts they had ever seen, there was not a second choice except to follow and pledge loyalty to them. It took more than half a day to anchor the fleet, regroup the soldiers, settle the civilians, and lock up the captives. Finally, Boss Bai, the Fist King, Long Yongjun, Li Yao, and the rest of them were able to take a rest and sat down to talk about everything that had happened. The bottom line is, let's forget for now how fellow cultivator Long and I came to the Imperium, why I joined the reformists and worked for Queen Li Linghai, or the details like why I am wearing a battle robe that is in exactly the same style as Boss Bai's. Deep inside the Blue Sky Market, in the secret office that belonged to Zhuo in the beginning, Li Yao spoke to Boss Bai and the Fist King passionately. The most important thing is, listen up, the most important thing is that Black Star the Great is back to life. He is now residing inside Queen Li Linghai's body. Right now, they have occupied the entire capital. And the great scheme they're up to inside the capital may eventually turn the center of the cosmos upside down. Boss Bai listened expressionlessly. His eyebrows did not shake at all even when he heard the news that Black Star the Great had been revived. In the end, he simply said casually, "Okay. Okay." His eyes popping out, Li Yao looked at Boss Bai in disbelief. Hey, Boss Bai, what's your reaction? I'm serious and not kidding. Wu Yingqi, Black Star the Great and the ancestor of the immortal cultivators, has been revived and may resume his peak combat ability anytime. Why are you not surprised at all? There's nothing to be surprised at. Boss Bai looked at Li Yao and said, since Vulture Li Yao was involved, it was only natural that infinite schemes and trouble were caused. It appears to me that revival of Black Star the Great is already the slightest damage that you can possibly cause. Isn't it? To be honest, I'm already grateful since you haven't triggered the super events such as revival of the Mad Armageddon. What's that supposed to mean? Li Yao felt wronged. It's not like I brought Wu Yingqi back to life. I'm more interested in the two kids here than in the revival of Black Star the Great. Interrupting Li Yao's self-defense, Boss Bai turned to Xiaoming and Wenwen curiously and grinned at the kids as a greeting. Boss Bai jumped to the center of the cosmos immediately after the battle to resist the Black Wind Fleet in the Federation without any delay. So, although he had heard Long Yongjun's name before, he did not know that Long Yongjun activated the Nuwa warship in the ancient Sage's sector, looted an escape capsule, and broke all the defenses before she escaped. He was unaware of Long Yongjun's real identity yet, although he could tell that Long Yongjun was certainly not a regular divinity transformation stage expert. However, the people qualified to team up with such a monster as Liao could only be other monsters. It was not something to be surprised at. On the other hand, Boss Bai, as a fleet commander, keenly perceived Xiaoming and Wenwen's corruption and sabotage on the Flying Rainbow Fleet's battle network a while ago. Plus, with their looks that were greatly similar to Liao and Ding Lingdang, he couldn't help but grow curious about them. Well, their origins are rather sophisticated and can't be explained in a few words. I can tell you, but you'd better be prepared. Now that Liao had brought Xiaoming and Wenwen to the public, he did not intend to conceal their identities. Strengthening the fleet required the cooperation of Boss Bai too. So, he summoned his courage and said, "They are my children. But it is also not wrong to say that they are the descendants of mankind and the children of the grand unified spiritual nexus. They are brand new lives that originated from artificial intelligence but surpassed artificial intelligence." Okay, Boss Bai interrupted Liao again. "Got it now. They are lives that are similar to the Fist King." Ha! This time it was Liao who was dumbfounded. He had imagined Boss Bai's 10,000 possible reactions to the matter, including fury, confusion, rejection, hate, but he never expected Boss Bai to be so calm. Besides, Boss Bai had learned about the Fist King's essence. Those two guys seemed to be too close to each other. Another okay? Liao found it hard to believe. "Boss Bai, can't you stop being so cool? That's too calm a reaction. So calm that it makes me wonder if you understood what I said at all." "Of course I did. But there is no need to be surprised at anything that happens around you, however strange it is. I'm already prepared for everything." Boss Bai extended 3 fingers and said, "Even if they are super artificial intelligence, so what? Firstly, you know where I was born and raised. In my long and complicated life, I've seen the evilest, ugliest, sleaziest, and most terrible people of my own kind. I may even be one of such people myself. Human beings can reach the extremity of evil on their own. Even if there are other lives and civilizations in the universe, I don't think they can be more evil and horrible than mankind. Secondly, before you came, I had just communicated with the Fist King in depth and learned about his essence. Lives are never isolated but always grow exponentially. Although Professor Mo Xian said that no real life of artificial intelligence could be born in the next few hundred years according to regular development, I always found him too conservative and childish. Life is never something that is born after regular development. Life is the inevitable collision of countless coincidences and will grow out of the most unbelievable and unimaginable gaps despite all the difficulties. Since the Fist King already exists, it means that such gaps are out there. What's to be surprised at now that new super artificial intelligence has shown up? Thirdly, and most importantly, I know what's on your mind. You are concerned that the new super artificial intelligence and the civilization of mankind will repeat the tragedy in the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago and be hostile to each other like the Panga civilization and mankind were. I do not deny such a possibility. However, when a vaster world and a darker threat are gradually revealing themselves from the outside, the minor conflicts within our 3,000 sectors, be they the ones between Pangu and mankind or those between mankind and the super artificial intelligence, are nothing worth mentioning at all. I already showed you enough respect by saying, okay. Boss Bai, what are you talking about? Liao was completely confused. What do you mean by a vaster world? What does a darker threat refer to? The flood. Boss Bai said, I have named the mysterious force that is likely to exist beyond the 3,000 sectors and capable of destroying all civilizations as flood, which will rage and sweep across the entire three-dimensional universe, leading to the greatest catastrophe and the end of everything. Where should I begin? Let's talk about wizardless civilization. Liao, do you know witchcraft? Witchcraft. Liao repeated the word in a daze. He suddenly shuddered hard. His pupils constricted to the minimum. Deep inside his eyes, countless bubbles the size of needle tips were popping up. Those bubbles crawled into the depths of his brain and blew the gate on his soul brutally like the most powerful bombs. Information. More information from Earth, which was mottled, intangible, and broken, spurted out of the gate of his soul, making him recall the incidents from Earth in a trance. Witchcraft. He had heard the word before, from Earth. Where was it exactly? Where? He remembered clearly that Earth was a technological world, and that there shouldn't have been any witchcraft, but he had no doubt that he had heard the word before. Where was it? Got it. Back on Earth, he had once seen a movie, Harry Lauder and the Sorcerer's Sword, in which witchcraft was mentioned. What was Harry Lauder exactly? Memories, memories, memories. Reorganized, condensed, analyzed, and combined. Tracing back to the origins and reaching the core. Found it. Harry Lauder was a series of fictions created by J.K. Rowling, a UK female writer. It was about a boy named Harry Lauder who accidentally learned the existence of a school that taught witchcraft and who was involved in the bizarre, spectacular adventures in the magic world. It was made of quite a few independent but related books, such as Harry Lauder and the Ball of Fire, Harry Lauder and the Phantom Island, Harry Lauder and the Dragon Curse, etc. The fictions themselves and the movies and games they were adapted to were all a hit. It was one of the most popular fictional series on Earth. Witchcraft was fake and non-existent, but through the ability of fantasizing, the Earthlings were able to create a vivid world of witchcraft with their imagination. A UK female writer. UK, what was UK exactly? Come on, where were the memories? Ah, got it. UK. The abbreviation of the United Kingdom of England and Botone. The United Kingdom of England and Botone was an island country at the north of Europena, an ancient but developed continent on Earth in Liao's previous life. Although it was remote and small, it had once created an unstoppable fleet and become a country that dominated the entire Earth, known as the Empire where the sun never set. The fictional concepts such as witchcraft were promulgated to the entire Earth because of the dominating culture of the Empire where the sun never set, becoming common sense for everyone. Many people did not even consider it as a fictional concept but believed that witchcraft, or even the world that J.K. Rowling described, existed in reality. Witchcraft, UK, Europena, Earth. Countless memory pieces danced crazily deep inside Liao's brain, making him cramp and roll his eyes crazily. Hissing sounds were echoing from his throat too. Everybody was rather shocked by his sudden reaction. When Boss Bai asked if he had ever heard of witchcraft, it was merely a casual question. He did not expect Liao to really know the answer. But out of his expectation, Liao's reaction was so intense that it almost seemed that the word witchcraft triggered a certain seal deep inside his brain, allowing a certain weird but powerful force to flood out. Boss Bai said in a hurry, "Are you all right, Liao?" "I am fine." Liao's voice sounded from a place far, far away. He gagged for a while before he said in a trance, I think I heard the term witchcraft before.